Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop the sea and you'll just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Your groove make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes that get.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes that get is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head, doing pop lock. 20 million streams, so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, 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 your mata.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless. Watch us change the game.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first official broadcast of Game Changers EMEA of the year. You know what this means? We are already in playoffs for the first stage of EMEA and the stakes are higher than ever. I am Kakuka, I will be your host for today, bringing you all the action. And of course, I will have two lovely people joining me on the desk. Let me give a warm welcome to Billy and Meg. Hello girls, how you doing? Meg, you look fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I have to say, what an honor and a privilege to be right in the middle, sandwiched between both of you. But yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Game Changers is my absolute favorite thing in the world. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, the best event of the year is back, right? We get to celebrate all of the amazing women in Valorant, and I'm so overjoyed to be back on board with it.
Exactly. Many things change, many things stay the same. How about we do some housekeeping? And first of all, we introduce to the people how the year for Game Changers is going to be going and just, explain the entire format of how things are going to run down. As we're saying, we're already on stage 1 and on playoffs, but of course, things happen before today. So for this year, we started off with kickoff here in Game Changers as well. The top 4 to 10 of last year's stage 3 were invited to the closed qualifier, and then they joined the teams coming in from the open qualifier. From there, 6 teams earned their spot in stage 1, where they joined another 4 teams that invited directly from Riot to compete in the group stage. And again, from there, 6 teams advanced onto where we are right now, the stage 1 playoffs. The other 4 teams that didn't make it into playoffs have already been relegated and will have to compete through contenders against another 32 teams to again earn a spot for stage 2. All I'm going to say is that there are open qualifiers throughout the year. So, if you think that there might be a chance out for you, we might be talking about you in a couple of months. So please take that chance, go and compete. Billy, we love an underdog story.
We absolutely do love an underdog story. And let's not forget, Bea, these teams have been competing since way back in February in the group stage, and now they've finally made it to playoffs. So yeah, I'm so excited to see all of the new talent that we have in amongst the main event this year.
And of course, I'm sorry to cut you off, Max, it's just so we do this quickly and we go to what it's at stake. Of course, winning is important. There is a prize money that we barely mentioned because what are we here for? We are here for the points. The most important thing of the year is making it to Game Changers Championship at the end of it. And the teams will have to be competing throughout the year to earn the points. Here is the distribution. As you can see, one of the teams will be making it straight from winning that stage 3, but 2 other teams from the region will make it just off of points. So of course, there is a lot at stake, and every single match, every single stage is important. Any early predictions, girls? Meg, do you have any team that you would love to see in Game Changers Championship?
I mean, I hate to be incredibly predictable, but I am G2 goes and enjoyer, and it's not shocking at all, as we'll sort of see in a minute, to see them kind of up there in the upper semi-finals. But I have to say, talking a little bit about SK Nebula, who we're going to go into more detail very, very shortly, I'm incredibly impressed with their performance, so I'm super excited to see them play today.
How about you, Billy?
Yeah, I think Battle of Points is so important. Last year we obviously seen Falcon Vega being the contenders in there. They were always the top 2 up until that 3rd stage where we finally got to see Giant X and G2 in the grand finals. So yeah, as you say, points throughout the year, they're very, very important, and it means that we will reward teams for their performance all throughout the year.
Exactly. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, how the year is going to look, let's take a look at what has happened already. We talked about a long process, but at the end of the day, we are in playoffs, so we have to take a look at what happened in groups. On the right, you see the teams that have already been relegated, and on the left, we have how the teams made it here. Very important also, only one time in the EMEA Game Changers history, before this one, all the teams had at least lost one match coming into today. What do you make of this, of the 6 teams that we have moving through, Billy? Or are you surprised that one of the 4 that didn't make it?
I think so, yeah. I think when we have to kind of look at Nasser Ignite here, finishing very bottom of the pack. They were a team that were invited to the main event, and yet it's kickoff teams that have managed to completely blow the water, right? And of course, we have to look at Zeron's Mint making their debut in the main event, so it's really, really exciting. And I'm just looking forward to seeing all these sort of new rivalries going into 2025.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo what Billy said about the teams coming up through kickoffs. You know, it's so nice to see so many here, and kind of as we'll go into as well very, very shortly, 3 out of the 4 teams playing today have come up through those knockout kickoff stages into the knockout stages today, sorry. So it's so exciting to see them here.
This is like the perfect show of like, you put the work in, you will be rewarded. So as you're saying, 3 out of the 4 teams that we're seeing today. Let's talk about the teams that we're seeing today as we take a look at the bracket. Of course, G2 Gozen and KC are already waiting on the second round. But as you were saying, Meg, the stakes for today are extremely high because even though there is a lower bracket, there won't be one for today. Today, 2 of these teams are facing elimination. Billy, what do you make of this bracket?
Yeah, I mean, this bracket to me is really interesting. I think my eyes gravitate mostly towards that Carmine core, right? They've rebuilt around Glance. Their group performance was absolutely dominant, right? They went 8-1 in groups, which, by the way, was the same as G2 Gozen. So I think it's really exciting to see this year that early on we have contention for that top spot. Obviously, it's been G2 Gozen that have dominated it throughout the years. So I think KC, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they get on in this bracket this year.
And I have to say, totally selfishly, I love like a knockout stage because everything is on the line. Like, I'm sure the girls in the teams don't love it as much, but I have really high expectations from the girls today to pull something out of the bag. And I definitely kind of want to segue onto the next sort of bit for you, Kukuka, with the sort of patch change that they're playing on, kind of spicing everything up.
Exactly. Another important thing, as you're mentioning, Meg, things have changed also between groups and this playoff stage because the teams will be playing in patch 10.04, but without the Waylay. So, Billy, could you please do me the favor and tell me a little bit of what has changed within the agents?
Yeah, of course. So we look at the agent pool. I'm primarily looking at deadlock changes here. You know, we've swapped around that signature ability. You're no longer going to have that barrier mesh on regeneration, which I think puts her more in line with other sentinels such as Sage. But I think the big thing for deadlock change here is that GravNet is now going to refresh every 40 seconds. You need to think about the stalling utility and the micro set plays that teams are going to be able to have with that bit of utility. I think it will be more intentional in their approach. And let's not forget Teho as well. He's obviously been running around the map causing chaos in the events that we've seen so far this year, but he's now had his damage utility decreased. And then when I'm looking towards ISO, I mean, his changes are quite actually incredible when I'm looking at him as the duelist. I feel as though he's going to be able to isolate those fights better. His wall can now change speed. His undercut ability now adds a suppression as well as the vulnerable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these sort of agents being picked up and being balanced out a little bit more. But Meg, I know that you wanted to touch on these map changes.
Because Abyss and Bind are out and Ascent and Icebox are officially in. And I think that's going to throw some of the expectations from previous performances completely out of the window, as Bind was the second most picked map in group stages. So a few teams will definitely be sad to see this one go. Abyss, I'm not too sure if anyone's fast personally. See you later, mate. But I have to sort of as well talk about some of the unexpected agent picks that might be coming into this with Ascent and Icebox, because of course on Ascent they've completely changed the B main. I don't think this is going to maybe get rid of the Sova, but we might see a few of the double initiator comps kind of changed up. And Icebox, there are no changes. It's back as it was before, so I'm sure we'll see familiar kind of comps on that one.
Oh, and I'm so excited to see what the compositions are going to be looking like, especially as we were mentioning with the agent swaps. But now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, let's talk about today's matches. We're going to be starting off with SK Nebula versus Heroic. And I had the absolute pleasure to chat with Jade from SK right ahead before today's match. I am now joined by Jade from SK Nebula. Hey, Jade, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing amazing. Thank you for asking.
So, Jade, you've been playing in Game Changers since its inception, I'm going to say. I'm very happy that you're still here. But for this year, you have the core of Kavit, Devilaxa, and yourself, and some new additions in Purity and Jolina. But the most fascinating things, besides all the story behind it, it's what's happening with the roles. We need some clarity on why some decisions were made and why they make sense to you. So please illuminate us.
Yeah, so basically, we just need to think about how the roster was made. So it was started off by coaches, okay, Kreia Menig. The first piece, they took me, okay, and instantly after, we wanted to take Jolina, okay? And we know that Jolina has a lot of experience on controller, so you're thinking, why is she not playing controller? She played really good on that role before. But my opinion, she's just a good player. So it doesn't matter the role. She wanted to go and she wanted to play Julius that she played in the past. So it's like, okay, she's going to play Julius, great. And then we fill out the rest of the roster from there, okay? It was even a coincidence that we had the core free from Odd One Out. We're looking for, Sentinel, we're looking for Flex. We found it. And then we take, our last pick was actually Purity. Even though she was in SK before, she was our last little pick there, sneaky addition. And she's our wild card, she can play. Basically, she can play anything because, as we know, she doesn't have so much experience, but that makes her very moldable, right? It lets our coaches do good work, and she's started to play Smoker. It's working well.
I mean, girl, I feel like anybody in your team can play anything, so it's good for the versatility. But did you expect Jolina moving on to the duelist and then having this performance that she's having?
Well, as I said, back in the day, right, when I used to play on Alliance Coven, wait, no. Sorry, I used to play on Ascend, actually, and Jolina was playing on Alliance Coven. We had some of the same teams before.
Same teams, different times.
Exactly. It's crazy that we only matched up now. But yeah, we used to play duelist head-to-head against each other. Some crazy Jet 1v1s, Raze 1v1s, and it's like, this was a long time ago, but she's insane, bro. I was no doubt in my mind that it's the same on Julius as any other role she's done in the past.
Yeah, so throughout this year, you've had a very good performance, but now 2 of your best maps in Bind and Abyss are going out of the pool. Do you think that this is going to be playing against you, or do you like this feeling of the surprise? Do you think you have like an ace up your sleeve?
I mean, obviously it's unlucky to lose our best maps, but you're not going to win Game Changers if you can only play. If it depends on the map, though, right? New things come and go, and we have to adapt ourselves to what's there, and. We're ready. Totally. We're ready for anything, and we have 100 secrets up our sleeve. And other teams will not know what's coming. Let's just say.
Love that. So, last question. Earlier this year, you defeated, because there's no other word to put it, Heroic in groups 2-13-1s. Now, Jade, very quickly, how are you going to repeat that performance?
I'm not looking to repeat that performance. I'm just looking to do our best. We play with expectations, okay? If we pressure ourselves to go 13-1 again, boom, we lose 2 rounds, and then we're like, oh my god, we're doing so much worse. It's like, no, we want to go. We want to get our win. We want to secure ourselves that double elimination bracket, and from there we go and do whatever we want. No pressure on us. It's just a game.
No pressure. It is a knockout round, but we'll see about that. Maybe I'll chat to you later. But best of luck in your game today.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
No pressure, she says, but Meg, this entirety of the SK Nebula roster is looking amazing.
Yeah, just a quick breakdown for those who might not know. Jolina is now on that duelist role after previously us knowing her for playing Smokes. We have Kavit on Initiator, Purity on Controller, Jade Moore, our gorgeous IGL on Initiator, and Devil's Axa on the Sentinel role.
Yeah, I mean, I love this roster, right? We're obviously keeping that core of Odd One Out, and Purity being the only remaining member from this SK Nebula roster from last year. So it's really nice that they've brought these new team members in. But I think for me, Jolina has to be one of the big pickups for SK Nebula. And she is going up against some of her ex-teammates, right? She's going up against Fluxy, who she was on Alliance Coven with, and she's gone up against Miori, who she was on Giant X with. But looking at the stats on this graphic, the one thing I definitely wanted to highlight here was that first kill to first death ratio. She had the best in the group stage, right? And for someone that is moving role from that controller to duelist, it makes me wonder, why was she not just playing duelist this whole time? She's absolutely incredible, and I cannot wait to see her in the server today.
I love when they give the players, you know, that kind of like freedom, that liberty of honestly, you wanna be playing on the duel list. Let's see how it goes, because as we said, it went pretty well the first time that they faced off against Heroics. We're talking about 2-13-1s is the most devastating results that we've had so far. But obviously, and ahead of the match, I also had the chance of talking to the other side. We've heard from Jake. So I thought it was only fair also to hear from Zille to see how they felt about today's matchup. And now I am joined by Zille from Heroic. Hey Zille, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good.
So tell me, first question is going to be about last year. You had some good results, but didn't make it all the way through. You make one change for this year. So tell me about the feels at the end of 2024 and bringing in Miori to the team.
I mean, obviously bringing in Miori for the team brings a lot of firepower. She's a very aggressive sentinel or player in general. So that's a very different play style, and we're trying to implement that in the team, and that's also what we felt like at the end of the year was needed. So
okay, well, your team is no stranger to being in playoffs, but looking at your matches, I've seen things that make me even more excited to see you play. And yes, I am speaking about the Reina and the Harbor. I want to know, and now especially the Bind and Abyss are going out. I wanted to know and ask you about the nature of these picks. Are they just solutions that you find on the day? Are you trying to surprise your opponent? Are you still building your identity for this year? What's going on there?
I mean, obviously with the Reina pick, it was more, we knew we haven't done well on Pearl. We knew it was a possibility it was going to get played. So switching it up and changing our playstyle was an option we felt like, and a map that we haven't really been successful on. But we are still going to try and find our identity and the roles in this team. And I think also for today, that will show that it will not be what we have played normally. So.
Okay, I like that. So maybe, what do you feel about the Icebox and Ascent coming back? Do you have anything prepared for that, or are we're just going to, you know, see tamed things?
No, we definitely have some fun things prepared, since we haven't had a lot of prepared time either, so it's exciting.
Oh, absolutely love to hear that. Now, for the last question, we have to address the elephant in the room. You have already played against SK Nebula this year, and it was the most demolishing result that we've had so far, 2-13-1s. I'm sorry to put you through that again, but how is today going to be different? What were your takeaways from that day? What is it that happened that you have worked on since?
I feel like we've found more peace in our role changes and found a little bit more of our identity now as a team. So when obviously we don't have that much pressure anymore, we had a lot of pressure of making playoffs. So I mean, to be honest, we're just gonna have a fun mentality today, and it can really only go up from last time. So
are you gonna get your revenge?
I hope so. That's the plan.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
We love some underdogs, we love also some revenge, and this roster, Billy, definitely wants to get theirs today.
Absolutely, and I love that Sayla mentioned identity in that interview, because when we look at this Neon Blade roster, right, they were formed back in May 2024, and last year was really disappointing for them, right? They only placed 7th to 8th in Stage 2, 5th to 6th in Stage 3. They were always kind of dropping at that first or second stage of the bracket in playoffs, so it wasn't a great year for them. This year, though, they have managed to qualify to the main event through that top 4 in kickoff, and I hope that as we further progress throughout this bracket and throughout the year, that they continue to help find that identity of the team.
And I wanted to touch on a little bit about what Celia mentioned and their last game against Carmine Corporals. We saw Lyda on Vice and Reina for the first time, and I personally love seeing them try new things and adapting off things that maybe aren't working. So hopefully today we can see them rectify any mistakes made against their previous games against SK Nebula and the 13-1s that they saw.
So, okay, we have the setup for the teams. We have this bigger picture. We talked about some of the maps going in and out. I think it is about damn time that we figure out where are we going to be seeing these two teams playing today. Any early predictions, any maps that you would love to see? I'm going to start with you, Meg.
I'm a Haven enjoyer. I'm a Lotus enjoyer. I love 3-site maps, and I know that both SK Nebula and Heroic Valkyries, they are partial to playing those. So I really hope we see those come through.
Yeah, I just have to echo what you said, Meg. Both of them do enjoy playing Haven, so there's a very high chance that we will see Haven going into that. But I would like to see an Icebox. I feel like it's been out of the pool for so long that I want to see what people are running with all of the new agents that we brought in. We've not seen a Tejo in pro play on Icebox yet. Let me see it. Feed it to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely an Icebox enjoyer, and I think that it is, we need it. I think that Ascent is back as well, but, who missed Ascent? Honestly, who missed it? We barely even had time to miss it. Let's take a look at the map veto. Heroic is going to start off with banning Split, something that, they did, especially at the end of that group stage. And SK, okay, it's Ascent. I say that Icebox is still there. Lotus is going to be the first map. Meg, they listen to you.
Hallelujah. I am very much looking forward to seeing this one, and I do know that SK love to pull out the Tejo on this one with the Viper Yoru, and I think it's going to be a good first starting map.
Yeah, I think Lotus is a great starting map for Heroic, right? This is the only map one of the only maps that SK have lost, so it's a question of, are they picking into their own strengths, or are they picking into the fact that SK have dropped this map previously against Blackhound? But I think looking further into the veto, we are not going to see that Icebox, sadly, and a decider is going to be Peril. You guys hate Peril, or is this the Icebox that's being booed?
No, it's the boo on the not Icebox.
Okay.
I think that we were excited. We're talking about the ages and all the changes. We wanted things to spice up. We wanted the teams to spice up the things. But Meg, you wanted Haven and Lotus. That is where we're going to be starting off the year. Well, yeah, the playoffs. I want, now that we have the maps, very quickly from you two, some predictions. Who do you think is going to be favored in this match? I'll start with you, Billy.
Ooh, I hate that you asked me this because it was 31-31 the last time they played. If I had to put my analyst hat on...
It's going to be better. We can agree that it's going to be better.
Yeah,
100%.
You would like to think so, right? But I just think SK Nebula, honestly, like, in Game Changers right now, as it stands, they are, like, contending top 3 out of the teams for me. So I would have to say I think it's going to go in SK Nebula's favor. Whether we get to the third map, though, I'm not entirely sure. Potentially, with Lotus being that first pick. So we'll go 2-1 SK Nebula.
I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. I have to say SK Nebula. You can't deny the stats. I would love to kind of be controversial and different and edgy and go Heroic Valkyries. But yeah, SK Nebula for me. And 2-0.
Okay, then I will go with Heroic. I think that they understood where to and where not to. They won't bind us out of the questions, definitely. But I really want to see what they bring in this Lotus. The only team that is in playoffs that has played the deadlock is G2 Goes, and if I am not mistaken, and I could be, but I don't think I am. Do we expect, or would we like, Billy, you were speaking about these changes, to see that deadlock come into play for Lotus?
I would like to see it, to be fair. I do enjoy the deadlock changes that we have in place. However, Mirori, we know her for playing Killjoy last year on Giant X. She is very much still playing Killjoy on this roster of Heroic this year. So I don't think that she's going to steer away from that. It is what she plays on Lotus. But then when we look at the side of SK Nebula, I don't know, honestly. They're not playing any Sentinel whatsoever on Lotus, so really it just depends. Do they want to go into this deadlock having changes, or are they going to stick with that double controller which they would normally play on Lotus?
We have a lot of questions and we have some answers. Actually, Miori, it doesn't matter what she's playing in the past, because today she is playing Chamber, Meg.
I really hate to say it, I absolutely despise Chamber, but I'm sure Miuri, combining her sort of Sentinel skill set alongside her previous duelist roles, she could change my mind. She could be the game changer, in my opinion, on Chamber.
Honestly, I have to agree with that, Meg. I think there were so many multi-frags that we had last year from Miori on the Sheriff. Put her on the Chamber, who has a Sheriff in his equipment. I mean, I'm ready. I'm so ready.
I am so ready. I enjoy it. Any spice, I will take our way. And speaking about spice, I'm getting a little bit hungry. I don't know if your girls are hungry, because we have some mash ready for you. It's our casters for today. It's Mitch and Ash. Hey guys, how are you doing? Are you there on the other side?
I see what you did there, Kukuka. Very nice. Thank you to our wonderful analyst desk. Ash, how do you feel about our new name?
I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good. What do you like in your mashed potatoes?
I just mashed potatoes, just like that. Don't put any sour cream near them, and we're good. We're feeling good. But you know what else I love other than potatoes, naturally, as an Irishman? I love rematches, and we've got one here today. The desk has touched on it, and so did the players. But actually, it's hard to bounce back when you get defeated 13-1, and we saw that with the back-to-back 13-1. Now, though, in this rematch, do you believe that maybe beating a team twice can be the difference here? We'll get a closer game?
I think that it should be a closer game because you look at the squad on the side of Heroic Valkyries, and they're going to look towards, you know, remedying the mistakes that they made in that last time that they faced off against each other. I think a tough loss like that opens a lot of opportunities to go back in those VODs and head into those reviews and look to see what you can fix up. And I'm really looking forward to this Miori pick on that chamber. This is something that we saw her on last year on Lotus as well. And when she is popping off, she does have insane impact with the deep line she's able to find for this team, but it really is going to rely on her having that hot start here, Mitch.
Well, that's exactly it, and we'll see a start in just a little bit. As you see, you're loaded into the game. Timer pause for now, and we'll take a breather before we kick this one off. Ash, you said that you're expecting it to be a closer game, and look, all it needs to be is 13-2 on one map, and we're good. I'm going to bet the other way. It's going to be more dominant than it was before. It's going to be 13-0, 13-0, back-to-back. The question is to who? And I'm not coming in biased. It could be anyone's game. And I think it is really, we've seen this at every level of the game, that it can be, I'm going to interrupt myself because I can hear sound. I hear shots, but I don't see them. I don't know if you see something, Ash.
You know what? I see Cabot's POV that we've been stuck on for, a minute 39, but it's okay. I'm sure we'll get the fix down. I don't know what stream gets to see right now. Hopefully a little bit of a better POV than us. But overall, I think all things considered, based on this little replay recap, I'm going to assume that SK won that round. I see Purity already prepping the fist bumps.
Yeah, that was interesting. I can't say I've seen that little technical hiccup before, but I just saw the map in third person frozen for 2.5 minutes. But it seems like I've got the game back. I can see what's happening. I see walls going up, and I see Heroic with a round under their belt. So yeah, we got to draw the conclusion that that's where we're at. A minute 20 in round number 2. And well, I don't know if you guys at home saw that pistol. Maybe you can fill us in on what exactly happened. The investment from that defensive side, decent. They've got themselves Bulldogs, Guardians, and Miori, of course, just with the Classic, still has the ability to take a lot of long-range fights with that Headhunter. So very much armed to the teeth in this round. That does mean that SK have a chance to do some economy damage with those Classics, and they've gotten very close to the A site. There's a lot of danger lurking around that other side, but yet to get boots on the ground till that TP. Good shot from Devil Axa. It's a bit of damage, but we need more before it can be connected, before rifles will be left on the floor. The chance to win the round very much still up for grabs, although waning as time goes on with Purity left in this 1v2. The flash is good, and there's the swing. Still 3 kills. That's good damage.
Great damage coming in, right? At the very least, able to carry over a couple of those weapons, and we know that there was the prioritization coming in from Miori to try and save up into the operator for either the next round or the one after that, depending on how they're leaning into this, and it will be the choice of taking that into round 4. But a weak buy coming in here for the side of Heroic. I'm interested to see what Miori is actually going to do with the Bucky. She's been solo anchoring towards the C side, and on this bonus, I like this play. Heroic are going to look to fight forward here, try and deny that value out of the wall, and gamble a little bit of a stack.
Yeah, not a bad idea early on. Not investing too much, and so the numbers to make use of the gaps in weaponry. Adora, one of the players who is armed to the teeth, backed up by Sile in the same spot. That's 2 rifles ready to battle, and they swung out. They haven't found their targets, and instead, through the open door, it's Fluxy to go down. Only one of the pistols that is lost, but alarm bells should now be ringing on SK that there's a lot of presence on that side of the map. And, well, at least they find one there in the B push-up. Oh my. It's a nice shot.
Even numbers somehow. And now being able to play this little death ball up against Lida, where she's still, at the very least, able to trade this out. This is a very winnable round, especially with the Vandal in hands here for Adora.
Yeah, that makes a big difference, right? That little reroute towards B to pick this up. Low HP, though. Adora's tagged up, so the first shots need to connect, probably onto the head, or she'll quickly find herself down on the floor with Miori, pushing it on the bookie. It's all a guessing game of which angle to clear, and Adora picks right. That's the first one locked down, but Purity makes a sneaky play. The TP means they could be up top or down below, and it's for Adora to guess the swing. Oh, there's the information as well, but one bullet needed from Purity, and it's delivered straight to the head of Adora.
So well played there for Purity to be able to close this round out for SK. A much needed one at that. However, that was a ton of damage done to the economy of SK, all things considered. They lose out on 4 of those rifles. Now we're expecting that operator to cycle up here for Heroic Valkyries too. And they're actually going to swap this setup. The last 3 rounds, we had Miori anchoring over towards that C site. Now shifting over at A. A little bit of a... I am a bit surprised at this shift because she's not going to be able to get the line of sight due to that line. However, it's this aggressive play coming out from Heroic right off the gate.
Yeah, they've gone for Paranoia up B as well. That extra push, but it's slowed down now. Paranoia in response from SK. They try to take back that space, but being pushed in the back. Adora dropped after just one. A second player on the flank detected and dealt with after just one. SK had a flurry of aggression come at them to start this round, and they've dealt with it well. Now, they have to stabilize. Group back up as 3 and hit a site together. The decision seems to be B, at least for the first peak, with Fluxy left to 33, still delivering one before falling. It keeps it doable, winnable, but Sile can't go down on that side angle all by herself. Miori would be retaking with an operator and a headhunter. Not the best of weapons to try to push out against 2. They need to go together. The timing here is key, and I can't see anything again.
It's okay. Looks like Heroic were actually able to close this round out. Miori finding that last pick there on Purity. Now increasing their lead by 2 rounds here on the side of Heroic. I like the idea that they had at the beginning of this round. Miori had questions about why they would choose the A site when they blue screen that SK put up for that lurk, denying that vision. But the idea came together at the end, right? Heroic, they go for this aggressive push there to force SK into this rotation towards the operator on A, but being able to sing towards that B site that's weak, looking to avoid that sniper rifle. But at the end of the day, Heroic's the ones to take it away.
Oh, now left to pistols. That big play has bought Heroic a lead, not just in terms of rounds that it's extended up to that 2-round gap, but it's what's likely to follow. SK, they're trying to make use of these weaker weapons in much the same way as Heroic did, grouping up and playing the numbers. They fought for that control over A main, their walls getting them a lot of space. Defensive smoke even comes out as Heroic don't look for any early fights. They're sitting back and waiting to play this defense a little bit more reactively, which is the right call. With all that aggression on C, all the space they've got there, there's no need to send anyone out into blind space to take a risk. Devil Axe's timing here could be key. Those players, they're looking at the door because look, all the steps are coming in, and as they turn to look the other way, Devil Axe walks out of the smoke. 2 kills and a Viper's Pit on the back of it. A plant secured and a round that shouldn't have been theirs. There should be no chance. In fact, they have pulled this one into an advantage. Weapons, ult down, and time on their side. What a beautiful play by SK and by Devil Axe. Those shots were clean, but the patience, that's what gets them to this point where the round, it's not even in question anymore. A huge mistake needed for Lyda to even have a chance.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, she knows there's no point in even trying to attempt to salvage this round. Just going to go for the save here with money dwindling on the side of Heroic Valkyrie, despite, the couple of rounds that they were able to find up against SK. Every single round has been right down to the wire. It's come down to 1 player up until this round for the most part. And a massive thrifty to come out here from SK. They've picked up the operator as well, denying that ability to pick it back up and put that back into the hands of Miori. And now with that rifle in hand, the expectation to slow things down a little bit here. See if they can find a bit of an earlier pick. Have Heroic maybe continue to push out. They've been going for those aggressive plays for that map control.
Right there. That is an honestly remarkable turn of events. Going into that round, and you look at the A main control, and this really just draws the eye of the defenders the whole way. Now, a little bit of an extra flavor of aggression from Heroic. We've seen this before, the push-up on C. This time, though, they hit immediate resistance. That staggers the push on B. That doesn't have the Omen there to give you the deep paranoia. It's not going to be quite as easy to push them off the angle. That whole side of the map, well, that's being held by the other players. Miori was the only one to try to contain this A-side aggression. Did well to start with, but there's just too many bodies coming her way.
Yeah, even the investment of the Armageddon coming here from SK, Cabot throwing that out just to guarantee that pick can be secured over towards Tree, and now it's up to Heroic to look to regroup into this retake.
And Nate's going to put them out of position. Jolena stunned as well. I like this utility. It's gotten a foothold at least for Heroic. The players falling back, though, are falling back into safe hands. So many guns pointed up at heaven, and the round quickly comes to a conclusion in favor of SK, thanks to that flurry of frags, leaving Fluxy to save the op on the other side of the map. For Heroic, a 3-1 start. It was looking good. A great resurgence from this squad that lost 13-1 back-to-back less than a month ago when these teams faced. But now, well, SK, they've got their hands right back on the reins, and they are gripping them tight. A little oopsie at the end.
Hey, you know what? It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. But I think this was a great forward angle here from Miori. It seems like the approach that Heroic Valkyrie have to these defensive rounds has been just to play a lot more of, you know, that kind of death ball. Some of these strategic pushes, whether it's towards mound, towards outside of B or A, just shifting it round for round and allowing Miori to hard anchor on the other side, get one of those deep lines, and then have that ability to use the rendezvous to get out afterwards. But a timeout to be called here because it seems like SK, they've gotten a good read on that at this point. You know, they go for a little bit of that default. They find out where that aggression is going to come from early on into the round. And then they know, okay, the other side of the map where it's a little bit more quiet, that should be Miori holding by herself and then looking to isolate her on an island.
All this timeout, there's certainly a lot to discuss about how they've ended up in this position. But that last round, you're not going to be putting a million issues up, I suppose, with SK finding themselves so much space, and then that fight back into heaven. Utility was well placed. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that SK won the fights. They looked better in those duels. I don't think Heroic made mass mistakes, at least to start with, on the way back through. Those are the kind of rounds I think you got to just shake off and move into the next. They can at least be thankful that Economy in this nice position, off carry forward. There's still quite a lot to play with there for that defensive side. For SK,
Absolutely.
You know, there's nothing to really discuss in terms of panic because this is going according to plan.
Playing a little bit more bunkered this time on the side of Heroic as well. Not seeing that same sort of aggression on one extremity of the map that we've been seeing for the last few rounds. Off the information from that drone coming out, though, at the very least, and hearing that Heroic already have this very heavy lean towards that C side. I like the proactivity on the right side of the map. You have the Prowler coming out from Lida to see if anyone had lurked up. And already forced that TP away here from Miori.
Yeah, it's a gap in that deep aggression that they've been going for, right? Heroic have had in most of these rounds. Oh, and most of the rounds where they're stacked up heavy on A, like look at these rotations now. This is the problem. They've had that C main control. They've had someone posted there holding it and telling them no one from SK is here. So now they don't have that info. They're pushed back on B and they think, okay, it's the A hit again. We've seen this a million times. The only difference is they don't have confirmation, no one's C main, and now the plant comes in. That's when they realize they've been sold a fake, and now the retake has to happen. Rolling Thunder, though, for the defense on the way back in. They're pushing it.
I like this waterfall control that they're going for, just trying to deny one of these lanes of entry. Double Axa with the first.
That's a good kill, but it's traded back by Miori. At least keeping the numbers even for now. They've lost control of Waterfall, though. Devil Axa, well, the king of timing last time. Could you find it now? Oh, Fluxy, she's looking the right way, but the shot is hit in the other direction. We're down to a 3v4. Time ticking, though, and Heroic need to get on that site. Running into Jolena. The double is picked up, and Miori, with time ticking too quickly and two players still to be dealt with, realizes there's nothing she can do. Moving to the other side to save that op yet again, and SK climb into the lead.
It was such a long rotation for Heroic Valkyries to even get back to that C site in the beginning, having postured 4 of those players early on from that fake that you had been talking about earlier into the round, and then going for that waterfall control, just delaying that opportunity to flood back into that site, bought so much time into the post plant. And SK, Nebula, just, they really seem to be in the heads of Heroic Valkyrie right now, playing that push and pull, lying that bait, and having them fall for the trap.
Yeah, Heroic, a lot of weaknesses here. That operator is one of the main things that SK will be looking out for. They've now found it, heard it, firing off in the back of the side and dealt with it immediately. Jolina in the ult and all sorts of utility being fired in. There was no way out. And for SK, a dominant early fight that gets rid of the main danger and even puts it into their hands. This couldn't be going much better.
Spike planted. No, now it's about how much damage they can really do. Adora, at least able to take down Devil-Axa, but on this sandwich retake here, you've still got Cabot watching this line with the operator. Just gonna actually hit a little bit of a wall bang to the leg.
Jay does well finding that, but will be dropped in the end. It's left to Cabot. The time here could be enough. And even dodging the C's as well, stepping into the angle, but missing the shot. Salvo's lined up, fired out, and the pistol jumping around. They might have bought enough time. Yeah, no. I turned my volume up and I instantly hear it. There was plenty on the clock for that one. The kill needed to be found, and then some. 4.5 seconds is enough for Heroic to equalize.
That's an expensive round for SK. Everything was going right until it all started to go wrong. You had that, even the investment of the Rolling Thunder coming through, just trying to deny value from the flank that had come in. But an incredible round there for Heroic to be able to pick up. Right now, I think a bit of the struggle on defense for them, though, has been finding more of that value coming out from the operator from Miori. I think SK have been doing really well to deal with those lines of sight, ensuring that they're very proactive in clearing off those angles that they're expecting Miori to be holding to deny her that early vision and map control.
They're creeping up behind the wall. I like this. We'll see some utility. A flash. There it is, popping out. In fact, it was 2. Very hard to dodge, along with the stuns and every other piece of utility that's fired on in. Heroic go for that early aggressive control around Rubble, but SK were very much hoping that they would, using their own wall to give them that launching platform. And well, once they pull that curtain back, Heroic realized just what they're facing. It's a 5 versus 3. And they're even spread into, you can, as SK, pick any site now and have a 5v1 duel for Heroic. If that doesn't happen and they get enough time, they start to clear out these angles. Nothing outside C, nothing outside B. Okay, we're putting them in a box. We know they're moving towards the A site, and that's where the flank comes in, but it's being watched again. Devil-Axa's awareness has just been on point today.
The reads have just been so good from SK. The ability to, even when they're up, in a 5v3, to cut that noise, and Sile still fighting for her life here towards that B site. But with the only player alive, that means that SK just gonna go and opt for that A hit, even looking for a wrap here. There's no way Sile is breaking through with this crossfire.
No, and of course...
Oh, that was close to comfort.
5-4 on the board now. 1 away from Viper's Pit as well, being online, with Devil-Axa having a couple of big rounds back-to-back. And this being a big investment from the side of Heroic, where they go for this extra bit of control. Again, we'd said that C main was a big issue for them, right? The fact that they had control, and then one round they didn't and got pressured on A. This time they don't look for the predictable retake of the C main control. Instead, it's taking A main. Let's fix it. Let's get ahead of that issue. But they didn't, as SK were ready. And now this round, sure, we talk about the Viper's Pit almost being online for Devil-Axa. There are ultimates for Heroic, and right away, Miori is investing hers. That, alongside a rifle, are one of the main things you hope can pack a punch, but Purity has shut that down immediately.
Lida alone here on the site, and just too much utility to deal with here as well. Adora's been doing, I think, really well for the side of Heroic as far as finding that value and some of those more aggressive pushes that she's had to cut off some of those rotations of the lurks that have been coming in. But again, this map control here into the post plant, I think, is so nice from SK to consistently deny at least one of those lanes of re-entry.
backing away, and then you still have to wait for Fluxy to get up close. SK have that utility mostly worn down, but well, you've still got a paranoia. A flash on Jolina just now fired out. Salvo's online for Cabot, so time is a big pressure for Heroic. They lose another player, and two trapped in tree. Can't even really fall back at that point. It's too far gone. And the one rifle they had left on the ground. 6 for SK. And I feel like, especially with that 3-1 lead for Heroic, this felt like a great opportunity for them. But as the game's gone on, it feels more and more like the fingerprint that's left behind on this round is SK's again and again.
Yeah, I think that's the key takeaway here. You look at that scoreline, that 4-6, but then you keep in mind, okay, those initial 2 rounds that Heroic were able to pick up were the pistol and into their anti-eco. And since those rifles have come in, it's been SK through and through, except for a couple rounds here and there. And again, I think that their game plan, their adjustments on the fly have been really nice. The way that they're reading into how Heroic, again, are playing that push and pull across this map. Fluxy, the one to be playing solo up on mound this time around. She does have that opportunity to get that TP out, if possible. Manages to land it after breaking the drone.
Oh no, everything went so well there, Ash.
I know.
And then just caught running back, and Jolina takes down Adora after the ult is used, the showstopper that started out on C. Oh, they'll wish this show never started. SK 5 versus 2. An ult burned up, early aggression from Fluxy to get the information, worked perfectly, falls back, gets rid of their drone, and then just caught jumping back to the site. SK must feel like there's nothing they can do wrong. Every plan is there. This was late play for C. They allowed that space to be taken and wanted to punish it, and they did. The other round where Heroic pushed up on A main, SK allowed them to take that space and said, sure, if they take the space, we'll punish them. And they did. Heroic are playing into their hands, and the sad thing is there's almost no way you can know that that's what's happening until it's already happened. A nice attempt by Lyda, at least doing damage, but I think what's more important here is for Heroic to carry those weapons forward, because it's their economy that's in the bin.
That's why you see SK chasing, right? They've got plenty of money in the tank for the rest of this round, or for the rest of this half, and now that's hurting, only being able to carry this other rifle in, the singular one, that is. But this was definitely heartbreaking. I think something that Jolina has been doing really well has been that space that she's able to take. Sure, the initial teleport gets broken, but then she throws out a second gate crash and just very consistently being able to take on that water control on the side of SK. And, you know, she's always been an incredible player, Mitch, on the controller, but also always been a very heavy fragger, likes to play a little bit aggressive, and I'm loving seeing this new look on her with the duelist.
Absolutely. One thing we saw here as well in the setup was Miori just placing that trap inside the door, be a little quicker to help out on B. Little wall bangs going down through the wall, through the door. I love that. Paranoia. It's found 1, it's found 2. That's a great blind. Is there a follow-up? No, they don't push through the door. And maybe that's wise. The fact is, Purity was stood there nearsighted, but they would be near as they ran through and was ready to take the fight. Devil Axa has been catching these flanks and these out of position pieces of aggression every time. This time spotted but not dealt with. That's at least a bit of solace for Heroic.
I think this is, again, something that SK's just been doing so well, is waiting to give them time to push out. They know it's going to come. Miori able to find the first.
That's followed up on by Jolina. They still need that space to be held onto for Heroic, or at least to delay it some more. 30 seconds, but only Miori on that side, and having to use the TP to get out is pursued. Jolina able to find that, and the site of B has now been overrun, but Rolling Thunder comes in from the side of Heroic. They're able to push onto the site where a shorty is waiting for them. Purity and Jolina cleaning up the rest, and SK 8-4 after a 3-1 deficit to start out this map. That is one hell of a recovery.
That is a heartbreaking round loss there for Heroic. The investment of that Rolling Thunder, everything seemed to be going right. You know, you have that opportunity to fast flood into that site, deny that plant. But oh my god, the line of fire that you had to deal with just trying to break in through that smoke was too nice coming out from SK.
It's the fact that they give up that control after pushing up A main,
Yeah.
push through the con, and then immediately set up for those duels. They're holding every angle that they need to. It's just gorgeous play. You'll love to see it.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive.
Welcome back, folks. A little temporary breather for the teams in between the halves, and for Heroic, I'm sure that's going to be a welcome break. 3-1 up in the lead, ending up 8-4 down coming into the second half. Now on their attack, and so far SK have looked clean. Everything they plan works out. They set up to punish Heroic's aggression, and almost every time that aggression is exactly where they predicted. Now we move into this second half, and the pistol, well, it could make a difference. For Heroic, they certainly hope it will.
Such nice early pressure there coming out from Jolina and her ability to use that gate crash to get out. Now looking for some sort of split over towards A, but look, the cavalry's already arrived here from SK.
They've got numbers. They've got numbers, and that's a scary thing already. Things have been working out when they don't. Jade finding one onto Fluxy puts it even further into the bin for that attacking side. The spike hasn't gone down yet, and as they attempt it, there's a bit of utility thrown at them, but no commitment. SK are playing with their food at this point. 50 seconds on the clock. The only thing is they haven't got them fully boxed in. I suppose now they do. That little push-up by Jolina fills in the gap. Jolina's watching it exactly as they come around the corner, and the kill will, of course, be found. Adora going down leaves Lida on 10 HP and Sile on 70. It should be an easy cleanup. Sile's making it a bit more difficult than it looked like it would be, but even still, it is a bump in the road, but SK are slow and steady on their approach to victory. 9-4 now.
I feel like we've seen so many of these rounds where Sile is trying to be a hero late into the round, trying to equalize those numbers and bring it back into the hands of Heroic, and it's just not panning out. I think the spacing on SK with the trades that have been coming through have been stunning as far as those calls go, just those little micro plays coming in there. And the awareness has just been so highbrow coming out from SK now for Heroic. And looking for this A push. You've got Jolina set up a little bit more aggressive, got the outlaw in hand, hoping to get at least one. Oh!
Well, there it is.
Okay.
Jolina, the one to hit the ground early on. And in terms of, I suppose, on the attack, the space taking and fighting for that map control, Jolina was a big, big part of it. You're on the defense, I suppose, less of a loss in that aspect. And they still only do have that one rifle to work off of, that one outlaw.
Toxins going up. A little bit of scouting to be done outside of B here as well, with that drone coming out from Cabot. Just get the information on whether or not Heroic are going for one of those rotations. But a little bit of a re-clear to actually come out here. It's going to be Miori shifting over towards that B side while everyone else looks to scale up. Should be a crunch situation. Yeah, and there's no way Cabot's going to get out of that one.
I'm just trusting what you're telling me, Ash. Because I'm on the radio cast here. I hear shots. That's about all I can tell you.
Last player standing.
Hey, I think you and I are in the same boat. You and I are in the same boat. That plant going down, though, seems like this is an opportunity for Heroic to actually manage to take this round win. Stealing that right out from under the noses of SK. Keep in mind that was their anti-eco. And Heroic, the only thing that they really started this round off with was that Outlaw, where she was initially able to pick off Jolina. And then they go for this crunch play, and Miori finding so much value in opening up this round, an opportunity for Heroic to try to come back a little bit earlier into the second half.
Well, I've returned, and it seems we have a technical pause. So we're not the only ones, and that's always good to know. For Heroic, yes, that one bounce back round, it's huge. Again, I'm not sure how it went down, but the fact is they come in with that investment into an Outlaw, and it feels targeted that I'm the one that doesn't get to see that. I'm going to blame Jack Igo. I think he saw that Outlaw come out and said, no, don't let him. Don't let him. He's going to keep doing it. Man's been trying to convince me not to do it in ranked for a long time, but I believe it was Miori who bought it. Thank you, Miori. Yep. I appreciate you. You've just put the dub on the board, and that is wonderful to see. For SK, obviously now, they've just been pushed into that position. They find one round, they win the pistol, and then it's taken out from under them. They have a choice to potentially go in for a force buy, but honestly, this is exactly what I'd want to see. If we see a pistol round won by Heroic, we've seen that a million times. 2 rounds up, and then the game flip-flops back into your opponent's hands, and we run away with it. But the reality is, now they've got that little economic advantage. Losing the pistol, winning the next. If they can string that together, it could be right back into the game. That 3-1 start from earlier on might pop back up again, Ashton. Well, I certainly hope that's what we get to see here today. Already a good performance from Heroic, considering the fact that, again, thinking back on those rounds, the thing that's in my mind most of the time is just how good of a read SK had, how every single plan that they had, it's almost like the other team was in on the plan, like they knew. And of course, this is just, it's so difficult to then play against that because you feel like they're reading from your strat book.
Yeah, I think it's been really hard. I feel like SK have just been so good with that map control, taking those pauses during these rounds, and that was a massive pickup that we're talking about from Heroic. I know you guys have a static photo of me, but I promise I'm here and I am back. As I've been resurrected, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. I think my fear, though, is, Mitch, is we saw, in that first half, Heroic were able to pick up those 2 rounds. Sure, they lose out on that second pistol. Taking over the anti-eco of SK is absolutely massive. But again, those rifles came out and it was SK all the way. They've got their work cut out from them on the side of Heroic Valkyrie. And I think that, I'm excited to see how much more Jolina is able to bring to the table now onto that defense. We saw a little bit about the more aggressive sight lines that she's taking, some of that space that she's taking, and forcing Heroic Valkyrie to use a lot of that utility earlier on to look for those reclears.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see as well, though, that even though the game has, I guess, slipped out of their control from that 3-1 lead, that Heroic were still coming in looking to play a little bit more confident. The fact that, again, that we come in and we buy an Outlaw in that round, play around it too. We saw it juggled over once someone's hit. The pistols can still do damage. Of course, for Miori as well, having a headhunter, being able to tap people from far away alongside an Outlaw when it is given to a teammate. They gave themselves the chance to win that round, and many teams would go in and say, all right, let's just lose this one, buy up in the next, and go for it. But the reward very much reaped here. And now I guess when we do get back into the game, what we'll be looking for is that continuation of the streak, because an early start in a half is great, but a 3-1 can quickly turn into an 8-4 in the other direction, as we've already seen. So it needs to be consistent, it needs to be there. The one thing that I will say, though, is that from what we saw in the first half, it was SK sit back, make a play, whether it's punishing aggression on a certain spot or going all out for the execute. They were getting to control the pace of the rounds. Now that won't be the case. Well, it shouldn't be the case as much on the defense.
I think that's a great shout right now. I think there's also a huge momentum breaker round coming out from Heroic Valkyries as well, just being able to steal away that anti-eco from SK now. A side actually being left completely open on the side of SK, playing that numbers game here, since they are going to be stuck onto those pistols just for this round.
Locating target.
Drone comes out for a little bit of that early scouting, and actually 3 players to be discovered by Cabot there. You can see that's the green light for SK now to move out as 3, hoping, if anything, that they can catch someone who is looking for that lurk. But Heroic, knowing that they have the advantage when it comes to that weaponry, looking to fully stick together and plenty of space that they're going to be able to take if they want it.
And a big danger as well. Well, usually Miori lurking out towards Rubble would be something to be scared of, but they're now using a smoke, getting up a little bit closer. There's a paranoia ready, but Miori's going to need to hit some shots, pushed out into position already, and they don't land. It's Purity to find that punish, isolating the sniper and using numbers to take her down. They've at least, well, leveled the playing field after Adora steps up to the mark, and Adora not looking to go anywhere by the looks of things. I assume she's just found a kill or two, but, well, I can't see again. Yes, there it is. Okay, Devil Axa and another, but SK are still doing so much damage. They put this back. They've taken 3 kills in a couple seconds. Luckily, the spike goes off to put an end to that madness, and Heroic do end up with the round. But, again, hands up, being honest, I don't know what just happened, but Red Bull Clutch, a little closer than you'd like it to be, though.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I think it comes down to that spacing. The way that SK look to take these fights is consistently as a unit. Very rarely do you see this team looking for those individual swings, going for some of those, you know, hero moments. If they don't have that get out of jail free card that you do see in Jolina, who is really the only person that we've seen SK permiss to play that aggressively on her own. And even now, she has that backup from Devil Axa here too. That ability to delay if she does need to get out and it turns into some sort of fast flood. But now it's the re-clear over towards this A site. You've got Purity playing up top on Rubble. A great paranoia to react with.
Live munition. Stay in sight.
Oh, nice stuff by SK early. That aggression around main is finding them a lot of results, having pushed up with Cabot and Purity. There seems to be nothing that Heroic can do to break through that hold. Heroic tried this Rubble hold and got sent running away from the A side on their defense. But SK, they step into it and they will not be moved from their mark. A 5 versus 1 with Fluxy having to do it all. And honestly, even finding one from this position will be difficult. Jolina's holding it, and right up next to her is Purity, ready to swing and take, or actually posted in a high-low, not even already swung and positioned on the angle. Goodness, there is not a lot to be said about that.
Oh, definitely not. Right now, it's all about saving this weapon, right? Fluxy has money in the bank, so she will be able to, you know, carry over this weapon, buy for somebody else on the team, and just bolster the guns that we're going to see coming out from Heroic Valkyrie into this next round. But a gorgeous setup coming out from SK, maintaining that Rubble control, that high-low setup that we had, that contact play between Cabot and Purity. Again, just Purity already prepped and ready with that paranoia, expecting that re-clear utility to be coming out from Heroic and giving this chance for Cabot to fight a little bit forward. Then they go for, you know, these swings with each other as well. And that synergy has just been so beautiful to see on the side of SK.
Oh, it has. It has. And the same thing on the attack as well. I think that the game plan in general is very well crafted. And I mean, look, let's be honest. I think obviously with all the technical hiccups, let's say, on our end, and I believe things are okay for you folks at home, and I hope they are, which is good. Good to hear. Hopefully we'll level it out. But talking about the squad that's in it, a team led by someone like Jade, I mean, we even see in the interviews and the videos that Jade puts out, a lot of, she does some analysis videos on EMEA and on different regions and how they play. She's got a very good understanding of the game, very good at communicating as well. Here, okay, decent trades. But I mean, it just goes to show, you know, how well planned out so much of this is for SK. In this round, there's been a hiccup, and then you just patch it right up. Jolina, that looked like aim training. Unbelievable. 11-6 now as a result. And well, I think to sum it up, Jade said in the interview before this, Jolina, you might look at her and think, well, she's good on smokes. Why isn't she playing smokes? But honestly, I think she's just a good player. You know what, Jade? I'm not going to disagree with you there.
Couldn't be saying anything more true at the end of the day. 22 and 8, so much value coming out from this Yoru, whether it's the shots that she's able to hit or the space that she's threatening Heroic Valkyrie with. But yeah, I love the call out. Just being able to shout out Jade in general. She's always been a very cerebral player. I think that every team that we've seen her on, she's brought just incredible ideas and adaptations mid-map. And I feel like that's something that she really excels at, is just being able to get that read in the middle of the game and convey that accordingly to her team as well in such an easy to grasp way. You can hear, you know, the way that she speaks and communicates even in those interviews like you were talking about as well, right? Because the leadership, it's one thing to be pulling out strategies in this matchup, but then it's also that ability to just be able to bring the vibes, bring a specific type of communication that is open and it brings the team together. I think that's something that she really excels at.
100%. Just a great personality to have around whenever we've got to chat with her outside of the show, but as well, like we say, when it comes to interviews, when it comes to explaining plays, just so on the ball for that sort of stuff. And I think that really does carry over when you have someone like that who shows those qualities outside of the game. They are very much exaggerated in terms of the value they bring inside the game. Stun decent, not even needing a flash. Jolina not able to get the kill though. It's a quick reaction on the other side that brings Miori into the round with 15 HP, but it's enough.
Oh, but now it's a shift over, right? Again, I think it's been consistent scouting coming up from Cabby. You've got the showstopper coming in here as well. Site's been evacuated by SK. They're looking to play a fast flood retake.
Dora certainly flooded into that round. My goodness, a further aggression attempted as well. That's beautiful. And for Heroic, like I said, we need that confident stance, and Adora certainly has it. Occupied Miori, well, 15 HP, more than enough. Those regen shields helped her out as she stays alive late into the round, and Jade with 6 health has no choice but to go the other way, saving that rifle through to the next. And Heroic, well, they can now look at a direct play that has worked out wonderfully for them. A couple more needed together. We need to see a pretty flawless resurgence, but this is certainly a good sign of what's to come.
Oh, it definitely is. I think Adora is a player that we haven't even talked about her all that much during the cast, but she's been someone who's always been, I think, a joy to watch on this duelist role, really making her bigger debut, I want to say during last year's season, a name that we hadn't really heard beforehand. And she was electric, a very mechanical player. And when she starts, to warm up, she's able to make these huge plays for the team. And that's something that, for Heroic, I think is a big win condition for them as far as being able to carry that kind of momentum and that energy forward and being able to set up this star duelist for those engagements.
Operator for Jolina. I see it's towards the A site. There'll be aggression there. Miori seems to be spotting it, whether it's passive or not. Well, those salvos might just have changed her mind. She's got a TP to fall back to, but Jolina is patiently waiting in this corner. Doesn't care if it's going to be Miori walking back or Fluxy walking forward. All she wants is that shot to ring out and to land firmly in a player's chest, but it's Miori to answer back. The jump up perfectly timed, and the trade out now is a 1-for-1 kill, but all of A site should be theirs. No! Devil-Exa takes down 3, and Miori, well, she has to do it all now. That is insane. And again, every time that they need Devil-Exa to show up, she shows up and then some.
The experience of this player and just her ability to take these rounds back, giving the ones at the very least, but Miori's now down to 10, and the last 2 are going to stick together here on SK. No opportunity to break back in that one. No surprise. For SK, I think when it comes down to a situation like a 2v1, they're going to play it smart. They're going to ensure that, they aren't going to be giving those ones. But this round was all Devil-Exa. It could have gone a completely different way, and she is the one that you've got to give the pat on the back to as far as gaining SK this match point.
Oh, yeah. Well, without a doubt. I mean, it's the big plays that have been there. Obviously, Purity and Jolina putting up one hell of a game as well individually. And, all that just cooks up into a recipe that ain't too good for Heroic's tournament health. Viper's Pit going down as well. Devil Axa taking early control, and this is surely foiling the plot that Heroic were going for. 5 players, no information on B, no information on A. They put all their eggs into that C basket, and now there's no way to access them. At Viper's Pits blocked them out. They need to search for a solution.
Then you look at the Rebel control being held here by Purity as well. It leaves you with a comfortable stack for a quick flood back towards B. They're happy to give that site up if absolutely necessary.
It's a nice shot.
Already shut down.
That's the thing, right? You have a Viper's Pit on C, so yeah, and like you said, the aggression on Rebel. Where else are you going to be looking? There's only one spot, and with an operator in play here, you go out looking on that attacking side to see if someone's there, and, well, you will find out the hard way. Flash primed and ready. No further aggression on it. Lida just getting inside the smoke and betting in that position, and go the salvos.
30 seconds
Stopping the plant for now with the utility they've sent in. 25 seconds on the clock. Push up by Fluxy in C main, but Devil Axa was still waiting. The attempt here was to draw rotations, but with a huge advantage. There was no way that SK were leaving their posts. Miori made a damn good try of it in the end, but 13-7 is how this story ends. That's one map up for SK, and Ash, the scary thought is that Haven is exactly where SK want this series to end.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be this upset, right? This was Heroic Valkyrie's map pick, and you know, they get a closer scoreline than last time around, but despite this being a 13-7, it felt like it was in the favor of SK this entire time. I think it came down to a couple of really big hero plays to net Heroic a couple of those rounds that we did manage to see, but at the end of the day, SK have been in the heads of Heroic Valkyrie, very much so able to play their own game.
Oh yeah, 100%. We saw it from the start. 3-1 up, ending the half 8-4, and so many of the plays set up to catch. They were trap plays that Heroic walked right into the trap. For now, this story seems to be set in favor of SK, but we'll find out if it ends on map 2 or if we go all the way to the 3rd after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody, to this first day of Game Changers EMEA playoffs. SK Nebula manages to get the pick off of their opponents. Lotus falls in their favor. And Meg, I have to say, at the beginning, it looked like it was going to be a pretty even out match. But I echo what Ash said about it looking, you know, very in favor of SK. And especially, I know that there's a round that you wanted to take a look out to reflect all of this.
Yeah, I mean, things were really looking up for Heroic to start off, but I wanted to highlight particularly round 5, as I feel like this was where everything changed. It was a pure aim round from SK Nebula, Devil's Axer with the 2K and B-Link, and I think we'll take a look at the replay if we have it. If we don't, obviously we won't. But I feel like this was SK making a statement. They were building momentum from this point on, and they came in with just pure aim. Like, you know, this round completely changed just with those sheriffs in hand, and it really showed us how SK kind of win out these rounds, and it's just with those aim jewels 100%. And everything comes after that point.
Meg, I mean, you're the one that said it in the green room. We need to have a Game Changer sheriff, right? The amount of kills that these players are able to get with sheriffs is absolutely incredible. And I think, as you said, Meg, this round in particular, the pressure that SK were able to put onto Heroic, despite Heroic having a good start, they were able to just, as you say, build momentum off the back of it. And it's rounds like this, let's not forget, it was a thrifty to begin with. They invest that Viper ultimate into the round, and it helps them get back into the game, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, they only dropped, I think it was 3 rounds against Heroic from this round on. So it definitely helped them create that momentum and win out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that especially understanding what your winning conditions are, it doesn't matter what the weaponry is looking like, you have that ultimate, you have a clear plan, and that is sometimes the difference between winning and losing a round. We were talking about with the players about the pressure that might be on for today, because remember, everybody, this is a knockout round, and as it stands right now, Heroic is on the brink of getting out of the playoffs. And one of the players that is actually, we talked also about it during the pre-show, is Jolina. We were so excited to see how everything was going to come into play in her new team. And Billy, this was just a highlight reel for her.
Honestly, this whole map, you're correct in saying that, was a complete highlight reel for Jolina. It's been such a welcome change seeing her move from that controller onto the duelist role. And we wanted to see her Yoru, we got to see it. And I'm just so excited to see how she's been playing. It's just complete confidence and the wealth of experience that she has as well. And I mean, I want to see more Yoru, but we're going on to Haven next. And she's known to play Jet on the Haven. So I can't wait to get stuck into that.
Hey, it's been some time. Maybe we see some changes. Devilax as well, playing from the Viper, had some amazing rounds throughout that Lotus, and it comes back sometimes onto what we're saying. You know, the individual levels and actually being back to relay on this kind of prowess when the round is not looking your way. But looking ahead, let's focus ourselves on the next map, which is going to be Haven. Expectations, of course, there is a lot of pressure now onto Heroic, and I wanted to pick your brains, Meg. What do you think about this Haven? We have some information on the compositions. What does Heroic need to do to bring this back and take us to Pro?
Now listen, okay, I may have previously stated that I think this is going to be a 2-0 from SK, but that was until I double checked Heroic's comp, and they do run that Fnatic comp on Haven. So I'm going to completely change my opinion here and say Heroic have to do nothing, because when you're running a winning comp like that, surely nothing can go wrong, right?
I love that the Fnatic bias is already coming in on the desk here in Game Changers, Meg. I respect it, I respect it. Look, both of these teams have a good win-loss ratio on this map. SK 5 wins, 2 losses, Heroic 3 wins, 1 loss. So if anything, maybe Heroic have some time to have VOD reviewed how SK perform. You know, they've got some coverage, they can ante some of the things. But yeah, as you say, Meg, it's just really coming down to the compositions and how different they are in this one.
Yeah, exactly. We're theorizing about the agents, of course, if anything is going to change, if we're going to see actually the changes that have been made to the agents being present when it comes to the gameplay. And I'm sure that we're going to have agent select pretty soon. But I know that you want to touch on this, Billy. So before we go into the agents, tell me about a couple of players that are on both sides and why they're important to you.
Listen, we have to talk about Jade and Fluxy. If today's date was not already in your calendar, mark it in the calendar, right? Okay. okay? This is the first time in Game Changers history that we have ever seen 2 Scottish players, not only in the main event, but 2 players going up against one another in the main event. So to me, I'm just excited. Get the kilts on, guys. I think it's so nice to see that representation from us. We look at the experience that both of these players have been played in Game Changers for such a long time. And let's not forget, this is an elimination match, so one of these players will sadly be getting knocked out.
I have a quick request to make as well, because I would love to see a similar Scottish 1v1 between Caster and Alanist. I feel like we need to see Billy and Cairo
I
go
knew
at
you-
it in the ring.
I knew you were going down.
I think that we can pitch that definitely for next time that we have like a tech post or something. We're just gonna call Kyrie, and I'm sure that he'd be down for it, right, Billy?
I'm sure he would be down. I mean, if he's up for getting absolutely stomped, then yeah.
Do you think?
let's
Yeah,
run it.
exactly. Do you think you'd win?
100%.
You have all our support.
100%.
Absolutely.
I would win.
Okay, so looking ahead, let's think about some saving graces from that first Lotus. Even though we're saying it was pretty dominant and it felt very dominant for the side of SK, do you think that maybe just right off of this composition, this comfortability, and maybe some aggression from the side of Heroic can be the difference, Billy?
I think that we've seen a lot of Heroic trying to kind of take initiative, and they were being very like aggressive, right? They were trying to put Miori in perfect positions where she could actually capitalize off the fact that she's playing the chamber. We've seen her on that AWP a lot of the time, so I want to see them take more initiative like that with this composition that they're running. But as well, on SK's side, they were able to shut it down very quickly and very easily, and when we look at their composition, we are going to see Jade back onto that breach, we're going to see a Sova, so like the double initiator, they might be able to kind of catch her out. But in saying that, we talked about, you know, the ISO changes, and maybe that will come in Heroic's favor going into this Haven.
Yeah, I did also want to highlight Miori in the last sort of game. Although she may have not found the spacing on chamber that she wanted because SK was so kind of aware of those flanks and those lurks, I do think she could be a complete change in this map, in the sense of with that op in hand, everything is different when Miori has that op. So I think as long as they can get her onto an op somehow, or finding that space and taking aggression, it should work in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Heroic, if I'm not mistaken, will be starting off from that attack inside. So we hope that this is going to give them, you know, that kind of edge, that kind of take the matters into your own hands. I think that especially when we moved on to that second half, there were some very crucial moments, some very thought out and well played rounds. Now, we've talked about it. We've mentioned her beginning just now. Jelena on the other side. She was good to take on to one. Is she going to be good enough to take on to 2 duelists this time around, Meg?
I don't know. I feel like Jelena always defies any expectation. You know, she's always going in with that aggression, no fear. So I feel like, you know, what's the difference between 1 and 2 duelists when you're up against someone like Jelena?
I love that you're saying that, Meg, but we have Lyda that's going to be going onto one of those duelists on the other side, right? She's the one that's jumping onto that ISO. We've seen her kind of jump onto the Reyna in the group stages, but the ISO is the agent that she is playing in Haven. Like I say, we have those changes on ISO now, so I'm excited to see how it's on. We know that mechanically she is such a great player. It's whether or not that can, you know, get a little bit worrying when you're coming up against an aimer such as Jelena.
Yeah, also in the interview that I had previously today with Celia, she was speaking about maybe having some more changes. I mean, for this in particular, I wouldn't see them taking, let's say, that risk. But hey, I think that Lyda could do it. It would definitely be an ace up their sleeves. But again, this is all theories. We expect that also Haven being the map that it is, we're not going to be seeing any changes, Meg.
I am not shocked here. I think Haven, as we've kind of highlighted already, is a very comfortable map for both teams. So I don't think they have to do anything crazy on either side to come into this with full fighting force.
Yeah, I think looking at SK Nebula's sides, we know that they're dominant. We know that they've played well on this map with having that 5 wins and that 2 losses. So it's whether or not they can continue with that stride. You know, this is a team that I had said I probably would have them in my top 3 at this moment in time. But looking at the agents here, it's really nice to see them stick with that double initiator. You know, Jade being on that breach, but still being able to call from the front lines is always a really welcome change.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also looking forward to that head-to-head. We've been seeing it of Sealy versus Jade. Previously, they were teammates. Today, friends outside of the server, I'm just going to say, because only one team can remain. So if Heroic wants to be that team, they have to do it by starting off winning here on Haven. Mitch, Ash, did you guys have a bit to catch a break? Because we're going into game with you.
Well, I'm not sure how you feel about that one, Ash, but now we're moving into SK's map pick. We've just seen them have a dominant piece of control over the map that just happened. It's tough to imagine that there will be a massive bounce back, but hey, maybe you've got some sort of silver lining for us.
I think the one silver lining I'm going to look at is going to be the composition. I feel like you look towards how hot Jolina has been in the server since this iteration of her switching onto that duelist. She's an incredible jet player as well, but you've also got Lyda on that ISO, and with SK Nebula starting out on defense first, weaker side on Haven generally, strong still for SK Nebula when you look at their results, but there is going to be, you know, the expectation that Jolene is going to, again, look for some more of those forward picks, and I think it's going to be really on Lyda to be that person that she is going head-to-head against, having that ISO shield popped up and giving that second breath of life that opportunity to actually try and get that trade down on a Jolena who has been so good with these openers.
Well, it seems like there's still hope out there, and let's hope that Heroic feel the same as we move into map number 2. The first map, they went 3-1 up, ended the half 8-4, won the follow-up to the pistol. In the second half, finished 13-7. It's not a great sign for how those rifle rounds went, and it did feel like SK had them figured out. We'll see if they've got them figured out here on Haven. We're going to be jumping in to this map right now with 10 seconds left before those barriers go up. You look at the side of SK, you look at Jolena, Purity, two incredible players in that last map. Devilassa, who was destroying in terms of timing. And we'll see if those factors are still there for SK as we get into the game.
I mean, already you've got Devilassa, you know, backside, Cavalry's already here, flooding back in. You've got a great mid-side smoke to allow these positions to be had here by SK.
Yes, indeed. A couple of kills that go to Heroic's side, and now those others locked out of the site entirely. It seems like SK will have no choice but to throw themselves at this with the pistols they have. Taking down these players, though, well, that is where there's not much to do. 1-0 for Heroic and a pistol under their belt. It's a good start. This is what we need to see. See if they can get the 3-1.
Pistol round is something that they were able to pick up at the beginning of Lotus there as well on the side of Heroic. They pick up the first one in the first half, seemingly able to repeat these results here into this pistol round. But my eyes are going to be towards, you know, when those rifles do start to come out. It's going to be a strong anti-eco coming out here from Heroic Valkyries. And Miori consistently going to be the player onto the pistol in case they want to bolster into that buy in round 3.
Oh, I can catch a glimpse or two of what's happening now. I believe the people at home presumably will have seen this Outlaw looking for some picks aggressively on A and finding one with Purity down. I didn't see who got that kill. My visuals are blurred slightly at times. But for the side of SK, the idea to push up on A, 4 players with low buy with pistols, it's a good one. Not one that's found them results, and Heroic have clearly sensed that danger and moved to the other side. Now, you're left inside of Garage with Devilassa looking one of two ways. There is a player right for the taking just around the corner. Miori, though, had that cam watching, knows now there's someone close, and goes hunting for them, finding them in the end.
Nice pick to be found there. I think that's something that we have to continuously keep our eye out on here with Miori. It's just going to be the timings on those lurks, especially now being on that Cypher, having a little bit more freedom with that. I think more opportunities to try and worm her way through this map here as well, and It's a flawless round to be picked up here by Heroic. This is a great start for them, all things considered, because even though, you know, last map they managed to pick up that second round as well, SK had previously made their ego close with those pistols.
Goes there.
Oh, that was very ominous. I think someone on Discord just said that goes there in Cypher's accent. People at home definitely can't hear that, but that was... I felt like I had an out-of-body experience there. Heroic 2-0 up as SK. Yes, they've got their rifles. They're up against a weaker buy. This is where we expect to see that same dominant team rise to the occasion as we did on that previous map. Someone's ult is ready, I can tell you that, and it was Yoru picking up the dimensional drift. Early contestation over the C-long orb as they move back to the A site to now, or maybe to B, to use this as an information gathering ult, to use Yoru as a drone.
Bit of that information to be found here, and the Undercut's actually not going to be able to find any of that value.
Spike down A.
Right now, just firefights on site. So far, Heroic not able to find anything except for a little bit of chip damage. Got the re-clear coming out from Cabot as well. I feel like that's something that she's been very consistent with as far as using that drone on the Tejo on last map, or the Owl drone here now on Haven is just that mid-round information to assist with those reads here for SK.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Well, the Sheriff doesn't seem to have a chance to close this one out. And he will be put to bed. Apologies, folks. We are working on some tech issues in the background, and hopefully they will be ironed out in the coming future, whenever that may be. But 2-1 from what I can see. Although everything is backwards.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's fixed. Now I can see. All right, that is a 2 and it is a 1. Fantastic. For Heroic, look, the reality is they've got themselves a lot of rifles to work with here. The economy seems to be in a pretty position, and that previous round was one where they had lots of gaps to their investment. They move into this one and a much better chance to really have that flow of the round. Now for SK, and I think this might be the first round I get to see the entirety of, so I'm excited to get our teeth into some Valorant. You've got Jolina getting aggressive early on. Dash used to just get out of there. Of course, it was about to fade, and better use it for the safety. So early aggression denied in a way by Heroic. They were tucked in waiting for the second leg of that offense that never really came. So now you reset into late round, give up that control of A that isn't being fought for, because presumably SK are fighting somewhere else. Well, they see it's not B, and they've got a good idea on Garage where they're about to go through, and the drone sees it's C. Now all the information is there for Heroic. All that's left is to make that execute happen. And by the looks of things, actually I thought SK were going to give up the site and leave Devilassa on her own, but they've stuck around with that smoke, giving them a nice little angle of cover to fight around. If Heroic go through that, it's a big risk, but one that Adora relishes.
Something that they've been throwing out consistently there, that left side, that right side mid-site smoke. Just being able to give you that logs angle there as well. Heroic is a great adjustment. Adora being able to pop through, follow up with those trades coming in. Now it's all up to Jolina in a 1v4. If anything, maybe a little bit of damage that she's looking to do this round, but more important thing will be to save this, and Yuri's just going to fully cut that off. No opportunity, and Heroic. This is a good start from them. They're looking great, I think, on some of these macro calls that they're calling up against SK right now. A lot of that re-clearing, and again, I think that something that Yuri's been praised for consistently is her lurking presence. And being able to be a little bit more flexible with that now. Again, on this Cypher pick, that ability to roam around the map, and the fact that she can play so aggressively as a Sentinel as well, which is a little bit different from some other play styles that you might anticipate that might be a little bit more slow paced, and something that Sile was applauding her for, and something that we got to know from her during last year's stage.
Round 5 kicking off with the same idea from Heroic to deny the aggression, but it is doubled up, quadrupled up on. Previously, it was Jolina stepping down short and then giving it up after the dash was about to subside. This time, it's 4 players getting aggressive and an early pick with Adora down, a big player in the previous round. Remember, Heroic were up 3-1 in the previous map, and SK, at this point, they shifted gear. For Heroic, they have to hope that's not going to happen this time around. But Jolina with a Blade Storm and now a recovered rifle as well. This team is armed to the teeth. Heroic have been denied information, and now the push-up has been revealed with Fluxy doubling up. That is the pick, or the picks that they needed. Now the A site, it should just be a formality. We see Cabot quickly rotate in.
Oh.
Fluxy again will save the round.
Down into a 2v3. This is very doable, especially with Jade opening this one up. Valida to clean things up, and Fluxy to start things off with that 3K massive here for Heroic. And SK, they've been getting punished on these aggressive pushes. They look for some of that mid control, some of that lobby control to come through, and Heroic have been really good to take these very slow defaults at the beginning of the round, knowing that SK are going to go hunting for a bit of that information. And now a timeout to finally be called here for SK Nebula. A little bit of a rework needed to see if they can find some sort of trap here for Heroic Valkyries.
It's a much better flavor to it, though, for Heroic to be able to fight their way back in like that. They lost Adora early on. They faced a Blade Storm from Jolina, who's been there time and time again. And that aggression up through A main. I think Fluxy must have been a little flustered seeing 2 players that close. Not quite sure they were expecting it. But the reaction was perfect. Turning that moment from what could have been a disaster into a huge opportunity that was then capitalized on further by Fluxy's 3rd kill, dealing with Cabot, who had snuck onto the A site. Previously, like the entirety of Lotus, it felt like, outside of those first 4 rounds, if SK did something like that, early A aggression, it worked. And if it didn't, the 3rd player, I suppose, getting onto the A site early, getting ahead of the push, that worked to stop Heroic in their tracks. This time, though, hasn't been the case. It's not quite as easy of a solution, and that, at least, is yet again another thing giving us some confidence that, well, Heroic will be able, despite this being their opponent's map pick, despite this being one of the battlefields they lost on before, they'll be able to bounce back and bring us all the way to Pearl. And I guess as well, there is always a little extra fire lit under you when we come to those knockout rounds as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm glad that we are going to have this opportunity to see a little bit of a closer matchup so far, especially with this momentum that Heroic Valkyries are building for themselves. We are dealing with a little bit of tech pause here. Hopefully we'll have some answers for you guys at home shortly, but man, for SK, it's been hard for them to get started. It feels like, you know, they've had these ideas for these more aggressive pushes, trying to keep back sight on C, but I feel like what's really nice on the side of Heroic Valkyries is they haven't been needing to expend, it feels like, that much utility to get into some of these choke points off gate. They can save that for more of that backside control, consistently pushing forward a bit more together there as well. And I think that you look towards these ISO changes as well here, Mitch, and with that undercut, now having that ability to suppress, finding so much value in being able to deny that utility, especially if Devalasa is getting caught out with it. They know that where she is typically kind of positioned over on that C site and trying to deny the value out of her trips.
Well, that's it. Yeah, getting ahead of that utility in a lot of ways as well. You've got, when they do go for those C hits, you'll see Adora going for the gate crash into the back of the sites, playing those slightly more aggressive positions now. Right off rip here, we've gotten back into the game and the barriers have gone up. Heroic, they're looking again for this A main aggression. It's been there a couple of times from SK, I think 2 rounds in a row. So it makes sense that they plan their early round to deal with that. Cam still watching for push up on garage and mid, Trap holding C long. So much information here for the side of Heroic, and you think back to Lotus, there were some rounds where they did go all in on one part of the map early on, and they didn't have that extra those pieces of information across the map, and kind of put them into a box they couldn't escape from. But this time around. They have got the fallback. Doesn't look like they'll be using it though, as all eyes are very much set on this A site itself. Good paranoia. Jade able to find one though nonetheless. Now you start to get worried. There's players here from SK. They're flooding back into the site with numbers, and Miori just about able to grab the spike and fade back through the smoke, but there is a firing squad coming to greet her. A Thrifty for the side of SK, and 4-2 we go.
Yeah, gorgeous pay safe card Thrifty coming out from the side of SK, and it came down to that trap play. Jademwa was able to, be prepped and ready with that fault line, expecting that push coming in through long. Then the flashes in response as well, and having everyone stacking over, ensuring that they can play that fast flood, play off of each other, play that numbers advantage when they only had pistols in hand, and everything went right. Now it's about being able to repeat those kind of results here on a rifling round, something that has been falling flat here for the likes of SK. The drone to try and deny the angle from Jolina.
It's you and me.
Well, it's not quite worked, has it? No denial there, although the kill still comes in for the side of Heroic. Lida able to take the 1v1 inside the ult and put pressure back onto SK. The advantage no longer sitting with them. If they do swing back out with the operator, after that shield is gone, there's two players on long that could serve to be two targets, but now the pressure applied on the back. Miori able to find one, and Jolina, well, at any given moment, could be peeked from spawn. Has to have that in the back of her mind. Repositions as the reveals ping out the information. Heroic decide to move the other way. They are walking into Purity, knowing exactly where they are.
Oh,
but Purity
what?
still finds one. Now looking into window, Jade. Okay, well, that's it. They didn't fully clear it. That's a perfect position for Fluxy. The call for the spike to move back towards this side of the map. It's being abandoned, and it's free.
So
Heroic.
weird.
Beautiful read, but look at Jolina. She's faked the steps away, suspecting someone could be lurking. A beautiful read of the situation. And SK now in a 2 versus 3. Huge advantage.
Absolutely. Lida's just going to go for something a little bit more aggressive. I want to see both these players together, but they're going to go on their individual endeavors, try and bring these numbers down to equal. A crossfire to be set up here with Garage.
Last player standing.
It's not going to work out. Instead, SK to come out on top with those swings, but such a great read coming out from Jolina. I don't know if it was maybe a step that was heard a little bit earlier that gave away the ruse, or just the general awareness of where they had gaps in their defense. But great map control coming out here from SK to net them the round.
One enemy standing.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. That very much serves as one of those rounds where they have the read. And Heroic played perfectly into their hands in the 3v3. And I can't blame Fluxy for it. It was the right call to take the space to secure that rotation. So that when your teammates go and plant the spike, you can probably even find a pick for it. But at least you can guarantee no one has stepped back into the angle. The fact that Jolina just sits waiting, the patience is there. It speaks to the belief in her teammates on the other side of the map, but also just to her read that has been perfect almost every time. For Heroic, the lead is still theirs, 4-3. But this round, they don't have a lot to work with in the position. Although perfect from Purity, the shield seems to have put a bit of a thorn in SK's side. Great damage done by Heroic already, and a real chance for this to get a whole lot better for the attack side.
Yeah, it's just a little bit greedy coming out from Devil Asset, trying to get that neural theft down, not having it quite work out. Cabot, but the jump spot is going to get hit in the body with that Marshall, so 101 to her. And now this 3v3 retake with the spike initiated towards C. You've got Jade with the near full kit available here to flood back into this site.
They've not used it yet. Waiting for long. They've so much utility now to fire in to this angle, and Jade's gone down. Great pick by Miori, and a lot of that util they could have helped is nowhere to be seen. Jolina's got to do it with just a rifle, and mistakes need to be made for this one to go the other way. They know that that's not being stuck. He swings in just to see. And the opportunity's not really given until the time is well and truly gone. That is a wonderful round from Heroic. One where, again, not only do they come in with big disadvantages, but the start to that round wasn't perfect either. Purity had a beautiful position, and it's only the shield that leaves Lida with a sliver of health, and then Lida ends up getting another that buys them the space to get the plant down.
A massive pay safe card, Thrifty, coming out from them. Like you had mentioned, that space that was able to be garnered, and Miori, I think, has been finding so much value on this attacking half here for Heroic Valkyries as well. Just being able to deny Jade that utility now as we head into this next one. It's scouting to come out from Adora, that dimensional drift to find the information.
Whoa, Jade!
What?
Nice stuff. That flick back up to the top of sewers. That's going to occupy Heroic's mind for quite a while. A 3-piece to start it out for the side of SK, and 3 players still alive for them. This is a wonderful beginning with the Cypher utility covering every gap that's left behind. If Devil Asa goes down there, it's big trouble spelled out for SK, but instead, they'll keep that control late into the round.
Just that mid-presence alone, though, enough to pull Cabot away, trusting in the operator of Jolina, and she's going to have to fall back here to a reposition towards short. Do they expect it? Shot's not going to land.
Oh, Cabot slightly off in the timing. They've made it to the site, taken one more down and dealt with Jolina. Another big round from Fluxy and Heroic. They've managed to push it across the line as a result. Miori's triple kill is what heralds in the 6th round for Heroic. And look, we had our questions, we had our doubts, but, well, Heroic have certainly set the record straight as far as their ability here on Haven. In the first half, at least 6 already, a decent starting point.
It was such an insane start to that round as well. It was a great idea coming out from Heroic Valkyries. You've got that scouting out from Adora. Then they look for that crunch over towards short with the A lobby players. And Heroics to come out from Jade to try and take that back. But now aggression to come back through. Denying the knives with that suppression as well from Lida. The undercut. That value, all of a sudden the defense here on this eco round falling away from SK.
Perhaps Cabot can pull this back. No, again, Fluxy covering their back, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and now a clean push into that C site. It's only going to be the side angle from Garage to be worried about. Purity's done well, but Jade left alone. They don't know where she is, and the sneak out has at least found another good damage, but we're towards the end of the half now, and with 7 rounds on the board, Heroic have got a commanding lead.
Well, they do. And this is a great turnaround from map 1. The reminder that, again, it was that 13-7 upset. SK taking out Lotus. That was Heroic's map pick, and now they're looking to do it right back.
Oh, this is a nice
Creative tripwire to be thrown there. Coming out from Devil Asa.
Yes, this should do.
But this is, you know, you can see how badly Heroic wants this, right, Mitch? Again, we have to remind ourselves this is a knockout round. Even though there is a lower bracket, it doesn't count for this initial one here in playoffs.
It's you and me.
That's it. Oh, early on, the tournament life is on the line, and Jolina's playing like it. That's a 3-piece picked up. And for SK, trailing by 4 rounds, it's a godsend being able to have that little bit of fire towards the end of the half. They're heating up. And for SK, 5 still possible. All they have to do is deal with Fluxy here and find 1 round after that they come into with a lot of ultis. You'd love Jade to get that kill, just 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, but it's not to be. Perhaps they can play for an orb early. Perhaps Jade can pop off in some of those early fights. Either way, whether Rolling Thunder's there or not, ult economy looking good for the side of SK. They've got a Hunter's Fury coming into this round, and Jolina, well, she's out for blood.
Oh, she definitely is. Something, you know, we have to keep in mind here as well is you look at Haven, sure, map pick here for SK, but they are starting out on the weaker side, right? When you consider the grand scheme of things, you consider the way that this map is structured, it's very attacker side heavy due to how split up the defense is, and Heroic Valkyries also have a very attack heavy composition, but they've got plenty of tools to make those entries on towards site to deal with the utility that SK will be throwing towards them. Spin control slow here for Heroic Valkyries this time around. Again, it's a constant positioning for Purity to be a little bit more aggressive on one half of the map. Have that map control, that information for the team. Such a nice walk out there from Jade too.
That is huge in this round as well. One away from Rolling Thunder, a pick could give them a huge advantage to play around. And for Heroic, they're already down by 2. Where they take this spike, it's their choice. There's not going to be I guess, an easy suggestion. B site, you're retaken from both sides. You'll need a foothold to play from, and C or A are going to be as difficult to get into as ever. It looks like they'll try to wrap their way through Garage. Not a bad idea moving together.
30 seconds left.
ISO can still pop the shield and go for the run through. That's exactly what we're going to see happen. Reveal dodged. Paranoia not quite so much.
Ooh,
Jolina still takes down Lida despite the shield being in play, and despite them not even looking at backside. They didn't know about that player. They didn't need to. Rolling Thunder online to close out the half, but the round is already done. 5-7. SK with a lease of life right at the end, but Heroic still dominating the scoreline. 7-5. They lead as we go into the second half after the break. Welcome back, folks. 5-7 when we left you, and we haven't played around without you. Wasn't that nice of us? We're about to dive on in to this second half and see what SK can do on the attack. For Heroic, tournament life on the line, and they attempt to hold the line here and get all the way to Pearl. But this is SK's map pick, and on the attack, they seem to have all the pieces put together, at least when it came to Lotus. Let's see if it's going to be the same here, as barriers are soon to go up.
I'm really curious to see the approach that Heroic Valkyries are going to bring to this defense right now. It already seems like they're poised and ready for this mid-hit coming out from SK. Very strong read coming out of the gate here from Heroic. You already can see Lida's ready for the dart she's expecting to come through. And even the possibility of throwing out that undercut into front sight if Adora needs it.
Pressure that's being applied gets a response out of Heroic. They see presence on A. They want to push up B, but Purity's there waiting. Miori finds one, and they know that Purity's here. A second player boxed in and a chance to equalize in this round. But then you start to think, has Purity moved? Have they TP'd and made it to a con and are now already on the site? Well, perhaps that will leave Purity with a small angle later on. The push up from Sile. I'm waiting for someone to spot it, and there it is. It's Jolina who ends up ticking that box. But with damage done to Jolina and the kills found on mid onto Purity, there's a real chance. Foxy again, the hero that Heroic need, as 7 turns to 8.
That was just such great play coming out from Heroic. I like the idea from SK, you know, go for that CT push, and Fluxy just comes out on top in that 1v2 duel as Miori is the backup that's needed if she does end up falling, which just isn't the case. So both pistol rounds to be picked up here by Heroic this time around. And for SK, since they managed to secure that spike plant, they're actually going to look to purchase up into this round, take a little bit of a risk for that to try and close the gap early on. My fear, though, is if it doesn't pan out, that means that you could be throwing around the third round of the second half away because you won't have those rifles. But I get looking to contend instead.
Well, early fights are sending Adora running, and Fluxy's being revealed in the corner. If SK pick up the pace on this, the punish could most certainly be there. Jolina already making her way to the back side, or to the side itself, I suppose. It's actually Heroic who are going to go for the push. Moments later, the swing comes into them, and they are more than ready for the fight. Cabot with the double on the Sheriff, though, has recovered this. It looked like a little bit of a cleanup as soon as the mark was pushed off by Jolina. Instead, there's a chance that subsides in favor of Heroic. A nice attempt on the other side with SK putting credits on the line. The round won't be found.
The risk taken doesn't quite pan out there for SK. It was a great responsive flash coming out from Adora, just trying to slow down and temper that initial front sight take that SK were going for. Trying to bide a little bit more time for that rotation to come through from the rest of the team here as well. Man, things got a little bit dicey. However, Heroic can feel very comfortable into their bonus round, knowing that they won't have rifles that they're contending up against. It should be a net of double digits here for Heroic into this one. We've seen some crazy thrifties coming out, so you never know what SK are going to be able to pull out.
It's a good sign with Jolina down and Devilassa following as well. Those are the two main players that have been there when things start to fall apart. Maybe Purity can be added to that list. A phenomenal previous map, was good at playing with the pack. But in terms of just taking that control on one side or the other of the map, Devilassa's lurks have been phenomenal. And so for Heroic, they can breathe a sigh of relief. At least you'd assume so. Now in this 5v2.
Yeah. Nice paranoia setup just off the back of that trip breaking.
Traveling, stealing sight.
Just trying to deny that push over towards the C site. Will come through regardless, but can still to be dealt with, and information to be found into the post plant. It's just damage that SK are looking to do.
Last player standing.
Very nicely dealt with. To the side of Heroic, they'll sit back, they'll wait, and take a patient approach to it. And I think after those early fights, you know, you win your duel on B, you shut down the lurk up through sewers. There is no need to fret. And then obviously your C long pick as well, with Jolina falling at the very start of the round. For SK, low buy, low success. Now, this is where we expect things to turn around. Weapons come into play. Ultimates are almost there for that attacking side. But Heroic, 10-5. Hey, look, they're coming close to the home stretch at this point. They win this round, they're pretty much there. And even then, this isn't one that they're investing everything into. In fact, they haven't, bar the one Vandal on Lida, everyone else is on a cheaper weapon.
That's the thing too, right? For SK, not only are we looking for them to make a bit of a comeback into this round, it has to be a clean round coming out from them with the position that their economy is in. And Adora's already found so much information over towards C long, pushed so far up, knowing now that the read is that SK is going to be dealing with this heavy presence that they're showing over towards A. Maybe a potential mid lurk there. And it's going to be that mid re-clear that we're looking at from SK as well. And with this timing, you even see that gate crash being sent back by Adora, with them cutting noise towards that A site. She's expecting that maybe some presence will be shown. She can hear these steps being made over in mid as well.
Well, at this point as well, the garage control, it's being telegraphed, and I think SK know that. There's no way that you're assuming that Heroic or all these sounds, these shots and steps previously are falling on deaf ears. That's why they pump the brakes. Purity then starts to move up through short, perhaps trying to sell somewhat of a fake on that side, as if the garage was supposed to be loud, it was supposed to draw their attention, and then maybe they could fly under the radar. And A, Heroic keep 3 players in position, perhaps thinking that's exactly what's going on, while the real push comes in on the site. That's not a clean fight. Jolina fails it, but Miori falls in the end, and the space now bought for that spike to go down. Paranoia for backside, but the smoke out blocks them from following up on it. That's too much of a risk to go for. And Adora, there's information. That's so much. All of them have now been spotted. They must know they're clear to push into that site to claim that space, and it's the fight on the choke point that will really matter. With Adora lit low, the shock dart sent in to try to hunt them down. Another that's fired in is stopping the defuse for now. The pressure on as time ticks away, and Cabot finds 4. There's no way back. And with Purity cementing it, the round is theirs. 6-10, trailing by 4. And a nice idea from them here. They're starting to show that they've got that push and pull, just like back on Lotus.
Incredible firepower coming out from Cabot there. You saw her shock darts as well, delaying that spike defuse too. But also, at the same time, tragically expensive Heroic. They forced them to only have 1 gun carried over into this round. Now netting a couple of those light shields, a regen shield as well. Adora's got that operator online thanks to the money bank that had been saved up by Heroic with those 3 rounds in a row in the second half. Oh, this time on the angle.
The drone goes up on long as well. Doesn't see anybody. The SK are going to use util surely before they peek, and indeed they do. It's the drone of their own, and now clears out sewers, gets all those close corners out of the back of their mind, and now the focus moves towards the site, but Adora's reposition hasn't been found. They don't know where that off made it to. The stun is good. She's lit down low and sent running out of the site. The retake, pretty much the only option.
And that was a great pause outside of A lobby, just starving Heroic Valkyries of that information.
They froze and they found their reward. Jade has picked up a kill with the Aftershock, and now Heroic 1 player down, losing the reveal for their fight back, and an ult sent into the spawn from Jade. The timer really being run down. Even the shield that was in play for Lyda is now gone. Heroic, they've been stalled out, and the only choice, I said they didn't have much of a choice but a retake. I was wrong. The choice is a save.
Just opting to keep their credits a little bit more measured on the side of Heroic Valkyries. That's a massive round win coming out from SK here as well. Not a single player dropped, and at least bolstering their economy a little bit more. We're starting to cycle up into a couple of ultimates here. Heroic Valkyries, that's just 1 away from the Hunter's Fury there for Sile, and they're actually going to call a timeout here as well. They started off with nice momentum, 3 rounds in a row, and now SK Nebula, they finally stopped the bleeding, able to chain 2 rounds together. Just looking to see, okay, how do we want to deal with how SK are pausing in these early rounds? They're denying a bit of that info, showing that presence, forcing Heroic to do a little bit of re-clearing Sile's utility.
It is the right time to call that timeout. Just look at the timeline. 3 rounds to start this half out, and a resurgence from SK. The fact that the previous map was led, the pace, the fights, everything that went down was SK's decision. When they froze, Heroic pushed into the space that they left. When they re-executed, Heroic were right inside the trap that was set every time. Now, it hasn't felt the same. These are rounds that are won in, I think, more conventional manner. It gives me that idea that Heroic will be able to push through, but the problem is, if SK now recapture that previous image that they had, well, this may quickly flip-flop in the other direction. For Heroic, they saved in the previous round. Now they've got money invested into this one. Credits on the line. Operator in play. Stack up on A early, but Purity finding the frag onto Lyda. Advantage SK.
You've got that another smoke coming through. You've got a great Aftershock to deal with Adora here as well, expecting the off angle with that operator. SK's utility is picture perfect here in round 18.
But Sile flew under the radar, tucked in a corner, and uncleared until the final moment. That It's not even the advantage back, but it's something. Jolina
Flank.
firing in on the back of the Hunter's Fury. It's only Fluxy that's left on this side. Miori, though, causes problems in the back. Problems that Fluxy can't capitalize on. There was too many players, and they rooted her out. Now, it's left to just one, to Miori. 20-9 on the Cypher. A phenomenal performance so far, and it's getting a little bit better. There's 21 on the board. The 4K needed, but a high-low setup from two very high delivering players on the side of SK.
Oh, Crossfire set up now as well. She's not going to bite, but this is still planted for Heaven. An easy angle for Jolina to deal with. One cage available, but still an opening.
Well, there's time. There's the real pressure here. It's ticking away halfway, though. Miori, it was a brave play to stick it there, expecting them to try to bait her off the spike. But in the end, they had that second player. And that's the difference maker, 8-10. And a 2-round gap. No, it might have been a little more. I like that idea from Sile. I like the fact that Miori's able to get on the flank and find that so early. But again, just this overwhelming push from SK that claims the site. Now we look to the next and think, well, what do Heroic have to work with? And it's really not a pretty picture.
Behind me.
Well,
over there.
Playing this 4-1, you've got the trips to deal with mid, garner that information. You got the stack out from Heroic with a couple of these hero rifles on A. No one's gonna bite this time around. They see the deep smoke will go out from Heroic towards A lobby. They're happy to give that up. Do a little bit of soul searching on the other side of the map with the walk down coming out here from Miori towards Silong as well. Just narrowly missing, I think, the information on Devilassa, waiting for this lurk. She's so aware of it, not even give a chance. They're re-clearing together.
That's Miori dealt with, and again, you just look at how efficient SK are in so many of these scenarios. They're all on the same page, but hold on. Hunter's Fury, it's not finding anything by the looks of it. It has delayed the plant somewhat, but it's about the only thing we can report about it. And now, for Heroic, will they be able to take advantage with these few seconds extra that they've bought themselves? It looks like yes. Oh, it looked like yes. Jolina pops off, punishing that retake and leaving Fluxy to do it all yet again. Another 3-piece perhaps. Well, Fluxy hasn't batted an eyelid at it so far, but the swing is punished. Devilassa on the other side, climbing back RSK. Just 1 round in it now.
And that's off the back of a timeout coming out from Heroic all the way in round 18 now. Unable to stop that bleeding SK. Full control of this momentum so far. They're great fights. It seemed like Heroic were breaking back into this, but Jolina managing to find that 3K, equalizing those numbers as Heroic were trying to flood back into that site, was everything into this post plant to give her chance to the team.
Get out of my way.
A similar setup from what we saw last time. Yori going to be on an island here towards C. Unable to get out so far as well. Stuck backside.
Yeah, for now, though, hasn't been spotted. That cage is serving well. Oh, no. 2 players. When that cage faded, I think only one expected. No spike plant for now. You've been taken into this battle that Cabot will win. Jolina through the smoke gets nothing because it's Purity's round. Oh, no!
No!
Oh, delete it. Don't you dare show me a replay of that. If you put that in the replay, it's on site. That was awkward. And I guess, you know, target selection, there's so many players there. Oh, no. Well, that's another round for SK, and of all the moments for this to happen, for Purity to get that 2-piece, and then Adora, who's been so consistent so far, to have that moment. And again, or rather looking at the previous map, looking at Lotus, looking at some of the big plays they've had here, obviously scoreboard isn't maybe reflective of a phenomenal individual game, but it was Ray's last map, right? She was popping off on. It hasn't been connecting here, and now Heroic have to call this timeout at 10-10. This is heartbreaking stuff, Ash, considering how far ahead they were, and also how quickly the dominoes crumbled in that round, right? Like Purity double spraying you down as the jet knives are firing in. It's tragic.
Yeah, I mean, to give you guys a reminder of how this timeline looked, it started off with this 7-5 half in favor of Heroic Valkyries. Then they managed to find 3 rounds in a row, finding their bonus due to SK, forcing up in that second round off the back of that plant, taking that risk. And that nets them 10-5. It's been 5 rounds that SK have been able to chain together here, pushing Heroic Valkyries onto this half buy. And a great opportunity, the best opportunity for SK to actually take the lead here on Haven. A map that Heroic needs to stay alive in this best of 3, in this knockout rounds here for stage 1.
Oh, it's a tooth and nail buy here. It's going to be a scrappy fight. I mean, even just... look at how things have gone down. You got light shields on a couple players with pistols, stingers, judges, then a rifle on Lyda with no shields to work with. Of course, she has the choice of popping her own shield, going in for those duels. But it is this is one of the scrappier buys. Obviously, the idea being to keep credits for the next round where they'll be able to really fight for it. But it needs to be perfect from the next round on. Maybe there can even be a chance here. Shot not going to land for Adora, and Jolina is hitting everything, quickly overwhelming the A site. Still one down on short, though. Not for long.
Yeah, no. I mean, 2v5 for Lyda at the very least. Better to even save this Vandal over into the next round. She only has 450 credits that are carrying over into the next one. She will fall back, but that allows Fluxy to go for some exits if possible. Try and get some value out of this Stinger, knowing that she will have enough after perishing to that spike, or even trying to keep a bit of SK around as that looks to detonate. And they're not going to let her have it whatsoever. Lyda's just got to run for the high hills, and this advantage now into the hands of SK. It seems like they've firmly grasped tempo control here on Haven. The changes in pace, the quick pauses that they're taking mid-round as well to force Heroic Valkyrie's hand to show a little bit of their presence here and there. It's been really nice to see coming out from SK off that back of a timeout that we saw all the way in like round 6. It felt like that was when SK started to build that momentum back up.
Well, most certainly. Yeah, well, at this point, 6 rounds in a row, Heroic are going to be having a big discussion about when that momentum started to build back up and what they could have done to stop it. And I think from the side of SK, this is how it felt in the first map that they had full control. But this one, even at 10-7, we were in this position where, okay, SK have some light there at the end of the tunnel, but Heroic, they hadn't lost control completely. Up until now, though, and from that moment until now, it has felt like the shoe's on the other foot. Like all of a sudden SK have woken up, they've reclaimed control, they've got their pacing, and now for Heroic, this is the last line of defense. A full buy at the final hour, 10-11. They've lost the lead, but if they lose this round, they may just have lost their chances here in stage 1.
Oh, Paranoia is ready for contact here.
Enemy down.
Ready to find the first, and her ability to get out as well. Camera broken towards C Long. That information is garnered that it is going to be the C garage split coming out from SK.
They've dealt with Miori. Traps her down. Fluxy, though, ever the hero for the side of Heroic. Another will be found, and the TP to backside as Purity fades on out. We went from one TP to another. That was interesting. Devilassa in the position that has been revealed because the rifle was seen. Silly just about saw the barrel. Now it's left to Purity. And Purity has had some phenomenal rounds. 15 and 13 at the moment. A chance to increase those stats significantly, but it will not be landed as Lyda, well aware of that position being held. Heroic, I said they needed to hold strong here. This was the last line of defense, and they have indeed done that. They've taken it back to neck and neck. We're going to all of the rounds. Let's see if Heroic can bring us to all the maps.
Enemy down.
There's a great little trap contact play there into garage to even open up this round here for Heroic on the defense. And SK now to pull a timeout. We got to remember, Heroic Valkyries have used all their timeouts today, right? Now SK pulling out their last one in this map here as well. It will give Heroic another chance to have a conversation of how they want to deal with how SK have been going for that initial smoke towards A long, starving them of that information, having that pause to cut noise and not reveal too much presence. That time we saw them use it to try and rotate, re-hit towards that C side. Doesn't pan out for them. Previously, they were consistently still breaking into A after taking those few seconds. And Heroic are starting to get an idea of it. Got those micro combinations coming in that are working out for them, but still toe-to-toe.
The question is this the resurgence at the final hour, or is it a flash in the pan? And SK, the final timeout, will be the ones to answer that. Have their opponents figured it out? Have they cracked the code?
Yes, this should
Or is this going to be just a glimmer at the very end? For SK, Rolling Thunder is online moving into this round. Credits are stacked high. They could pull out an attack side op if they wanted to, and the effects of it would not be significant moving into that next round, but they will not. Instead, and also the idea of giving the op over to your opposition might not be too tempting either to potentially close out the map. There's a lot to be considered for Heroic. There's a lot to consider as well, because they've just droned out A short, seen nobody. Nobody spotted on C long. Garage seems clear, and the only thing they know is there's a smoke in Garage now, and they're hearing a drone right about this moment. It seems like all signals are pointing to a C hit, but the spike is still in spawn.
Just seeing what they can draw out from Heroic early on. You've got this prepped and ready. You can see the C setup ready for one of those garage splits. Expectations on the side of Heroic. You've got the ability for all three players on this A site to fall off if necessary, if that Rolling Thunder does come through from A long. Looks like that's the setup here so far from SK.
Oh, there it is. That's exactly what they hope to avoid with giving up all that space. The Rolling Thunder won't find any free kills. These players now look to retake quite quickly, being just waiting outside that doorway. And they're finding the picks too. Lida's done well with a double. This is putting a lot of pressure on the remaining players. Devilassa being the last and revealed, but already having found a kill. They knew exactly where she was. Spike down in the open, 12 seconds, both kills needed. The chances to find them not looking too good. Down to 7 seconds. This is it. This fight here determines it, and it's Mayori to win. 12-11. Heroic have trailed for a little bit. SK, they were 1-0 up in maps. They took the lead here at the final hour, and it looked like everything had just crumbled. But for Heroic, they can now push this to map 3. Just one more round.
It's a great fast flood. Nice protocoling coming out from Heroic Valkyries, knowing that that Rolling Thunder was going to come through, ensuring that nobody was going to get caught up in it.
This goes here.
Now,
This should do.
not as many tools available here for SK. First time we're seeing one of those heavy leans towards the C site early on into the round. 5 players to hit. Flexi's just found so much value consistently.
Oh, Cabot's hit it onto Fluxy. Well, yeah, a big player dropped him with the follow-up. Well, with that being the follow-up to Mayori falling and no utility waiting for them on C. It's a free plant to be found. Back being watched and no doubt a clearance of Garage as they fall back. Heroic, map 3, looking less likely by the moment. Lida on her way in. That's a double tap from Jelena. That's insane. She's like, you have a shield. The whole point is you get a second shot, but I don't think she even got to shoot. Jelena's so quick. 12-12. It's OT locked in.
I just gotta know, like, was that smoke done purposefully? Give Jolena the upper angle, have that little peek through, maybe make the likes of Heroic think that, okay, it might be a little safe to get this peek, but just looking to actually funnel them into a close angle to be held there. Now into overtime for SK. This is their opportunity to try and close this out to 2-0. And again, Heroic trying to keep themselves even alive here in the playoffs bracket.
24 and 14 from Jolina. And on a Jet, you know, you expect some numbers to be put up. And certainly if you're listening to Billy on the analyst desk, you'd expect Jolina on a Jet to do that. But when you look at Miori, on a Cypher, and in a lot of retake scenarios, you know, the high-low setup, SK have baited, I mean, not baited them in, they didn't do anything, they just sat there and hoped that they can. They gambled, and, well, they have certainly found the result. Fluxy's been making some clutch plays, but let me tell you, that one was a bridge too far. I'm not sure about the just straight TPing in. Spike down on long. Miori, well, look, I said on retakes, she's been phenomenal. Great individual performance. Let's see what you've got. 1v5.
Gotta retake this spike. Same difference, right? But a tall order to ask here for Miori. There will be some opportunity to isolate maybe a 1v1 or so here, but even this high-low, watching this garage link from platform is going to make it impossible. Flawless rounds come out here for SK. They net themselves match point after earning overtime. And for Heroic Valkyries, they've got to be sweating.
Without a doubt. You know, we talk about it a lot that it sucks to lose series dominantly, but they are the ones that are quickest to leave your mind, right? You know the mistakes you made. You know that a 13-1 doesn't represent what you as players can put out in the server. And so you can move on and just work on the couple pointers that are worth taking away from that. You learn a lot from those losses. From a game like this, though, knockout round 13-7 on your map pick, move to your opponent's map pick, take the lead just before we hit even the conversation around OT, end up having to push to OT as a second place prize almost, and then SK pop off like that. 2 back-to-back firepower filled rounds. This is where things get very scary. And you know, I'm almost surprised that it's SK that are the ones calling this pause going into the next, taking a tactical timeout in overtime. You know, we'll see many teams do it. And I guess maybe an element of that being they did have those like 2 little hiccups at the end of their attack side. Maybe going back to the drawing board on what will Heroics round look like and how they can counter that. But it is strange because I feel like the momentum's in their favor at the moment.
We've seen a couple of teams do this in the past, though. Just looking to take it while they're up, see if they can just guarantee the closeout instead of risking, you know, the potential of having to run that overtime back again. It'll be the same protocoling that we've seen, except the main difference maker, I think, being that DevilAsta is actually leaning a bit more heavily towards that C side, playing into spawn. You've got the trip, you've got the camera to watch mid there as well. Very different setup on A from what we've seen previously on the side of Heroic Valkyries. It's gonna be mid that Heroic are looking for. Adora doesn't see anyone, so the gate crash back to ensure she doesn't get caught out, and the re-clear to come out based off the information from the camera. The trip to be broken to put that additional pressure on B as well.
Adora's going for the spams. They haven't landed up top. Purity is still there, taking the free real estate, but everyone else has fallen. Purity now goes to, and DevilAsta, well, Miori couldn't make it happen. Let's see what DevilAsta can do. 1v5 and the first found, but that's where it ends. 13-13. Another OT's coming.
I feel like it's always a bold statement when you're trying to actually hit B when you're still in a 5v5. Usually you're looking to actually get at least 1 pick first due to how many avenues the defense has to look to retake this site. And they play it perfectly. They didn't have to expend any utility into the early round. They saved a lot of it. And now this final timeout to be called here in this map on the side of Heroic, being able to bring it to another overtime situation for them.
A moment to gather themselves ahead of the chaos that will no doubt ensue for SK. Feels like a victory that's just being delayed. Heroic, they have them at their heels. But players like Fluxy, in these moments, they've been delivering. We've seen Adora start to find a rhythm a little bit more here on the Yoru, but the switch up from Jolina, moving from a smoke player, and I guess it is exactly like Jade said, she's just a good player. You can put her on anything. But you know, even on the Jet, delivering again and again. I feel like the Blade Storm hasn't, we haven't seen that huge pop off. There's been the interesting thing for me is like whenever you see her going for these deep pushes, there's often someone like Purity there by her side. They're doing these dives together. They're pacing, that they use their freeze very well in the middle of the round. That's a little shock that's sent out to take down traps. It's ended up getting the Cypher as well. Not a bad start, and a lot of pressure being applied towards this C site. It looks like Heroic want to be quite direct indeed. Picking up the pace as a solution. Purity ready on longs, already found one. They look back site, but the rotates are already here. SK have them boxed in exactly. Well, that's not ideal. Exactly like you said. And now Miori is left to do it all. Another 1v5 that is required. 2 have already been found, and now alarm bells start to ring. That's why SK bring the cavalry and swing together. 14-13.
We're looking at these attacking rounds here, Mitch, and that seems to be where the piece of the puzzle lies, is who's able to win out that attacking round into this overtime, and the difference that that's able to make. We've seen some repeat situations from both ends of being down to one player in a 1v5, 1v4 situation. The defense has been clean from both. And now
that goes there. Oh, this is a nice
SK being able to shut that one down on the side of Heroic. It's going to be up to if they can close it out on the attack once again.
Cover going out.
A little bit of protocoling. Not going to find any trips here towards C-Long. A very different start. Again, it's been, I think, a lot of early presence, especially when it's towards that C site. They tend to take it at much faster tempo, but look at this walk up. Knife is out and ships in the night.
She snuck all the way through. Oh, but if she swings out a little wider, Adora's going to have that info. Letting her walk her way up. Oh, there was no gate crash already down. That's putting pressure. Then Adora delivers under. 4-piece picked up an SK. Well, it's another 1v5 clutch needed. I don't know how this keeps happening. Such clean early fights. Decisive in favor of Heroic. That, and look, Cabot. Couple of big rounds. I think it was a 4-piece in one of them here on Haven. And that's all that's needed from this point forward. This is a very big ask indeed, though.
Celia's giving her the one here in long.
Oh, that was hit very quick indeed.
Scanning ahead.
Now I am worried.
Left.
The plant? Okay, sure. No, Lyda thinks it's going to be a fake. Plant is now secured. Cabot has Hunter's Fury as well. A couple kills, and this one might just be locked in. Heroic need to approach this one with caution. It should still be theirs. They've got utility. The blind is perfect. The drop is absolutely sublime, and they have done that with ease. But I did, for a moment, it got a little bit scary.
Oh, that was terrifying. That was terrifying. I think even the fact that Adora is able to get 4 in A lobby, just fully opening this round up for Heroic Valkyries, it really is coming down to these attacking rounds. Who can win out their attacking round first? It feels like that will be the difference maker. On SK, everyone a little bit too preoccupied watching that gate crash travel over towards short. It didn't get popped, so I don't know why we weren't clearing that close corner still. But questions to be asked a little bit later. You know, you get caught up in the action and things can slip away, but we can't afford to be making these mistakes here, especially if you're looking to close this one out. And so much on the line here in this elimination matchup.
Revealing area.
Side under threat, but Jolina is the one to find the opening. Jade swaps in positions as well. Jolina now extremely low for the late round fights. SK, they have control down on C-Long as well. Look at the cam that they've got positioned. That's a ton of information. Combined with the garage control, at least with the trap, you know, the problem is they can break that and very quickly breach into C. So you can't leave it alone. But the thing is, that's fine for Purity to be here because it's a good position to put out a Paranoia if they want that aggression back out into mid. Unfortunately, Jolina goes for it without any support, ends up being dropped with the low HP, and now the walk out of garage is the next best option, only one to be found. The second player, not expected, but still, the 1-for-1s are all they get. Heroic can take this where they want now.
Yeah, 2v2. Cabot's going to have this clear towards A, so the read is that it should be the C hit with this information, her not being able to see or find anyone. And you've got
30
Jade still
seconds left.
maintaining some of this garage control towards window at the very least. We'll hear the tap come through. Still a flash, as well as the fault line to work with here for Jade. You've got a recon information for Cabot. She will be revealing her position anyways. Breaking the trip.
ahead.
Oh, I like it. You know, it's all just to send those players to backside to be caught by the flash, and that's exactly what happened. Jade able to connect the kill onto Miori. Cabot finding one from long, and the split works out in SK's favor. 15 to 14. And now we move into our next leg of this OT with an advantage for SK again. The attack has been where the problems are, so it's by no means a certainty for victory. But Heroic, they'll start to feel that pressure mount once more, as they're not just fighting for another round, they're once again fighting for tournament life.
Very different setup on the side of Heroic from what we'd seen previously. I think the first time we're actually seeing Adora and Sile paired together towards the A side. Aside from maybe 2 rounds ago when we had that aggressive push coming out from Adora, not going to be the case this time around. SK contest the space early on, something that they had been defaulting very heavily during their attacking half.
We've seen the same approach. Okay, actually not quite so much. There's a bit more telegraph from SK this time. Heroic now know that the push is coming in. The question is, do they give up the site? No, there's 3 players waiting for the paranoia, and then once it comes in, they blitz forward, but they're caught. A couple of kills going back in Heroic's direction, though. Leave Jade all alone, running for the hills with the spike, being chased, but making it around the corner. It's usually a 1v5 that's required. This time, a 1v3. A little more doable, perhaps. But look at the Cypher util. They're going to have a very good idea where this push is coming in. Although I like the fact that we didn't see Miori run for the hills, they're going to approach this one as a 3, as a unit.
The thing is, you also have that Cypher Cam long was never dealt with because we had all 5 players outside of A. So they'll have the information that Jade is not playing towards C long, expecting maybe this garage push to be coming in from her. But if she gets this window timing right, it could make the difference.
Oh, the crouch peek from Fluxy is enough to bring it across the line for Heroic. And it's that fight on A side. It's the fact that 3 players wait on the back. They have the paranoia come through from Fluxy. That's huge. It stalls out the push. There would have been players emerging from a smoke and threatening that backside push or backside hold from 2 different angles. And instead, they are just left sitting there. And then obviously Adora popping off with a quick double and a crouch peek from Fluxy. It's the cherry on top to keep Heroic in it as we go into round 31. It's been nothing but defensive sided rounds, and a lot of it comes off of, you know, this time it was a team fight, but usually it's like 1 player finding 4 kills. See if that's going to be the case this time.
Time will tell. No, Heroic. Heroic the long smoke, and SK are going to look to contest that immediately, actually, with the deep smoke towards A lobby themselves. Purity to find the information, a quick pivot over towards C, and you can see Devil Asset just fully looking to fall back, has a retake camera that she'll be able to play with the rest of the squad here as well. Free sight for the taking for them at the very least. Looking to play 5v5 into this.
Yeah, this big push from SK up through A long. Look, they've already got Cabot inside the window. They've got Purity now catching them, walking back out of Garage. The plant will come through, and Heroic will have the site to hold on to, but SK, again, with that early fight, they've robbed them of some map control that then they look for with the deep push. Lyda able to trade out onto Jade, but the position of Jolina hadn't been spotted. Only nets damage. Oh my goodness. There was no safe haven for Sile to play from there. Devilassa on for another as they flood back into the site from all angles. It is a free defuse in the end. SK 16. And another chance to close out this series before heading to Pearl.
Beautiful protocoling coming out from the side of SK. And great reads coming out from them too. They know that they had that flank pressure because of Purity being able to take down Fluxy in towards mid. And then the expectation of, okay, they might look to actually plant 4 back site here. We're putting a lot of pressure on them. They're going to have to go for a bit of an aggressive push so they don't get completely sandwiched in on site. But all the idea was there. It was just a great response here from SK instead. But can they close it out on attack? It's been these defensive round wins for each team, Mitch.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I think, you know, so far on this attack side, it has often come down to the fact that we have players pushed up into nasty little positions. Although thinking back, you know, the push up from Devil Asa when they were on their attack side, going through a cage and trying to sort of thread the needle, that was another sort of solution that they were trying to pull out on SK that in that round, I think it was Adora ended up finding a 4-piece from. And that's been the flavor of a lot of these when we go to OT, is the team tries a play, they maybe think they have space, and all of a sudden blindsided by a Miori, by an Adora, by take your pick at this point. I think an element of that for SK is that they do so well when they get to control the pace of these rounds. I think their push and pull towards the end of their attacking half, I think the first kind of quarter that we saw there was very scrappy. It was very conventional Valorant, but they seem to have a good amount of control when they move to that attack side. But here we're seeing the same from Heroic on Haven. It's, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that they were the ones that picked this map.
Hey, fair enough. I think that when you look at this map pool, is a really strong first 2 maps for both of these teams going through and through when you look at their history. But I think that one thing that I really want to see now that SK are back on the attacking side is I do like the protocoling that they have towards A lobby. I think the pressure is good. They're drawing a good utility out from Heroic Valkyrie, even though that those rounds haven't been netting them wins. However, I think that a key piece is having Devil Asa on the other side of the map. When they are grouped all together as 5, they're lacking on that information that's gonna help them with a couple more of those reads. They're not pressuring Miori's Cypher utility that is controlling so much of C-Long, allowing that stack to happen over towards A. So I want to see that Cypher util being dealt with. It's because I think that's their best chance at opening up these rounds and being able to make those mid-round reads for the pivot and to try and close this out in a 2-0.
Oh, it's been quite a battle so far. We've gone, as you can see down below, 16 to 15 in favor of SK, but all signs are pointing to this going to another OT. Someone's got to figure out the attack side eventually, and here in OT it's been a tough cookie to crack. And I think an element of that is, like we saw from Heroic, that little bit of extra defensive aggression that we've seen them go for, because they were giving up control at times that was being seized by SK. But here, an example being Adora pushing up through short, they've had that little bit of an extra flair to it. Now, I don't know if we'll see the same thing here. Gate Crash is sent over to the C site from Adora, and she's on short early, so a good chance that there will be a connection to... Oh, no, indeed. An immediate Gate Crash, immediate move to that side, because look at the pressure from SK. So instead of the early information for Heroic pushing A to assume that it's C, they hear some utility and instantly rotate over there. But it's left them in this kind of awkward position now, Ash, in the late round, where they don't really know anything about where SK are challenging for map control.
Yeah, the drone does come out, so both drones should just be able to hear each other over towards A lobby. But it's still a bit more of a default look here with that heavy lean towards A coming out from SK. Just some mid-clearing protocols, guaranteeing that no one has snuck into cubby. Trying to get Devil Asa into a prime position for a late round lurk. After all is said and done, the regroup over towards the C side here as well. And with that C-Long camera dealt with early on, that was what I wanted to see. But now we're starting to run the clock down a bit.
30 seconds left.
Well, a bit turns to a lot. There's only 22 seconds left, 23 in fact, when the dash comes onto the C side. And it's open. It's wide open, in fact. There is a trap sitting on the site that I'm not sure that they're aware of. That Spam almost got rid of the trap by taking Miori down, and Devil Asa has walked up right behind them. We looked for the solution to the attack side rounds. We may have it here. A double for Devil Asa. Spike down, and post-plant occupied. Jolina not isolated. Why would I think that? Of course, she is the one to win that fight, leaving Sile all alone. 1 versus 3. The spike planted for long, players on it, but Jolina holds the site strong. 17 to 15. It is a marathon, not a sprint, but in the end, it's SK's victory to claim.
You were asking if it was going to be a bit of a closer matchup this time around, and yes, the scorelines were closer than the last time these two teams faced off, but a repeat victory here for SK to knock Heroic Valkyries out. I do want to give them the kudos though. Heroic, I think they had some great ideas going into the two maps that we got to see from them, but this was a great and strong finish from SK Nebula to net them the win here on Haven.
It absolutely was, and we got to see so many individuals pop off here in this battle for Heroic. No doubt hoping that or rather they'll look back and wish that that first map that they came into with the same flair they did here on their opponent's map pick, because this was a completely different game when we started out on the map of Haven. The first felt like SK had control pretty much the whole way through, and I think that speaks to the prep that they've done in the background. But when it came to this map, they certainly put up a fight. 17 to 15. It's been a while since I've gotten to see an OT quite that long. So yeah, it was a pleasure to be here for it, but in the end, just a pleasure to watch SK play. This looks like a very scary team, especially when so many of these players are firing on all cylinders. Looking at Jolina, of course, because look, anyone when they go for a role swap, you expect to play well, but I think it's especially easy to understand why someone who plays a duelist swapping to a controller or to an initiator or anything like that, why they can deliver, because they're a duelist. They've got good aim, they're good individual players, and they just have to learn to play differently. But when you're switching on to a duelist, there's a whole lot of expectation for you to pop the hell off, and I think we can say with certainty that's what Jolina did here today.
I think that's the crazy part, is that she was so good. I loved watching her on that Omen. She would go for really aggressive plays, you know, last season. But then you look now, the fact that she was one of the top players when she was on the controller. Now she is the top duelist within Game Changers EMEA throughout stage 1. When you look at the statistics, both on the Yoru and on that Jet, and that flexibility, that depth coming out from her has been beautiful to see.
It really has. What a game this was here. 17 to 15. It went the distance. It might be 2-0 in the series, but this map was a series of its own. Let's bring in our wonderful analyst desk and see what they thought of this Goliath matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. Great work today. Great work also for the side of SK. They managed to take this one on 2-0 fashion. But Meg, this last map wasn't as easy, especially as Mitch was saying, it was time for one of the teams to figure out their attack side.
Yeah, I have to say, quite unlucky for Heroic. It was really looking like a win for them. You know, it was kind of that 10-5 scoreline before we started to see SK Nebula really lock in and build up those rounds. I think the next round from then on that Heroic took was 11-11. So SK, they definitely pulled their boots up, and we were talking quite a bit about their utility as well to kind of get back into that and stop that defensive aggression coming through from Heroic Valkyries.
Absolutely. I think when we look at SK, the way that they're able to bring that back after being 10-5 down, as you say, Meg, and then we go to so many rounds of OT, they just keep coming up with new ideas and changing the pace of their game. It was really, really impressive to watch. And as soon as they start to kind of string those rounds together and get that momentum, you see the confidence come out from individual players. I know that we've harped on about Jolina all day today, but I want to shout out Purity as well. You know, she had some pop-off moments there, and Jade's calling really kind of just bringing it all together.
Yeah, especially when we saw those 2v2 situations, when the game was at its most tense moment. Definitely we could see the calling making a difference. Heroic also getting both pistols and actually even converting that bonus after the force from their opponents definitely made a difference. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but we wanted to take a look. Meg, you were speaking about this utility and the impact that it was having in the game.
Yeah, totally. I mean, a composition like the one that Heroic Valkyries were running, you're really relying on that early pick from Yoru, that A or C long aggression. And SK Nebula, I think, realized that this was working in Heroic Valkyries' favor and said, let's shut this down. And from then on, we saw a lot of utility being invested in whether it was A or C and getting Jolina that space to then take the site.
Yeah, I think you've completely painted the picture of that, Meg, right? They're recognizing what sort of composition they're playing against, that double duelist, right? And they're utilizing that utility to be able to clear that space, to be able to isolate those fights on A and C, in case Lida on the ISO or in case Adora on the Yoru are taking those fights and playing aggressive. But I also do want to shout out Mayori. I think that she was able to keep that C on lock, and it presented a lot of struggles for SK to be able to explode out onto that site. And yeah, I think individually she looked so much more comfortable on the Cypher moving onto that after playing Chamber on the first map.
It makes me a little bit sad that we didn't get to see that final map, because I fully believe that this game was a lot about learning and understanding understanding your strengths and actually how they're played on the map. And actually, this is exactly what we're seeing on these replays, all right? The utilizing that utility to the best of your ability. Also, shout out to Develaxa, great in this clutches also in the first map. But I like to see the learnings, as I'm saying, from both of the teams. It gives me this feeling of, even though Heroic hasn't won, it's not devastated, and obviously is way, way better than those two 13-1s lost on their side. But now we have an interview ready, if I'm hearing correctly, because we have been talking about her for the entire day, and I think it is only fair that we get Jolina with us so we can have some words from her. I don't know if we're ready or not.
Yeah,
hey, Jolina,
hello.
how are you feeling? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
First of all, congratulations on the win. It got a little bit complicated there at the end, but first, Jolina, I am so sad that you kept us from seeing this duelist, this performance that you're putting out now for such a long time. It brought me back to many years ago in Alliance Commons. So please tell me about you yourself going back into this duelist and how you're literally the best duelist in the region right now.
I mean, I always loved duelist as a role since the game came out, and so that's what I started out with, But then it ended up happening that I kind of to go further in the scene, I had to fill other roles to get into teams that I wanted and stuff like that. And so it just kind of happened that I switched to Smoker, which was fine. But now I saw this opportunity, and I was like, I know what I can do in Duelist, and I love it, and I will have a lot of fun. So that's what I decided to go for.
Yeah, Jay told me that it was your idea, that you wanted to come up with it, and honestly, thank you for that one. How is your new environment? How is everything in SK for you? I see that you're in a bootcamp. Tell me a little bit about that experience.
No, I mean, I absolutely love our bootcamp. My teammates were having so much fun. The bootcamp are really good. The vibes are really good. Even though we're in these stressful overtimes we just had, we're still able to laugh. We're still able to have fun, and that's how I think we can always come back in any game, because we never lose the move or vibes.
Oh, I'm very happy to hear that, especially moving on to the rest of the playoffs. Now you will have that cushion in case you lose the next match and having that lower bracket. But let's not think about that. Let's actually think about today. Going and throwing back to, besides your amazing performance, when you first saw the Lotus and Mayori going on the Chamber, did that affect the plan that you had for today or the game in general?
I mean, personally, it's I played with Muri when she was in Chamber, so I kind of felt like I could read in a little bit on her playstyle.
You know her well.
She plays. Yeah. So yeah, we were kind of also ready to adapt to anything. We were kind of waiting to see that their comp might be something we not expect. So I think we adapted well.
Oh yeah, you definitely did. And then we moved on to Haven. Those pistols not going on your favor. Let's just, roll back, go forward and actually think about when it gets to the overtime. It made me feel like you both of the teams were learning a lot about each other, and you were having some troubles actually closing it on the attack. What was going on there? How were the calls in the team?
Yeah, our defense very comfortable on the attack. I feel like we didn't get a good read on them. They had a very good rotations. We thought maybe they would not be on A, and then suddenly there's 4 on A getting together. They had really good fights flooding out on site. So honestly, we just kept keeping out new ideas every attack, and eventually, we got an idea that worked.
Okay, well, today is over, but tomorrow does not remain a mystery. You will be going up against KC. You've played against them already. Closer matchup on going on to that third map. What do you think about the team, and how do you think that match is going to go?
I mean, yeah, obviously they're a really good team. They had really good results in groups. But honestly, I'd say our group game against them was very close. Like, we didn't have our best day, and I feel like we're all very confident against going up against this team. Like, it's not. We're very confident.
Yeah, definitely. Keep up the vibes. Honestly, Jelena, I'm going to set you free to go and enjoy this victory, to go celebrate with the team, and obviously speak about tomorrow. Thank you very much for the interview. And again, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, girls. Don't we just love Jelena?
Absolutely.
Just putting that out there. Okay. Just putting that out there, But of course, that concludes our first series of the day. But one more team, unfortunately, has to go home. But we will touch up on all of that. We will break down this entire matchup coming up after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're having a great day here in the first day of playoffs of Game Changers EMEA Stage 1. We have already sent one team home in Heroic. SK Nebula has moved on to their next match against KC that will be happening tomorrow. But of course, we still have one more match to go, and it's going to be Zerans versus Giant X. First of all, let's just give people a reminder of how we got here as we show the standings of the groups and the teams that actually made it on to playoffs. Billy, what can you tell me about these two teams that we're going to see?
About these two teams? You're
about
going to
these
go
two teams
in already? We're going straight
just
in.
Just like in general. How did they do?
I mean, they did pretty well in their groups, right? We mentioned previously that Zerans are coming up. This is their debut. And I think looking at Giant X, it's a little bit sad to see them kind of lower in the group standings, right? They were in that top 3 of last year, of course, making it to the grand finals of Stage 3, which gave them the 2nd seed going into Game Changers Champs. So, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that they've finished quite low by being in the top 4. But, you know, we're in playoffs now. There's time to recover from that.
Yeah, I want to talk about Giant X real quick and say that, you know, I think the start of the year can always be a little bit ropey, especially coming off the back of something so wonderful like being part of Game Changers Champs. So they could have just been warming up and therefore it's been a little hit and miss.
Exactly. As we start off and we think about Giant X, we think about one of the 3 teams that we sent to Game Changers Championship in Berlin. And even though they didn't end up winning the whole thing, they had a pretty well-rounded out year, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we look at them, they finally got to that grand final in EMEA by Stage 3, which I think is really just exciting when you see how the team progressed and developed throughout the year. Falcons Vega, they're gone. They're away to another region now. We don't have to worry about them, which makes me wonder, you know, why are we making the roster changes? And in saying why are we making the roster changes, they never really had any leadership or calling, right? Or at least that's what Smurfette and Ness kind of said to us last year, that they didn't really have that sort of IGL or that kind of structure to the team. Whereas this year they have brought in Nami, obviously coming in across from a member of Nasser, which is really exciting. And then when we look at the wealth of experience that this team has, we're bringing in Eva as well, who was previously on BBL Queens when she played in Game Changers Champs. So yeah, it's really exciting to see the wealth that they've managed to add to this roster, and maybe they'll get off to a good start to make it to GCC again.
And not to hop on about Game Changers Champs too much, because that's, you know, been and gone, and of course the roster changes have happened. But I did just also want to shout out that I think, you know, Giant X, they came up against Crew as their kind of knockout game, and I just wanted to highlight Crew's unbelievable win streak at that point. They were unstoppable. So I don't think that's, you know, any sort of negative finish for Giant X in the way that they went out.
Absolutely love the Crew mentioned there, Meg. But speaking about all of these changes, I had a chance earlier today to speak to their coach, Aska, who's been in Giant X for quite a while, to talk a little bit about this necessary changes for the roster. I am now joined by Aska, the head coach of Giant X. ¿Qué tal, Aska? ¿Cómo estamos?
Buenas. Hello.
So, Aska, you know, we always have you here on the broadcast, but now Giant X has become a staple of EMEA. And I wanted to ask you about your feelings after Game Changers Championship, and also the decision to bring in Eva and Nami onto the team, and how their addition has possibly affected your project for this year.
Well, about GCC, I think overall we didn't really perform how we expected to perform. Overall during the year, I feel like even if we didn't have bad results, I think our results were fine or good. We qualified for champs. That was one of the main goals. We managed to get to the final in the third stage ETC. So yeah, really cool. But we never felt like the roster was actually clicking. You know, we were reaching that kind of chemistry that could allow us to reach farther in certain tournaments, you know. So overall, I wouldn't say we were super disappointed, in the way that we also have kind of certain problems outside of the game that didn't allow us to practice that much during that time during GCC or prior to GCC. So in that way, we were not extremely disappointed, but we knew that we could do better. If the conditions maybe were a little bit different, or we were a little bit more prepared. Regarding the changes, it was just we felt like we needed changes to kind of make a roster that will maybe click a little bit more, you know, where everyone will kind of fit better with each other in terms of playstyle. We felt like in past year we had quite like aggressive players and players that like to like do their own stuff, which is good. But sometimes we felt kind of disconnected. Also, we felt that probably maybe some players are having different roles, like Sarah and Sentinel could be good. That's why we also had Nami as the smoker, that is also IGLing, and we feel like maybe the roster is a little bit more balanced in terms of individual, let's say, playstyle and also personalities.
So you mentioned Nami and her IGL, and she had a little bit of experience throughout a stage, if I'm not mistaken. How do you think, what can you tell me about her development as an IGL and how she has changed that part of the team?
We felt like during the trials, Nami was probably the player that was fitting us the most. Not only in terms of like IGLing, you know, also in terms of like personality. That's kind of, she's adding some stuff like we lacked a little bit past year, like energy and this like this let's say ability or like capability to like create a good environment, you know, during games. So it's kind of also like this leadership outside of the game that is helping us. I feel it's gonna help us also in the future to perform in official games and like when the pressure is there. And also also like in terms of playstyle, as I said, like she's fitting us so well because it's kind of like maybe more supportive in certain moments, and that kind of fits more the players we have right now.
Oh, definitely. Well, there's going to be a lot of pressure on you today because it's a knockout round, but honestly, Aska, best of luck for today.
Thank you very much.
And as I was mentioning, it is a knockout round, and he was speaking about the team's chemistry and how the personalities fit into all of that. Billy, what are your initial thoughts on this roster as we see in it right now? It looks pretty strong to me.
It does look pretty strong, and I kind of touched on Nami previously, but I just think I loved hearing how much Aska was speaking about Nami there, who, don't forget, Nami only joined the main event as of Stage 3 in 2023 after winning the second Contenders of that year. She's been a mainstay of the event since grinding through Contenders and Open Qualifiers, and it's nice to find her on this Giant X side. And I think looking at this, it's so nice to see as well that Giant X have remained with that kind of Turkish core right by bringing in Eva.
Yeah, and I have to talk a little bit about Aska talking about balancing their individual play style, and I really feel like this is definitely something that they've been working on. And also to kind of echo what Billy was saying about Eva, you know, she is a OG, correct me if I'm wrong, in the scene, you know, being in Game Changers since 2021, 4 of those years on BBL, right? So I feel like she definitely is coming into this with all of the knowledge, all of the experience. And
I miss BBL Queens, I am not hiding.
Me too. I know. Genuinely
I'm not
heartbreaking. No, don't hide it. Let your emotions out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're speaking about the past and the present, of course, for Giant X, as we're speaking, it's a knockout round. The pressure is going to be on them, especially because of the performance that they had last year and them being one of our representatives in Game Changers Championship. Maybe this year they can do the same. But of course, losing today removes you completely from this stage 1, from the chance of, I believe that you have a little bit of points to be building up just by making it to playoffs. But still, for Giant X, they should strive for more. On the other side, though, we're seeing a Serens that it's pretty new to this environment. And I was lucky enough to catch a word with Lou yesterday, actually. Take a look at this. I am now joined by Lou from Serens. Lou, so good to see you. Welcome to the broadcast.
Good to see you. Last time we saw each other was in Bangkok, I think a few days ago, and now you get to I get to be your guest on Game Changers Playoffs. I mean, I love it.
I mean, I love to have you here. We thought we may have you on the broadcast, but honestly, you're playing. I'm even more hyped up for that. Last year, you and Serens tried to work your way up onto the main event. Fell short, but this year, girl, things are looking different. Tell me a little bit about this project, especially for the people that may not be so familiarized with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a pleasure for me, you know, to go back through the whole process and how we became the best, like, French female team. So back then in 2024, Serens wanted to rebuild like a new GC project because they were really attached to like the scene, like supporting women run Esports and all this kind of stuff. So they just gave me, the keys to it and said, I mean, we completely trust you. Just pick up your coach and 4 players and try to make a great story out of it. And I think that's what we managed to do over the past year, even though, we've had some better moments. And of course, that loss against Alternate Attacks all marked us, I think, in a way. But I'm also glad to see that my ex-teammates are doing great and finding new projects, winning LANs against us. Big shout out to Lenka and Kira for that. And I'll be playing against my former teammate Kira tomorrow too. But I think you have a question about this.
Oh yeah, exactly, because I wanted to ask you about that. You said a couple of weeks ago it was you interviewing me in Bangkok. Now we're here. Lou, you're a very dedicated person. I actually admire that a lot in you. Because as you're saying, tomorrow, we usually do these interviews on the day, but we are pre-recording this a day prior because you have a very busy day tomorrow. Tell me, what is happening?
Yeah, indeed. So I won't be home. I think I have a train in like an hour or so, going to Brussels because we are playing the finals of a LAN organized by the French embassy in Belgium for like a French and Belgian GC scene. So we're gonna be playing a best of 5 on stage from like 3 p.m, something like that. And then we'll have to play our series against GX, which I hope won't start too early because otherwise we'll have to, to find a way, but we will do our best to make it work. But, we really wanted to have like a LAN and an occasion to see each other with my teammates because since there are a lot of us who are still like studying, working, and then being busy as always, it's really rare and difficult for us to find occasions to like take the time to get a boot camp. Even though Zerance wants to send us on boot camp, it's mainly our schedule that doesn't fit with it,
Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about a potential 8 mapper for you girls tomorrow. Your opponent, Giant X, last year they were one of the teams representing EMEA in Game Changers Championship. Is not an easy team. It's a team that you have faced already. Ended up in, unfortunately, an 0-2 loss for you. What were your bigger takeaways from that game that you think could serve you for today?
Well, I think that we tend to I would say, fear them a bit too much, because they were last year's like big contestant to G2 with Falcons, the big tier 1 team that everyone is scared about. And I love the players in that team, particularly Snowfett and Namir, who are good friends of mine. But I think that, at the end of the day, it's always 5 players versus 5 players. And we have a crazy energy that you guys haven't been able to witness yet because there wasn't any international LAN that we could be part of. But, if we qualify to champions, that would be the occasion, of course. But yeah, I think that once we get the momentum and we're not scared of winning, because that's what happened. The last time we faced them on Split, we had the game. And then we were like, oh my God, we are going to win. Are we really going to win against Giant X? One map, getting a bit too excited. So I think these are the lessons that we should take for tomorrow. But I think it's going to be a good match. Whether a stomp, whether there's 3 maps or not, it's going to be a good match anyways, because it's always a pleasure to face them.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview. And honestly, best of luck tomorrow for the entire day.
Thank you very much, Bea. I hope you're going to be able to interview me or maybe one of my teammates again after the match. Thank you so much for this interview. Bye-bye.
I just see her everywhere. But yeah, definitely the day that these girls are going to be having. Just a quick update for all of you at home. They did win the best of 5. So Billy, if something is going for them, they have definitely warmed up.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to be going into this one with high spirits and high energy. But I think looking at this roster, Lou kind of alluded to it. It was something that was put together sort of late 2023, and then she's kind of kept the core of it on and been able to make some changes, right? So they've been together for quite a long time, and then they've brought in Dream during the off-season, which has been a great addition to this roster.
And I think some people might think, coming off the back of a potential BO5, are you gonna be tired? But I feel like a team like Zerance Holy Mint, they've fought their way to be here. They know about perseverance. They know about how to keep in this game, even when it feels like maybe you're out. So I think it's gonna work in their favor coming into this series today.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see also, like, individually, if we're going to see those brilliant moments from just one of the players after such a long day. Because as you're saying, they had to fight their entire way to here. And if we take a look at their map win rates and how everything has been going up for them and the success that they have been finding, Meg, are we worried about, let's like put the tiredness aside of how they might be feeling after already playing and winning a best of 5, going up against Giant X, a team that is going to have solutions in so many things, with also having Bind and Abyss, your best 2 maps, just by stats going off. How are we feeling about their chances?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think their downfall here might be the new map pool that is coming into play. And, seeing kind of Split and Haven as well as 2 of their worst maps, I'm pretty sure that they're up there with Giant X's best map. So it's kind of going to be that decision making here that I think is going to make all the difference. Which one do you sort of take out of the equation straight away? Which are you kind of willing to go in and take Giant X on? So a lot, I think, lies on the map picks here, and that will definitely affect the outcome.
I think looking at these maps as well, right? Pearl was something that they were playing in the kickoff event, but they've just decided since getting to main event, we are not touching that map. And I like that you mentioned Haven as well there, Meg, because their Haven performance has dropped drastically, right? They went 3 wins and 0 losses in the groups, in kickoff, sorry, and now they've dropped down to 1 win and 6 losses in the groups of the main event. So it'll be interesting to see if they've patched up any of those errors that seem to be popping up.
We speak a lot about like the underdog stories, people making an impressive debut and whatnot. For them, they've been fighting tooth and nail until they managed to get here. Let's just go from the opinion that Giant X should be favorites here. Do we not think that maybe because of this map changes, they might have an edge, just showing up something that that Giant X could not have possibly prepared for, Billy?
I hear what you're trying to say, but I just think we have to look at the wealth of experience on Giant X as well. I mean, Lou said it herself in that interview that there's not really many occasions where the team actually get together and be in person. Whereas when I look at Giant X, they're boot camping, they've been on LAN performances. Like, you look at that experience and just being together and in the moment can bring up a lot of energy. So I think for Zerence, it's going to be really difficult to be able to match that when they've just played in a best of 5 and now they're having to come into this best of 3.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting as well to talk about the maps that are in Zerence Holy Mint's sort of ability of playing, because I think that's going to force potentially an Ascent or an Icebox into play, which I'm very excited about and I hope happens. But if we look at the stats on those, Giant X have a lot more experience throughout the history of their team playing on Ascent and Icebox. So I think as interesting as it will be if they come into play to see how Zerence Holy Mint come in and play those, I do think, again, basing it off stats, Giant X have the experience overall.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to bring back something that Lou was speaking about and making the reference about this entire roster and how the idea it is behind it. We have a quote from her that she gave us during some interviews that we do off cameras with the players. And this is what she has to say. I was the only player that remained from the previous core to create a project that could bring stars into the eyes of French Valorant fans. My goal was to build a project with 4 individual beasts and my IGLing to make French FPS scene shine again. That is such one powerful quote, and number 2, it's a big statement because we have teams like KC, of course, that have taken a lot of pride. But if you're looking at a French roster, Meg, you have to be looking at Zerence.
I mean, the only thing really that I can add on here to this beautiful quote is allez le bleu. Like, I love it. I love the French passion, and I love that Lou has really built this team around such an amazing thing. And we all know Lou. We know her passion and her drive is endless, and she is definitely a great person to be heading up and IGLing this team.
I love the energy. I love that we have a majority French roster here in GC EMEA. I think that when you think back to how dominant the French players were back in the day, when I think of like teams such as 10 Star Nova, right? So I think it's really nice that we have this here. And again, you mentioned KC, right? We don't really have a French team per se now because they've picked up a mixed roster. So to have that representation here in the main event, it's really nice.
I mean, nobody cares in VCT, you know, why should we care here? For the side of KC, I believe that we're going to be heading on to map veto pretty soon because, of course, we talk about maps in and out, about their previous performances, but as we were mentioning in the pre-show, and I'm sure everybody knows, we've changed the patch from that group stage into this playoffs. We have the possibility of seeing Icebox and that the Ascent. Meg, please talk me through this map veto.
As kind of expected, I thought Xerath's Mint were gonna sort of bring out that Haven instaban or split here, so I think it's very interesting they've gone for Haven. Giant X with the Fracture ban, kind of sad because I love a Fracture game, but definitely with it not being one of their strongest maps, not shocked. But Ascent will be the first map, and I'm very, very excited about that because I want to see how the changes in B main affect the way that the girls play this.
Yeah, I love that we're getting to see an Ascent, and just to pick up on the Haven point, this was a map that Xerath picked into Giant X last time that they played, but Icebox as well.
Come
the
on,
fact
we
that we
needed
get
some spice.
Nice. Give it to me, inject it into my veins. But yeah, as I was saying, Haven, it was a map that Xerath picked into Giant X last time, so I'm not surprised to see them just yeet that out of the pool. Icebox and Ascent being in the first two maps that we get to see, I'm so excited.
Yeah,
and
incredibly.
I think,
yeah, please go, Meg. No. By all means.
I was just gonna say, I really don't think Xerath's Holy Mint are gonna want to get to that third map here. I think, you know, with the state of split for them, I think they're gonna want to take this 2-0.
Oh my God, we're definitely going to see surprises coming in from both of the teams as we're seeing Ascent and Icebox 100% are going to be happening. It's been a while since we saw Ascent, not as much as the last time that we so Icebox, I wanted to ask you girls, with all the new agents and the changes in the meta that we're seeing, what would you like to see on Icebox? Maybe some deadlock, back to that ISO? Billy, where's your headed, especially in Icebox? Because in Ascent, I expect quote-unquote tamer things, but on Icebox, I think this could go crazy.
Yeah, Icebox could go crazy. I think it's interesting because, like you say, we have so many new agents in here. Do people pick up the deadlock? Do people go for the Tejo? How are they going to utilize those kind of agents? We know that Viper has been something that's been used on Icebox a lot of the time, so it'll be interesting to see, do they sway for the Viper or do they sway for the deadlock? So yeah, no, honestly, I'm just really looking forward to getting stuck into that. And I think when we think about Ascent, like you say, there's not been many changes, but when we think about all the new sort of agents that are coming into the play, that's when we need to consider, are people still deciding to run that Sentinel with how strong Tejo has been? I don't know. We can sit here in theorycraft because we don't have any data of these teams playing Ascent and Icebox in this stage.
That's what's exciting, right, Meg?
That's
what's exciting.
I'm so excited. I'm literally trying to theorize in my head what would be like a really crazy, interesting comp. But for me, the only kind of duo that I would love to see played on Icebox would be like a Gecko Tejo. I know that that probably has coaches and people who are really knowledgeable of Valorant being like, ew, what is she on about? But I just think that that would be chaotic. And with the type of map that Icebox is, I feel like you could really do some super aggressive plays and kind of just go in all guns blazing.
Honestly, bring the Gecko in, right? Gecko pick rate has dropped so much since Sunset left the map pool, so I am not opposed to seeing a Gecko come into play here. Like, I don't think you're crazy for saying that at all, Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. And also going up into Ascent, our first map, we're gonna jump right into Agent Select. And things are definitely spicy for the side of Xerath.
I'm obsessed with this. I'm really here for how much we're seeing Vice come out. And I do think Xerath's Holy Mint, this is a really great comp for them to start off on attack. You know, you look at the amount of flashes, the amount of damage util they have, their post-plant ability with the Tejo and the Astra. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X, though, they're making me a bit sad with that composition, I can't lie. I think the only thing that I can get excited about on Giant X's side is Ness playing that Killjoy, which is something that I don't know if we've ever seen that before, actually.
We have definitely seen Smurfette on that Jet. She is back. I am so ready to witness this. I think that it makes a lot of sense that Giant X goes for a more tamed and normal version or classic version of what we've seen on Ascent, and Xerath just tries to, you know, surprise, just tries to be with something else, something that actually requires a lot of work. But out of all the things that have me extremely excited today, there is one that it is above everything. I have the absolute honor and pleasure to toss this to our casters for the second series. It's Pansy and Hypok.
It feels weird.
Wow.
It feels weird, Michael. You know, it's been a minute. How you been?
Yeah, I've been good. Wow, that's caught me off guard. I don't know how red I've gone just before we do turn the cameras off, but it's good to be here. Good to be back. I mean, and actually, what a fantastic matchup to rejoin the action with.
Well, we've got some real vintage coming out, right? We've got some Ascent and Icebox. It's like you've never left, mate. They've just wheeled it back out.
It's old meets new, really, because we have two very different compositions. And obviously, we had the benefit of seeing, even though it doesn't have a lot of relevance now, some recent tape between these two teams. So I know obviously coming into this, we had some expectations, some things that we wanted to see improved on both sides, to be honest. And Lou kind of alluding to some of that, and I think probably heavily referring to the split loss. And how things probably slipped through their fingers a little bit. But yeah, excited to get our teeth into this one today.
Yeah, I think Lou's quote of scared to win kind of stuck with me, and it kind of highlighted what we saw, right? That kind of hesitation to close out the game. And the attack side's lacking in quite a large capacity. I mean, we saw a little bit of that on the first series today as well.
Sure, and actually here on Ascent with this composition coming out from Zerens, that it's very util heavy, right? So we're going to need to see a lot of those wrongs righted here off the bat. But it almost feels like a bit of a new leaf here to see that on Ascent. Not a lot of recent reps. Obviously, Comfort is going to be another question mark.
Yeah, no, Comfort is going to be very curious, because I think there's one thing to play to the meta, and there's another to fully be able to kind of really play within it and bring it to its fullest potential. I love Zerens' choice. Like seeing the Teo come out, seeing the Yoru.
I'm leaning heavily that way, to be honest, because it's when you look at it on paper, it seems like the more exciting side of the coin here for sure. But I mean, ye old faithful, how well are Giants going to be able to employ that? I heard something funny. I don't know if you giggled at that or the comment I made, but we do have a little bit of a delay. It wouldn't be a PAN podcast without the tech pause to start things off. So
vintage.
I'm praying for the moment the cameras do turn off and we can start casting, but here we are. We're back in what feels like 2021.
What year? Yeah, crazy that COVID's still going around. Yeah. It's a mad one.
I've been waiting for this day for so long, and now we're just stuck in limbo in between the desk and a cast. So
your wait will continue a little bit longer.
Yes.
And yeah, I think kind of in review, Ascent and Icebox, a lovely way to kind of kick things off. A little bit concerning when we know that the removal of, what was it, Binder and Abyss, obviously from the map pool, does really hinder what we were kind of, at least taking away some of the strength. So maybe removing a little bit of that. But I like brought the reaction out of the new meta comp coming in, maybe trying to be a little bit more risque with their choices. Fingers crossed it actually kind of leads us to a more exciting matchup than your kind of very vanilla comp selection.
Yeah, and I've again, you got to ask the question. Really, I was desperately looking back when I read earlier in Discord that the Zerens had played the best of 5 before this. I was like, well, what comps were they playing? What maps did we see? Like, what actually happened in that series? But it's not listed. I don't know if we were able to get any data from that. But I mean, that's a tall order to come out of best of 5, and I mean, luckily I say luckily, a good thing that they won, because they're going to come in here with a lot of energy into this series and ultimately try and probably, like I said, right the wrongs from that previous series.
Yeah, right.
Versus Giant X, I mean, not previous series today. I mean the previous show versus Giant X.
Overall. Yeah. So Zerens going to be starting out on the attacking side. So we do get to see how this comp looks in their hands. It puts a lot of my mind towards kind of Akita's capability of kind of breaking that front line crossfires, getting around the map, being super divisive to play against, and obviously Lou to try and facilitate at that as well. Site relatively stacked out though, isolated with the Vice utility on CTs, no supports on the way, so actually a very nice little site hit here. If they can clear Ness in time, which now they should be able to do, this is solid.
I was going to say, they need to get in, dig Ness out of that position so they can get the plant come through, but 2 players from Giant X committed towards a site hold there. That's something we're going to have to keep our eye on if it's something that does track towards the buy rounds.
And once we're seeing this Tejo in the post plant, it just gets harder and harder to clear. Now Dream does, oh my god, Dream! Daylight Robbery on the second, but you take it when you get it. Smurfette, probably one of the more vintage names here, dealt with. Stunning from Zerens Mike. That felt like a relatively well-made plan there. Loved the Thorns going over towards CT, denying kind of any push through from that, really isolating those 2 players on the site.
And that's the sort of thing you look for with this composition, right? It's the denial of space, denial of angles, and really making use of that downtime. Well, I say the downtime, the opportunity created from this utility. Zerans do everything right here, brimming with confidence. It feels like coming into this pistol and kind of just sweep Giant X off B site there.
It's going to set the tone, really, as well, because I'm kind of curious how much Giant X have played against comps like this. Obviously, if we're talking in the VCT, this is now becoming quite standard, right? It's a little bit more expected. Nice knife there, actually, going to at least slow the roll a touch. But it's how you're used to playing against this, because it is incredibly frustrating to play against. It changes up the protocol list a little bit.
Yeah, overwhelming as well, because it's. I mean, it does kind of force you into some like retake simulator mode.
Yeah.
Whether or not, I mean, Giant X have an answer in terms of early round aggression, but certainly not going to see it in this round in terms of the inventory. Well, no, actually, there's going to be anything else to see. Yeah, Ness going to pick up some space outside B, but might not catch a glimpse of the cross. Even at that range, it's going to be difficult to get anything done with the classic.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of a formality here, and whether or not Zerans can actually maintain 5 here. Ooh, we'll find the end straight.
I'm going to be honest. Love Luke, but it's weird casting a game with Luke. 'Cause normally we just wave at each other, you know, casting. She's in the next booth. You know, all right, well, yeah, how's the day going? Tech delays. Classic. Now, Luke's cleaning them up. Pretty decent progress towards the ult as well. I mean, and if we kind of roll our minds back as well to what at least one of my main takeaways was from when they met initially, and kind of, again, what was alluded to in that lovely interview between Bea and Lou, was the discussion of I don't want to say the inability to win, but the scared of winning and the attacking
Jump
side.
Scared, sorry.
Yeah, whoever's observing, lock in. I'm kidding. But it was that kind of hesitation and the attacking sides being a real problem.
Yeah, and she was talking about, you know, the fear that they had.
Yes.
And being a little, because when we watched that match back, it felt like almost a little lack of respect in some ways, but to characterize that as actually being very fearful and hesitant, if anything, these first 2 rounds to go by, feels like they've kind of addressed that. If this trend does continue and they're going to continue kind of not, I don't want to say disrespecting them, not showing you know, respect to them, but not being hesitant, being very decisive in terms of what they do, and this composition does allow that with the utility at their disposal.
Bang on. So, ticking the box here for Zerans as well, considering it was a very clean round in the end, only losing 1.
Yeah, only the
and it's
pistol
going to feel
gone,
like a cold start here for Giant X. If you're thinking for them as well, they're going to be hitting the ground against a team who's played through a best of 5, won it, lovely, good stuff. But they're hitting the ground running, they're feeling confident, warmed in. Giant X going to be held up, pretty much iced out of the beginning, but bonus round coming in, and it's pretty healthy. You've got a really solid purchase here.
You know, obviously, pistol given up in the previous by Lou, but Guardian in hand. They're forced back a little bit, has to respect this pressure early on. Clone goes through. Actually, able to find Akita will find 2 entries here.
Yeah, I don't know what Smurfette's plan was. Was there meant to be something to set that into motion that I didn't quite see? Because that felt a little bit blasé.
Brute force.
Yeah, that felt like you've forgotten who you're playing against. This looks like a very solid team who's warmed up, who's ready to go, who's locked the hell in. Plant there, Lou again still really building towards that ult early here. Akita not too far away either now, especially after this round. So Ness and Eva, what are you meant to do? Doors shut. You don't really have much of a springboard into the round. And this was the bonus. You're about to walk away from this with some lovely upgrades if you're Zerans. Yeah, dream sharp.
Borderline flawless once again, unless Ness can be the one to find something at the end of this round. But there's going to be nothing but financial damage.
Yeah, and that's not, the takeaways you want. Oh my gosh, even the missiles coming in. Nice from Ness. Gonna try and keep a little bit of something going on their side. Yeah, this suddenly pretty solid.
Yeah,
does take away the rifle in the end.
Best of a bad situation to remove 3 of these rifles, but 4100, 3800, 3k on 2E as well. Not going to be a huge dent. Even seeing here, progress for Ness really towards the ultimate, but nothing else for Giant X really to pin hope on.
I absolutely just blacked out and did not witness the start again there from Smurfette. I don't know if there was meant to be a flash in or something, so I'm pretty sure the KO died pretty close by. So maybe there was meant to be a flash through that smoke or something to say in motion, but it certainly didn't affect Akita by any means.
Whether or not it's a time thing or just a miscom or something's not called, there's no contact found to put that in motion. But
Lou. Beautifully done. Look at this space denial. It keeps them so under heal. Lovely usage there just to kind of deny Wine any pressure coming through on A. They're going to give it up. They've already got the pick. They've already got Nami down. This is... I'm liking what we're seeing from this Taeho. I like what Lou's doing on this. Because last time we saw, I think, what was it? Lou was on the Fade, I think, when we were watching on Split, for example.
Yeah, we were, and that's the other thing, to kind of question the composition we saw on Split, which was a tough loss to watch. But now, I mean, almost feeling very refreshed. Like I said, it's the approach that feels very different here. It's the confidence that's, you know, we're not drifting back and forth slowly trying to find contact. This is aggressively taking space away.
Yeah, it played out a default at the start, caught that push out towards A main, reward there, and then they go back in towards the speed take. It looks very similar to the pistol. Again, the Vine's in a similar place. A little bit of a different post-plant setup, though. You can see a lot more pressure towards main, and actually, Akita didn't get checked by the owl drone, so there's a real opportunity for her to swing in. Still going to have the drone coming out as well. Not going to get the value out of that for Lou, but... for Giant X, they got to get going. Oh, Smurfette a little too short on the dash there. Dream and Lou in perfect unison. Zeren's making this look simple here. 0 threats found.
Could be the 4th unanswered for Zeren's here as well. Ultimate's just about, well, within touching distance for Giant X here, but a few available for Zeren's coming into this. And one thing to note is, again, previous round aside, I was going to say, timeout. Probably on the cards at some point. It will come ahead of the buy round here. But yeah, it's the value from this utility as well. Zeren's are frugal in certain aspects in terms of not burning everything, right? I'm talking about the aggression they're displaying, but they still have so much available towards the mid round and late round, even some of these post plants we're seeing as well. Giant X need to find the response there. This is the round you want to see it, right? 5 unanswered is where you begin to get very concerned. The Zerens have already, now with it being a flawless round here, it gives them that extra boost. They now have a round in hand, so to say. So this isn't clean from Giant X. They're still going to probably, cling to Smurfette's ultimate to maybe bail them out financially as well for a couple. Going to have the lockdown eventually, but still not
not there yet.
Just yet, yeah.
And of course, if you then flip what you're saying, flip the coin, you look at the ults coming through here for Zerens, nearly has some
game
big boys
I mean,
ready.
Lose being the big one here to secure what is a crucial round win for Giant X, it feels like.
Oh, and again, you can get Akita's ult here, no sweat. You feel like that's on the cards. Maybe fight it out towards A main, because you're not going to get much of a fight on it. Why not? Get that ready to go. Dreams to layer on. You've got Lose either for post-plant, however you want. Yeah, they've gone for it. Lovely. Akita's got that in the back pocket now. They can run whatever they fancy.
Yeah, it's just become an even more daunting round here for Giant X to overcome.
Trying to re-clear that A space. Yeah, I feel like it's a bit early.
Curious what their approach would be following on from that, but who's next? It's like a fast pivot towards B, or at least exploration elsewhere on the map. Utility obviously noted here from Akita. A ton of information found here. Might even commit to this on top of Ness.
They're just going to throw the tail on it. That was literally a heat-seeking missile. That was actually so nuts. And look at this. Ult upon ult. It is so oppressive. Using the Yoru ult as literally a guided missile to say, look, put the ult down.
Gets the kill out of the TP as well.
Yeah. Akita, stop. Zerens, okay, you're actually nuts. How dare I ever consider Giant X to be the one's favorite here? That was so sick. I swear, right, Michael, let me just, because they're saving, right? They're saving.
They have to, they're saving. This is the crucial cling to the money round for Giant X.
Now look, I don't want to be talking about my rebound since you left, but Mini, he was begging anyone, show me a good Teo ult, anyone out there. And I tell you now, no one did. That's probably the best I've seen of it so far.
But no, Lou, this feels almost bespoke, right? It's so well choreographed that that's always going to be the intention here with Akita's ultimate. And it is, it's pixel perfect. Like I said, Giant X don't have a say back into this round. At that point, the 5v3, it's brutal.
That was
this
so
kill here is the one that swings it, right? Nami, if she can find something on the flank, maybe not even a kill, but some pressure point, maybe there's something for Giant X to do, but no response. And like I said, you can't really take it away. Giant X have to protect the economy in that round. They have to back away from it.
Oh, so this is the standard pop flash in and take a fight and pray Smurfette gets you something. Oh, she does. She absolutely does. It may be vintage, it may be classic, but it's good for a reason. But Akita's fighting back. As much as, yeah, you're not a nice little set piece off the rip. I don't think the round's yours quite yet. Smurfette's down. She had the ult as well. 2 rifles left in hand.
Ness, I was going to say, if she's caught out here, I was nearly drifting into top mid there as the alarm bell was ringing. Nami as well. On backside of the smoke.
Oh, they sense it. They sense it.
That's a big kill.
Trade, yet still taking down Akita is huge. Now we have Pink and Tui left alive. 2v3, spike in hand, full well, full enough for Pink. Tui's still got a fair amount to play with as well, but it's now try and get the information you can. Our drone will be heard, so Eva's presence will be noted.
I was going to say, I didn't notice one that chaos there. Did Ness actually open fire? I was going to say, because if they noted that it wasn't a rifle on the other side of the map, so potentially leaning towards this drift into spawn. It is being watched by Eva. Well, not currently, but yeah, Jiggle Peak now.
Oh, paranoid about the timing.
They're going to find a favourable engagement here, though. Ness is the one with the pistol.
And Ness
have to
probably makes the right choice. I said that. She has a look again, takes the head off of Tui, so now all alone. Ness?
Well, I was going to say, upgrade available doesn't matter.
Ness, are you mad?
Way ahead of the rotation as well, by the way.
That was
just ultimate disrespect. But these are the sort of openers we're talking about, right? Versus this util heavy comp. If you can get away with like just those slippery plays, right? Getting 2 kills kind of in a very, very aggressive ahead of this util engagement. Absolutely fine. You take that, but it's going to be tough for Giant X to justify that every single round.
Yeah, and again, you'll just get one anti-flash. That is not something you can repeat. That little set piece, that's not coming back in again.
That puts Terrence now, they're ready for it, or should expect that.
Too suppressed. So the early start considered here. We have been seeing default, so this is nothing too surprising yet. Sarah has got to be... Sarah's got a bit of a knife edge in some ways. Can be disrespected here. And can anyone gap close? I don't think so. So for now, just kind of a smoke to try and hinder. Flash going to identify someone's pushed in towards middle. Off the back of Dreams. Flash there. And a little bit of patience being shown. Definitely a change up of pace.
It wasn't like that early round aggression from Giant X has forced an adjustment here, but again, looking like there's a reality that Sarah is isolated here. Lou the one to find it. Actually, Nami looking to get very aggressive outside that smoke. Smurfette drifting to find a wide angle here.
Okay, this is a Mike classic of Feast or Famine, and right now absolutely devouring any of Zaren's trying to work their way through. So change up of pace, not really finding much value here, kind of held at the door, it felt like.
Yeah, and this is bold from Nami to say the least, right? With Sarah isolated so easily, and unfortunately sent at 0-5 here, this window of opportunity to get ahead of that smoke closes due to Nami's aggression. And Smurfette picking up the slack a little bit as well. That does make it probably a little more comfortable for Nami, to be honest with you, to justify being so aggressive. And it's like that. Giant X string 2 together. Still, well, financial comfort here for Zerents, we'll call it.
And also, as we have the scoreboard up at this point, got to note as well that Sarah and Eva not off the starting blocks yet. Still down on the zeros. Again, it's not a big deal. You've got Smurfette kind of finding that impact, and we expect... I say expect, that feels almost unfair, but you do expect high impact from Smurfette, especially on the jet. It's always been something that can happen here, but I would like to see a bit more than that, because I feel like the last couple of rounds, I mean, especially the last one, Smurfette was a key player in the outcome. Now, I'd like to see a little bit more of a team effort here going forward. Now, I'm nitpicking at this point. I'm being a little bit harsh, a little bit critical. They're still doing their job, but if they can avoid Smurfette, it's going to be very tricky for them to find the same value.
Yeah, I don't see it as nitpicking, really, because we've only really seen one example of Giant X building something around Smurfette, or putting Smurfette in motion, right? Other than that, it's been Smurfette kind of just, standing her ground, right? winning Raw Angels. Other than that B main aggression, really seen Giant X build into that too much.
Okay, so
Retrieval here of the orb.
Yeah, and very early usage of those salvos. So that's going to be off for another, what, 25? I don't mind it for getting that early space, maybe getting slightly conditioned by what we've been seeing from Giant X, right? They've been getting more willing and able to go for these more aggressive plays. Hopefully Lou then banks on the drone as well. Very deep use of the drone. Not sure if it's even going to really force off Smurfette here.
I guess it's the paranoia, right? That nobody was here guarding this, so...
Sure.
Maybe credit the diligence. This is the sort of thing you want to see.
It's on Smurfette again.
Try and get ahead of the util. No, actually, Akita to punish that aggression.
No TP coming in. I was kind of seeing if there was like a little Astra into the Yoru TP, but it's Sarah taking a stand. There's only a small slice of the site available. It is, very uncomfy. You can see the TP. I love the idea from Nami, but it was very individual. Oh, no! The caught in the back. The drop on the ult. It is an absolute fumble here. And Sarah have to go through the motions. What do we have? Dream does still have util on this. Tui as well should be able to buy a little bit of time, but not a great deal. That's a 2v3 post plant.
One enemy remaining.
Eva to find the first. Ness to clean things up. Again, we're talking about earlier the window of opportunity created from some of this utility in this regard. It's the ultimate to come through, not really capitalized on. Just kind of passes Zerens by.
Yeah.
Again, aggression shown from Nami. This is tough because this feels like a big win, right? This Smurfette potentially in a position to find 1 or 2 cheeky kills that we've mentioned previously. That's probably a big win condition versus a composition like this, because Zerens are going to be set up outside sites, right? They're just going to be focused on placing that utility. So really well timed by both Sarah and Smurfette, but no reward on the other side of it. Still, Guy next able to recover. Operator in play now for Smurfette. Other ultimates now, and that early advantage from Zerens, I wouldn't say completely gone, but definitely feels like it's been weakened now.
Yeah, so far not too much resistance displayed, but aggression being shown, and this is where the spike is. Nami could absolutely destroy their attempts here, but Ping keeps it safe. It took a lot to get there, but job done. I'm pretty sure that took the bloomin' ult to get there. The plant's going to be in. Now, again, the post plant this time around, Lou just cycled back up on the salvos coming in, so you're going to have a little bit more stall in that. Dream's going to have a bit of util too, so this does get trickier. This is now another difficult retake, but Giant X have been doing better in these scenarios, but a proactive Zerens take the fight to them, and this could be an ace for Pink. Already so close to it. Smurfette might just want to fade away from this round. That operator, valuable.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose that.
And obviously decent money behind this for Giant X, but no real point to give away the op. Great timing from Zerens. And again, talking about that previous round now, the comparison once again. That aggression punished, or controlled, I should say, by Zerens. Pink to be the one to really capitalize on that.
God, but imagine if this one kill goes differently.
Yeah.
Nice edge, but I do like at least a little bit more layering to it. That there was that pressure now coming up on short as well. It hasn't just been that A main approach late into the round.
Yeah, not as linear.
Drones. Exactly, a little bit of divergence to the approach. Now, if only Lou had her ult, and then I'd be well happy. Because we might get the old Yoru Teo again. Ooh. Well, there's the op.
Well, yeah, op noted now.
Heard. Yeah.
The Smurfette going to be forced to explore elsewhere. Although it's going to be a rotation, I'll just pick up some of the slack on B. Eva to actually send out a fact finder. The early rounds definitely have slowed down, and whether or not the operator is a factor in that.
Oh, this is
At least now it's noted. Again, there's a quick pivot on the back of this. There's Lou actually to find Smurfette.
I'm surprised the Smurfette path back towards main, if I'm honest. I thought she might try and take a little bit of a ticket out of there. Now we're going to have ult upon ult here. What's available? A bit questionable on the tail. Doesn't really cut off too much. Maybe cutting out the push out from CT, but the play's been stalled out. But Nami's still on A, and here's nothing so far.
Sees nothing as well.
Oh, nice little mid-round fake. Love this.
Yeah, still drawing the rotation though.
Just off a flash.
Yeah, Ness is going to have her hands full if Zerans find this timing. Pink obviously forced to be a little cautious down at 30 HP.
They know Ness is on site now. They've got big info on this one.
Yeah.
And I don't think they only know it's Ness, but look at that pour on of util. There's no escaping it. And Tui's timing was fantastic. Just pulling the trigger on that flank at the right time, catching Eva. But now Nami coming back in. But Nami's felt probably a really uncomfortable round for her. You've had a little bit of pressure up short from the flash. You call the rotation, you see nothing. And now you're playing on the retake. Now there's lurks in middle. There's so many new obstacles in the way, let alone the 3 players who are dedicated to that B site.
Sarah might find this engagement here. That's finds the adjustment, but Tui's still sharp. You don't want to see, really, Nami give this one away, if at all possible, but semi-committed. See what she can get done. Pinkley's still on low HP. Yeah, good for 2.
Nice. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. The salvo's rotten to try and get through, but Loot, lovely finisher on that, but gotta say it again, I'm really impressed with Zerans, especially on the attacking sides here. Especially knowing this map was not high up, you know, well, I mean, it wasn't high up for anyone, but they lost out on 2 of their better maps for this. They look very well coordinated. They've got a lovely idea on this composition. They're bringing in, as I said, current meta stuff and seeing them with layers to it.
Yeah, and the question really, because it forces us really to then ask questions to Giant X, how much do we allow for some sort of adjustment to that? Right, being caught off off guard by a composition. Hold that thought for a second. There's further aggression here on the back of Smurfette.
I mean, this isn't new tech. This is very, very old stuff here. That's a lot of an investment early on, and really to very little reward. But I guess you could argue, right stack, maybe, if they carry on?
Yeah, I mean, the second tick in the box is information, right? You don't find a fight on the back of that, but you're right. It's a big investment to find nothing. Whether or not they find the correct rotation, which at the minute they haven't, because there's 4 players leaning towards the A side of the map. As we can see, Zerans heading elsewhere.
They've fallen for that hook, line, and sinker, Mike. I mean...
yeah, I mean, obviously now Sarah in a position to at least assist here.
Comes out from CT.
Yeah, not fully catching. Can they find Nami?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
Quick
they can.
to it too. And it's the same thorns to CT. It's that same pistol round almost. Look at it. It gives them so much control. Luckily for Sarah, actually, gets not necessarily ahead of it, but able to deny the second go of it. So now we're going to have a 3v3 post plant. We've got 1 off-site playing towards main. That's going to be Dream. Catches a glimpse on CT. Try and go for that double swing of Tui, but they've got util still to burn through. They don't need to be overzealous about this. The earnest is on Giant X to try and work back in.
Dream here. Giant X desperately trying to make use of this time here. Dig her out as quickly as possible. And actually, Tui to fall here. Sarah will find another. That's just Pink now.
Yeah, but it's doable. Pink near on acing before and time on her side. She needs to play to that tune. Play to the pressure. Oh, and she's done it just right. Eva has to back away. Zeren, I'm so impressed with this site take they have. It is lovely to watch, and it has caught them time and time again. Giant X feel like they haven't had a single read this half.
Yeah, it's been really, really tough. Even in these rounds that they're trying, Giant X are trying to be the ones to be decisive.
Yeah,
it feels like that roll of the dice, right? Where are we going to focus on? And a couple of times there's been, 1 or 2 members of Zerans, but talk about it, you get away with 1 or 2 of those rounds max, and Zerans have adjusted perfectly. Coming to round 12 here, and it's a turbulent purchase nonetheless for Giant X, but knives available for Smurfette. Aggression once again, this time in the right place, but wrong time. Pink there to punish it. And it feels a little desperate.
It does, especially if you're hearing that same flash they attempted before. It feels so easy to prepare for.
I mean,
and
yeah,
again,
Is this Giant X kind of thinking we saw nobody? Maybe they didn't know exactly what we did in last. But like you said, this is ancient tech, right? Yeah. That's just you adjust your default accordingly to that.
Now this could be lovely. Oh, and the knife as well. You heard that rattle
It's a big
off.
ping, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, catching at least pink on the heels. So now they know, but
And Ness here ahead of the minute mark, by the way.
Are they just gonna absolutely hoon it over towards A? Oh god, they are. Okay, a little bit of stall from the Killjoy util, but there's a double lurk behind them. I mean, this is just a last-minute call, it looks like. Open plant.
Yeah.
Lou does have the salvos again ready to be used, so if she can get to a safe post plant, that is exceptional. But it's these two. How the hell are they going to try and get here in time? How is Akita going to buy enough time?
Knife doesn't really paint a clear picture. Net still goes to check it. Akita comes out on top, though.
Oof. Okay, that's a big pick from Sarah. Lou going down is huge. Now it's a little bit of the unknown. Now the util's off the cards. It's just the guns at their side. Second attempt on the defuse here. Smoke dissipates and the strike comes in from above. But the timing! Nami turns in time. Somehow saving the day. I thought that one was done for. But bloody hell, that came down to the wire. Oh my word. Well, it's an 8-4 half. You don't want to miss how this one ends. It's already looking like an upset could be on the cards.
Last player standing.
The spike is defused. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. We're back a little early. You know what I mean? We like a tech issue here. And contractually, we hadn't updated our contracts. Yeah, we hadn't.
Have I got a quota to fill now for missed time?
I think you do.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
You've got a lot of making up to do.
Welcome back.
Luckily
cheater.
enough, yeah. I need to get that picture again. Luckily enough, we've actually had a very good half here to kind of talk through. But I think now, in my mind, the script somewhat flips to being okay, like, Giant X looks a little bit dated in their approach here, but there's real validity in this comp back in the day for a reason, right? It's a very well-rounded comp, but they need to show something on the attack for me. They really do.
And I think if we come back to what we were talking about, the top of this map starting in terms of expectations, struggles on both sides in terms of attacking. Now Giant X have to kind of quell that question or really squash that. Because for me, Zerents have absolutely delivered with this composition.
I got nervous when they paused in middle then.
Yeah, I did. I'm desperately looking at the clock, right? Numbers are still moving. Good.
It's all good. And almost the lack of presence is relatively telling when the only open space is middle. They should be cottoning onto this pretty soon. Now, B main's not an easy approach unless that knife hits. A short knife was not the answer. It would have been ideal on towards sight. And now we're going to see them try and flood forward. Messy from Smurfette and a reward for Tui. And the problem is they still have to get past all of the util there. Look at the stall from Dream. Very nicely done. Keeping this almost stilted approach. Very hard to find any fluidity to it. For Nami and Ness, the wall's still there. They've not had any time to try and bait this out. So there is very few options for them. Unless they want to try and just count down and walk it together, which looks like the option, but they've been seen, they've been flashed, and now they are screwed. Oh, good God.
Yeah, the reinforcements are just there. So, like, Zerents are ready to collapse. Because Giant X, yes, they take space, but there's no real pressure points, right? There's no real value on the back of that progress early on. The Zerents are ready to pounce.
I'm really impressed.
And as you even noted it here, Tui obviously pinged, but Smurf unable, to pin her down. And you noted as well that the short knife probably not the answer there. Sarah, probably pretty crucial in terms of Giant X's success here on attack.
Yup. Yeah, like,
versus this composition.
Yeah,
exactly.
Get those knives working.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
And it needs to be snappy. It needs to be very, very reactive from Giant X.
I like what they're doing here, though, at least with Ness. Maybe a tester for the buy round coming up.
Yeah, it establishes some of those protocols that Zerents then have to adhere to. Smurfer, obviously, that's down already, so a 4v5 and...
Grenade is lying.
Come on, Lou.
Yeah.
Lou's kind of nuts. And that... okay, Akita, fair enough as well.
I don't know if I was lagging a little bit there. Akita's second shot did not look on. Regardless, we'll get the kill. Just Sarah and Ness to try and recover something.
So this is where I... And look, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe this is just, you know, something... Was this... Yeah, this was... Okay, this was Zerents' choice, right? And it makes sense. It looks like it by what we've seen. Does it apply to Icebox? I think then becomes the bigger question, because as much as...
Yeah, to come back and the desk, I actually agree with what they were saying in terms of Giant X's history, in terms of comfort levels coming in back onto Ascent. You would probably, that would be leaning in their favor, right?
Yeah,
I guess
so.
even at face value, this matchup, I don't think it's unfair to say Giant X come into this as the favorites.
Yeah, they've dropped away from, I'd say, the top two. You know, you got your kind of G2, obviously, your KC. You throw SK up there now, right? They've not got that same authority to them anymore, but they're certainly in the conversation. A clean win here would have then, in my mind, put the trajectory back up high, but as it stands, not looking great. Not looking like they've got that Ascent under the belt, looking very vanilla, very dated. They can still hit shots like that, though. This is the bonus, and it is a very reserved investment this time from Zerents. Nice finesse, though. That's... Ness, again, you look at the confidence builders here. They've had a very cold start to the game. So kind of feeling a little bit warmer after this one. Starting to heat up.
Cold start. I feel like Ness has been the one really to be fighting an uphill battle in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah.
But still the one to find, well, success to some degree.
All missiles away.
Oh, Lou's seen quite a few of them. Good luck, Lou. You get a kill. Pass around in French.
Out of charges.
Don't get a kill, thank you. Thank you. No,
I've never wanted somebody to get a kill as much as I did right then.
Oué le Spike. Je jouais Valorante.
Don le site B. And Tom 5 the score. D'accord. Round 16.
Oué, my French is not great. Modest
too.
Yeah, really humble me.
Reset a little bit here. Obviously, with the round win coming back, and the buy round will be the most telling, right? Early on here, I think if we go back to the first half, Zerents the ones to really set the precedent, right? And it was Giant X. We were looking for a response.
They've done the groundwork. Yeah, groundwork achieved. Is that a very deep vice wall on B main? Yeah, maybe? Question mark? Don't know.
Yeah.
Was it? Ooh, God. Okay, on the brawl, they're still good for it. Dream, you don't really need to entertain much more than that. Probably need to hit a rotate right about now because the site is looking rather open. But cross-map vines gonna help things out. I say vines, thorns. Bad thing on ground. I don't know.
Ouchies.
But this pause. Oh, dearie me, Lou. I'm quite impressed with this Teo work, if I'm honest. The drone jiggle peek, bam, nuts. And catching two of them, so that's big info here.
Yeah, big stall as well. Doesn't seem to have slowed Giant X. Smurf out the drive-by though. I was gonna say, it doesn't seem to slow them down.
Oh my God! I mean, like, by anyone else, right? you'd think, okay, they'll probably have to wait for that, you know, wait for it to dissipate. No. Smurfette's walking it. Like, that is that is confidence and a half. I kind of like to see it. Again, like, Smurfette is one of those names that has been such a headliner in the GC scene in general. So actually seeing her have a couple of these rounds now is a good look. Zeren's going to be stopped in their tracks. And can they get a grip back on this game? I feel like we've been seeing basically Giant X brawl their way through this, and it's worked.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Really, Giant X are going to find any semblance of comfort on the back of these round wins. Obviously very cautious here of Sarah's trying to make something work, and
It's like out
an
of a
awkward
movie.
engagement, yeah, but just evading the jump scare.
More baited though. Take some of that. Ness is calling them back over. Maybe with that.
With
the timing of the drone and the lockdown. I do like the Zerans are trying to work behind that drone. They haven't just done it as like needless kit, like an out drone. So they should, if anything, speed up. But there is still a lot of util in their way. It's still uncomfortable. And Akita with a trade. This is not necessarily as easy as they'd hope, even with that lockdown. There's a lot of stall here.
Akita also not taking too much damage, and Dream gonna commit to this. Hiding in plain sight.
Oh, this is actually egregious if it works. Oh my god, it almost did. I kind of liked it though.
Hang on though.
Oh my god, wait.
Sarah
what are we doing
Ness
there?
with a quick response. Yeah, it's a little dicey because then you think back, if Dream does get 1 or 2, God forbid gets 2.
That was...
I'm so glad we see this. Yeah.
Dreams had a round of what ifs.
Yeah.
You're in from the start to this as well,
Yeah.
like a second
Staring
earlier
at
in
the
the
walls,
smoke.
staring at the smoke. Yeah, because Akita and Tui both find kills. Obviously, Akita on the back of retrieving that rifle. Really, Sarah and Ness with a bailout here.
Ness has actually been a hero. Keep in mind, that was a stun on top of the salvos. That probably would be you dead, pretty much. You can see the state that Smurfette's walked away in. Ness still getting them one on Akita, who did have ult, is so valuable. They're going back in. Oh. Okay, yeah, they are. Smurfette, that's not what the doctor asked for. Certainly not working out this time, but we've seen her do stranger things. But again, it feels a bit desperate here. They still have, oh dear, caught off Dream.
Yeah.
Red carpet's rolled out, but do they know about Tui yet? They do now, and that's Spike going down. I thought Nami had it, and maybe so did Tui at that point. But still, Zaren's going to make it up to 11 here. A little bit more control and a willingness to fight it back out. Felt on the knife's edge then, though.
So Purchase obviously comfortable here. Giant's going to try and take a breather. Yeah, it's just so oppressive to start. I mean, actually, you even said it. Giant X lucky to, well, Smurfette to be walking away, licking her wounds really from that early engagement. Doesn't amount to a round window. It's Zeren's.
Look at the
to find the response. I was just about to say we have
glowy
one of those snowball rounds.
Now, if you thought their util was bad, wait until you see their ults. This comp,
This is just, I mean, it's just one of those offensive rounds that you just see. There's so few things that Giant X can kind of sit and wait for, because Zerens just have so many late round tools. So many late round tools.
I guess the only light question mark with Zerens is the purchase around Akita. Beyond that, not exactly the biggest deal. But if we're talking about ults, Eva's one off. You do have Sarah's, you do have Smurfette's there.
Yeah, there's a world where actually Giant X get themselves into a position where they can almost match this in terms of numbers, but they can't match it in terms of utility, in terms of options, in terms of pressure. There's this feels like a comp diff, even if you match the ultimates.
I tend to agree with you. Sarah's ult could be big, but again, using on the offensive side is difficult. Oh, right off the rip. I'm actually quite interested in how willing they are just to use these ults for space takers, but that felt a little bit too far for me, of a very little contact there. But
I mean, I'll say that's with this sort of round, that's not how you want to see Lou really invest that ultimate. Looking to re-clear potentially off this flash or further aggression as Giant X now probably find themselves in the driver's seat. That's a big tool off the table. One less thing to worry about, right?
And Lou's trying to take the incentive and takes ahead with her. Nami's gone down. I really thought maybe they're going to burst up Cat. Using Sarah's ult, try and get some aggression going through, get rewarded. And now they're being herded. Look at top middle. They've already got the flank going on. Now they pop the ult. Now they try and cross towards B. Good idea, but again, Vice isn't here. All the util's still going to be in place. It's going to be very uncomfortable. Can't split through on B main. Can't have all the impact they wanted. Still being stalled out, and a good consideration of that KO ult was in play. 2 players on the back by Boathouse still. Look at this. Left. This is still a really hard round for Giant X to get through.
Yeah, and the longer it goes on, the worse it kind of gets. Giant X have to get in and capitalize on this time.
And the ult should be solid. Actually, didn't expect Akita. Gonna get a second. Time now running low, 13. Smurfette still here. Sarah still alive. There's still a chance. Looks like there's gonna be a bit of util thrown in potentially from Pink, but no. Smurfette given a chance to go for a little bit of a pick there. Doesn't get it. Has to rescind away. Well, maybe not. It is. Smurfette goes in for seconds. Sarah now left in the 1v2. Took away the third, but this still is doing a very difficult dance. 12 for Zerans, and beautifully done here as well. Again, a little unorthodox in some of the ult usage.
Yeah.
Dreams there didn't love where it was coming in from, but still, they get the round.
I think bigger picture-wise, the investment from Lou's fine.
Yeah.
They're able to recover, and actually, the crucial kill here is removing Nami. Removing Nami from that position, even, cross-map smokes or any towards any site here later on. And like I said, the longer this goes on, the worse it feels for Giant X.
Yeah,
I think that's probably reflected in the outcome because they're not in comfortable positions in this post plant whatsoever. They're committed towards site. There's still 3 members of Zerans alive with a ton of utility coming back off cooldown. It's just rough from all angles.
There's now Akita off to an early show of force. Takes the quick TP out. Right place. Again, this is why this composition works so well. The ability to be cross-mapped in a heartbeat, and then you've got that lovely spread of utility from Vice. It is well-rounded. It's pretty meta for a reason. For now, though, for Giant X trying to take the tour, right? Trying to do what they need to, do their due diligence, working around the map. Good info on towards Nest there, but not overly telling.
And likewise for the drone as well. No real tangibles to work off from that. Smurfette and the spike in Sarah's hands. Heading potentially towards a blender, but now thinking better of it.
Yeah, didn't like what they were seeing, but
Pink
it is going to be that
caught
quick
a glimpse
pivot.
there. I didn't see what she saw, if anything, but backs away here. Gonna deny the TP as well. More information for Giant X.
Look at the amount of information coming their way. Lovely usage of the ult. Stole them right out. Swing off the back of Nikita's there. Beautiful synergy between the two. Oh, and the flash is heaven sent. Zerans are looking fully in control here. I am so impressed with this team. Its synergy, its pacing, its composition coming out. And now, I mean, you got to be pulling off heroics with 10 seconds left at this point.
10 seconds left.
And the Thorns on top. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Call it next map,
Stick a
Mike.
fork
This
in it.
one's wrapped up.
This last round as well, Lauren, was just absolutely beautiful. We're talking about the choreography and how well thought out some of this investment is. The ultimate coming through from Akita here on the backside of the Rolling Thunder here. This backstab is just perfect. Giant X, again, find themselves in a position towards a site that they just have no comfort on whatsoever.
Yeah.
The Zerans continue to play at such a pace to get ahead of the curve. Giant X, scoreline aside, it felt like they didn't stand much of a chance here other than the brute force rounds that they were able to find success in.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with what we've been seeing from them here. Again, I was curious if they had comfort in this composition. I feel as though they did. Mike, do you agree in that one?
For sure, yeah, and again, I come back to the same thing. the thing that sticks in your mind is that split performance when these two teams met previously, and the big question there was running the fade. Are we going to see very util-oriented gameplay? And we didn't. We didn't see really the value in playing that composition. Here, the first thing you look towards is what do they get off the utility, the massive amount of utility they have in this composition. I think they demonstrated time and time again they were able to diversify and come up with things on the fly, seemingly, that found them a lot of rounds on both attack and defense.
Yeah, and again, yes, Ness had a good performance. Some of the Giant X girls did have a good impact individually, but I expect that of this team. They are a very good team, so to hold them to, I hold them to a higher standard. I hold them to looking good as a collective rather than individuals. I'm going to be honest, they look rusty on this map. Doesn't look like it's in the wheelhouse yet, but again, this wasn't their choice. Icebox was. So that's where my big question mark is now.
Big question mark, sure, but this does feel like maybe Zerons have got away with catching Giant X completely off guard. We're talking about an allowance for, you know, an adjustment period in terms of a few rounds at the start of the first half. We didn't really see much beyond that. And I think probably that first half was decisive in terms of the overall outcome here on Ascent.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really want to see Icebox. If Zerons come out and they have, I'd say, an updated comp or a more modernized comp, there's a lot of options these days. I can't wait to see how good they look on it, because map 1 was an absolute blockbuster for me. I love an upset. And again, these two had met very recently. Giant X walked away with both, you know, the map wins there. Seeing the Zerons have come off from a best of 5 and now applying this sort of work here is exceptional.
Yeah, the fatigue will be a question of how far this series goes, Lauren.
Yeah, we'll keep that in the back of our minds if it does come to a map 3, but for now, it's map 2 coming up next, and we'll be back with the desk after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this.
And just like that, after winning that LAN and that best of 5, Serens gets their map pick and puts the 1-0 in this second series. Welcome back to this first day of playoffs here in Game Changers EMEA. Girls, how do we feel about that? I know that we're very excited about the composition that we were seeing, but the performance that we saw coming out from a team that should be tired right now, Billy, what is this?
I mean, I love it. I love in the way in which Zerens were able to play that. I think that they put on a phenomenal performance. I think that Giant X, you know, they kind of struggled to adapt to the composition that Zerens had put together. Because, of course, we've not seen this composition on Ascent, right? So I think, yeah, Zerens were really able to kind of dictate the pace of the game in their first half.
Yeah, I have to say, when I initially saw the comp from Zerens Holy Mint, I did go a little bit feral, but I'm glad that my intuitions were right, because seeing a comp like that, you know that they've put the prep in, that they've done the work, and they proved themselves completely right and showed us all why you should be following the new meta and playing, you know, like the Tejo and the Vice.
Yeah, exactly. So many times, right? We see the Game Changers teams just following up on what we've seen previously, but this is brand new. It's something that they knew could work and they decided to make it work. This is not following anybody else. This is just us understanding what we can do in this map. Billy, there's so many reasons why this composition is so strong right now.
It's so nice, right? And I love seeing Game Changers teams as well just get ahead of the curve and not being afraid to experiment with all the new agents that we see. You know, there's so many agents that are so viable on different maps, so it's great to see different compositions come head to head. But yeah, I just think that they were able to play so aggressive, right? You look at the amount of space that they were able to take on their attack with that Tejo utility, with that Vice utility. Giant X, they were kind of forced to fight ahead of that utility because they were just getting flooded on site, and I think that Zerens were choosing their engagements very wisely.
Yeah, and I agree with Pansy, because at one point she just said Lou is kind of nuts, and not just for her plays on that map. You know, we saw her getting aggressive when maybe she shouldn't have, and winning out those duels, but also in the fact that the prep and the work to create this kind of comp that is going into this with a bit of a shock factor and with that aggression to kind of bring a new light into what we normally see played on Ascent.
And at no point we saw them being scared of the length that they could take things to. You know, we saw the aggression coming in from the defense, so many new ideas. And we saw a Giant X that was surprised by many of these things. On the other side, we see them playing a classic composition that they've played in the past, that we have seen multiple times on Ascent. But obviously, when we look at these compositions and when we look at the players on the server, our eyes have to go to Smurfette, and especially has to go to the head-to-head that she just had versus Akita. Many differences to be explained here that has to do with the composition. But Akita, for the first time this year, playing on that Euro Meg, what do you make of their performance, both of them?
I mean, totally amazing performance from Akita. You know, I think Billy's going to talk a little bit more about Akita's beginnings to where she is now. And I think they relied a lot on Smurfette to find that early aggression, get ahead of the util, which of course she couldn't do every single round. So we still did see a strong performance from Smurfette, but nowhere near as close to Akita. And I just want to also comment on the fact I really like the Euro pick, because I think Akita was able to find so much more space, get around that Sentinel util, get ahead of those flashes as well, and even on defense, still go in and take those early aggressive picks.
Yeah, Akita was absolutely incredible. You mentioned it, Bea, that she has not played Euro this year up until now. She has only played Euro 2 times in officials before this, so I think it was incredible to see her on that agent. And we need to remember as well, Akita only started playing officials last year in contenders. Only last year. So I think that this is a rising star coming up through Game Changers EMEA, and I'm really excited to see how she gets on in the future. And I think when we look at Smurfette on the opposing side, you know, she's such an experienced player, right, that we would expect her to have pop-off moments. And I think when you have your duelists shining, we kind of also need to take a look at the initiators that are setting them up, right? We can't just rely on Smurfette to have those pop-off rounds. And I think what Akita had was that breach and that Tejo utility that was helping her set up. We've seen so many rounds where Lou could work off of the back of the Yoru ult that was going in on site, and yeah, it was just really lovely Valorant to see.
Same for Pinkali. I think that there were a lot of moments individually that you could see coming together as a team and winning as a team. But we have to look ahead and we have to move forward because we got a little bit of ascent and we have another new map. And of course, it's going to be Icebox coming out next. You know, probably Giant X thought that they had a surprise here picking out the Icebox. We definitely had a surprise from Serens picking onto that ascent. But let's focus on Icebox. We were theory crafting about the compositions that both of these teams could lean into for Ascent, but I feel like we have to do the same for Icebox, right? Do we expect Serens to run something new, fresh, that has these implementations with Tejo and whatnot? And do we expect Giant X to just rely on the same old thing that have worked before, knowing that they are the ones choosing this map, Meg?
I would just like to remind everybody at home, and also just a reminder for ourselves as well, that this is a knockout round and Giant X are going into this as potentially their final map to keep them in playoffs, and therefore I you know, bringing Icebox back into the map pool after such a long time, and after seeing the way that Zerent's Holy Mint just came into Ascent. Of course, they can't just magic up a brand new comp right here, right now, but I really do hope that they bring something new to the table and to Icebox in the way that we're used to seeing it play, to kind of, you know, really put up a fight for this knockout stage.
I have to agree. I want to see them innovating. I don't want them to see them on their comfort picks. Like, I want to see nice, exciting Valorant. Give me a Deadlock, give me an ISO, give me it all, right? I want to see people innovate. And I think that's what I like about Icebox coming back in, is that they've had time to prepare for this map coming back in. So you'd like to think that they've kind of bashed their heads together and figured out, okay, guys, what are we going to come up with for Icebox?
Okay, I know, Meg, that you were saying that you would love to see, what was it, the Gecko and the Tejo, like something outrageous like that, even though we haven't been seeing a lot of Gecko, not even in the group stage. But especially looking back at what happened in Bangkok and T1 ended up getting that win, how would you girls feel about maybe seeing some potential double duelist? Are you in the mood for that, Billy?
I'm for that. I'm very much for that. Like, we have seen a Reyna on an Icebox in the past in Game Changers. I'm not against it. I'm absolutely not against it. Although I don't know if it would be Giant X or Zerens that would sway towards the double duelist. Something tells me that it would be Zerens, just because they've been so innovative from what we've seen from them so far. And with Giant X, you know, we're used to seeing them kind of on those comfort picks. Ness seems to be a great anchor for them, but then also we have to look at Smurfette, who's been the kind of highlight duelist for Giant X here. So I'm not opposed to a double duelist, but I think as well, will we see a Clove? I'm putting that out there. Will we see a Clove?
Okay, Scott. Okay, we get it. I was also going to potentially theorize the Harbor. Like, I know nobody's playing Harbor, but we did. I'm pretty sure we used to see Harbor sometimes coming out on the Icebox. And with the Viper changes since Icebox was last in the map pool, okay, no.
Oh,
I'm just
well, you're going to get the Gecko at least from both of the teams, and the Tejo loot will never let you down, Meg.
They really won't, and I'm so excited. Again, Zerent's Holy Mint seem to be tickling the right spots for me with the agent compositions that they're bringing out in today's map pool. So I'm very, very excited again to see this. But the Neon, Billy, I don't know what you think about Neon on Icebox, because that's kind of something we're used to seeing, right?
Yeah, Icebox last year was a really good map for Giant X as well, and it was Smurfette that was on that Neon. She was absolutely running it down, but I think seeing Ness jump over to that Gecko, being able to help support her, is a surprise for me. I was expecting her to go maybe down the lines of a Viper or something. So yeah, no, I'm expecting to see her in Smurfette's back pocket in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. As you're saying, this is, and when we think about the classics and probably playing from your comfort zone, this is the composition that Giant X used to run on this map. So even though we have these new additions and some of the roles have been moved a little bit and tweaked here and there, the macro idea should be the same. Now, they didn't have, they were lacking a little bit of the responses against the Tejo and the combos on the previous match. Do we expect this very quickly, Meg, to be the case for this Icebox as well?
I am not gonna lie to you, I just completely zoned out because I was so busy dreaming about the Tejo Gecko plays that we're about to see.
Honestly, Meg,
I'm tweaking out a little bit. Like, I can't believe it. Like, I said it in not expecting it to actually happen, so maybe Billy can answer that one, because I'm fully still in it.
I hear we're ready. Let's go. Like, can we send it to the casters? This is getting too chaotic for me.
Hey, you know, we're excited about the compositions, but the stakes remain the same. Even though the composition we have seen this one already for Giant X, they are in the brink of elimination from this playoffs in this knockout round. The stakes are the highest for their first and open-end matchup. So again, tossing this over to Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you. And yeah, so well, it tickled the right spots for Meg, apparently.
There are some phrases being thrown out on the desk there. I'm just saying it's lucky we're not in studio today. That's all I'll say. But I'm going to agree with Meg. Not so much the tickling, but I'm excited
for the right spots.
Yeah, I'm excited for this map nonetheless. But I mean, here's the thing: we're going to see a very similar approach here from Zerens, right? I think that the ethos remains the same. Giant X, I think probably with this composition, we're looking towards doubling down on getting ahead of Zerens, right? Not allowing them to really overwhelm with this utility, because I think Pink is in a position to complement Lou really nicely once again. Akita, obviously a slight adjustment here, but the premise remains the same really with this composition.
I tend to agree. Now, I actually don't know how I feel about the Gecko-Teo combo, but I'm excited to learn. I think my one question mark is how to deal with that Neon. What do they have in mind to hinder it, right?
Like you were just saying, what is going to stop Smurfette from getting ahead of the curve?
Oh, well, that certainly stops Nami. And Pink goes unchecked. Oh, come on. We're not checking corners. We're not checking corners. We can't be doing this.
Down B.
That's sloppy work. And I just expect a higher level from Giant X. We don't fall for these things. Akita, lovely to wrap it up with a bow, but still mistakes being made here.
And it's a similar thing to what we said in my right. You get away with a couple of those rounds, but those are the sort of mistakes you want to see cleaned up very, very quickly. Zerens once again in a position to establish themselves early on in a half, which, like I said, map one, that first half was decisive not only in the scoreline, but in the way that it was played, the way in which it played out. Sorry, because it was Zerens in total control. And it was Giant X constantly. We're talking about uphill struggles and, you know, fighting from behind, things like that. You don't want to see that trend carry across here to Icebox.
No, but I'm seeing pace. And an early show of force, at least, from Lou. Let's have a little look. Look, this map is difficult at the best of times. So can they get any threatening approaches? So far, no. So far, oh my word. The absolute shutdown. 3 make it out of the second round here. Yeah, a little bit of damage done, but honestly, the Viper doing wonders there for them as well.
I was going to say, I didn't see... I mean, you're going to come in similar to what the bonus looked like on Ascent in the first half as well. So notable progress being... notable progress being Akita towards the ultimate. Not really much for Giant X to pin their hopes on just yet.
Oh, definitely
definitely. Oh, how I've missed you. Hello, A-Site. Mixwell somewhere is just turning in his grave.
Oh, well then. Yeah, guess this is how it goes.
Yeah, Smurfette getting on the board early here. Akita kept in check.
Yeah.
Also, you expect Zerens to kind of throw something else, see if anything sticks.
This is quite nice from Tui. Good information to build off of, but
going out.
Again, Lou now encouraged to go get that info. Does so.
Suppressed.
And for now, Tui does actually catch Nami on that, but it was traded out. So again, you want to keep at least 3 standing here in my mind. This rotation now feels, I don't want to say readable, but expected. And thinking, maybe second guessing to go for this one. A little delay in the timing. But there's still 2 players here. Fortunately, Pink only has that frenzy. So in reality, it shouldn't be that threatening.
Especially if she's not able to really close that gap.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, they've stalled out the plant. So that spike is down in a really precarious spot here. Nicely timed on the mosh. And Lou can just be a nuisance. Sets up Dream for the swing. And now suddenly we're down to a 3v3 with 15 seconds. It gets a little bit dangerous. Lou still doing damage. This is going completely wrong. Time, 8 seconds. Oh my word, you just got to play to the time and the stun. 3 seconds. That looked like a 3 to me, but Pink on the flank anyway. The timing is perfect. perfect. Stunning in the end from Zerens. And another miss for me from Giant X.
Yeah. A big swing and a miss, to be honest with you. Zeren's able to somehow cling to life in this round and then recover what was it a 3v5? Was it just a 3v4 over on the other side? I can't know because Tui found the kill on Tsunami. Yeah. But even so, like I said, Pinkley, it feels like she's all but irrelevant in this round.
Yeah.
A crucial stun coming through here.
The delay on the spike.
Yeah.
So many aspects going. And again,
wild turn of events.
And also, Lou, 0-2 right now, but those 2 assists literally got them that round. The little push and pull from the back of sight. Beautiful.
Ooh,
beautiful. We've gone for the NA purchase here.
Yeah. I mean,
they don't seem to work as well for Europeans.
Yeah, they can afford it, so it's not necessarily a concern, but it's things like that we do want to track in terms of, you know, desperation throughout this, knowing that there's elimination on the line. That's something you definitely got to keep an eye on.
Yeah,
like I said, here we can afford it. It's not as big a question mark.
No. And it has become more and more embraced. And you can see the impact it can have, especially with someone playing Neon. But again, the poise and the composure being shown here is looking good. Yes, a couple of effective trades, but you're down to 1 player and handled. So there could be a recovered rifle. Yes, it is. Akita's got that back in hand. Not quite having the impact they wanted. And let's kind of put a wider lens on this almost. This is a worrying beginning for Giant X. This is a cold start here on Icebox. And for the team favored in this, their map choice, I didn't want to see it starting like this.
No, which is why I'm saying it, that you have to, it might seem irrelevant now, but keep an eye on some of these desperate attempts to recover here, because Giant X have to maintain composed. Like I said, elimination on the line, coming into this as the favorite of this matchup, and effectively being, you know, sucker punched on map 1 with that composition.
Yes.
If they can't find early success here on the back of Smurfette and putting Smurfette in motion, you're looking towards those confidence builders, right? Actually, in the previous, I think was it Ray's Smurfette was on split in the previous matchup?
I think so, yeah.
Where actually, she really struggled. It's not often that you'd ever say that about Smurfette.
No, she's normally spot on for it. Drone catching at least a glimpse, but we know at least that it is only Nami here. The vast majority of Giant X heading towards that B site. Now contact on both sides of the map, but there's still that 3-play stack from Zerens in the right place.
Yeah, no knee-jerk reaction on the back of that information.
Look at Lou. Lou's timing is outrageous to go walkabouts like this.
Yeah, this is just the sort of time you want to see her do it as well. Not going to be able to backstab this execution, but like you said, frees up some space, gives Zerens an opportunity to really reinforce ahead of this plant coming through. That. Beautiful, but traded out. And actually, Akita finds a second on the back of that.
Hold on, now it's getting so chaotic. Nami needs to find the kill here and doesn't. Pink's still alive. Akita still popping off. And now Nami's position given away in the knives. You heard him in the background, but the timing is there. Akita looking locked in as well. We saw them on the Yoru before, now looking very comfortable on the Jet.
This place is nice,
and an opportunity was made there. But again, I've got to say it. Lou, with the timing of the gods to free up that rotation. Again, Akita was there as the site hit happened, right? And you saw the impact Akita just had. The fact, it feels like you can set your watch to Lou's, you know, outrageous moves in this.
And you just saw it there. That trade is crucial because actually you see there's still 2 players top site. Usually in that scenario, when you've got a real lack of contact, you're going to find maybe 1 or 2 people with, you know, digging their heels in towards default or towards denying that initial peak. But actually, Zerens are so comfortable because that rotation comes through so early. Giant X basically thrown into the slaughterhouse. In that exchange, I actually thought the spike was going to be planted. Because the pressure was coming through so far back on site, but no comfort at all for Giant X. It's the reason we're seeing, again, a timeout come at similar stage to what we saw on Ascent. Obviously, some recovery found previously, but...
I do want to note as well, in my mind, I really like the fact that Zerens are so willing to use their ults. They don't just sit on them waiting for that perfect moment, which sometimes never presents itself.
No, they're throwing them in to convert rounds or convert situations.
And I love it. I mean, Ping didn't find the most impact from the fish ult, but Akita certainly did. And again, you look at the cycle coming through here. Lu's going to have her ult pretty soon. You've got Dream already with it in the back pocket. On the other side, I want to see what Giant X have here. It implies that Smurfette will use the ult, but I'm sure they're prepared for this.
And just coming back to that, yeah, Pinkley didn't find a lot, but it forces the hand of Giant X to make a decision, right? And in that sort of scenario, throws them off kilter.
Spot on. And we saw it before. We've seen it again. Lu's gone walkabouts and found absolutely nobody home.
They're feeling this space now.
And what do they have for retake? Dream.
Reading the map really, really well. And this is on the back of Lu being the one to lead the charge here. Smurfette just shut down.
I'm such a fan of Akita already. That's so tricky. I love it. Yeah, that's stunning. Now, I don't know whether they win the round or not. Maybe they do with that sort of flank coming in. But we are down to a 2v3, but the weapons are still a factor in this. Now, Ness could get ult potentially. Plant is in, though. And Tui making her presence noted on this flank. Closing in on the site. Akita, this is difficult with the operator, but already showing some real diligence earlier. Couldn't quite bring it down in time, but Tui is doing damage. Gonna need a big round from her, though, to close this out. Spots out the player. And now it's game on. 1v1 mind games begin. The time is quite low here.
Saw the foot. I think saw the foot.
Had to have done. Had to have done. Oh, but a horrific miss. That is going to haunt her for this one. Time is running too low. I think we've left this too late. Eva getting away with murder, it felt like there. Gifted that one, but again, Tui had an opportunity to close out.
Yeah, and I think maybe a little hesitant to act off the snake bite. Again, the dart does reveal. Initially fakes that tap on the spike, but maybe a chance to get... I don't even think the half really makes a difference there, because Eva actually able to disconnect enough times in that 1v1, cut line of sight, create a few question marks, and a lifeline here for Giant X. And the first on the board for them.
Okay, ult on for Lu.
There.
The Viper's Pit doesn't make this look all too inviting, though, does it, Mike?
No.
And look at the aggression on the other side down B long as well. This is actually quite claustrophobic. Matt, but gonna bank on the fish ult, I guess, get Thrash going and hope that they can identify the player. Kind of feels obvious that 410's probably where Tui is, but just dives down, death from above.
Just brute forcing into it. The army will find value elsewhere. Pinkley removed now, as well as the pit, and
toxins going up.
Not able to capitalize on that just yet. You got to feel initially that trade favoring Zerens heavily.
You should run.
Lockdowns will trade off here. Eva will commit the Hunter's Fury.
Ooh.
That's it. Next fires the wallbang. Tui will fall.
Yeah, this is looking much better now. Should be a plant in. Don't think it'll get denied in time. Nope. Plant is there. Ness, careful. The Viper's Pit on top. This is a heavily invested round coming out from Giant X.
Almost the Uno reverse here in terms of side control, and the pit now.
You've got to convert this one.
Giant X, yeah.
This is a must-have with the investment they've just had. Lu's done well there, but Akita falls, so now it's looking like Giant X getting a grip on the round. It was a must-win, though. They had, what? I want to say 3 ults invested on that. Actually, no, 4, with, I think, Nami's there as well. So, again, these sort of things, that was a big round for them, bring out everything they had. A necessity to walk away with it.
Spoke about a similar round on Ascent. And Giant X kind of springboard off this now. Well, obviously, the finances kind of humbled on the side of Zerens, which was not the case on Ascent, to be honest with you. After losing those initial conversions from Giant X, Zerens were able to carry through a little better than they can here on Icebox, but regardless, still a little bit of bite to this purchase.
Need to see them
Giant
keep
X.
this. Oh.
Speaking of bite,
the Ferrari
Nami removed,
from Lu.
very early on this round.
And again, the ult orb collected as well, so they've been kind of winning all the small battles. Nice from Smurfette. Yeah, much better, just kind of bullying their way in. And we've said it before, it feels like they sometimes bank on that brute force, but this time is finding its value a lot easier up against Sheriffs.
Spike planted.
Are you a believer in the 2v4, Mike?
I once was.
Lost, but now you are found.
Yeah.
Back here. 5-2 now.
I don't know if it's going to be this one, though.
No, I don't. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I don't know, though. I don't know, though.
Wait. Mike, we were messing around. We were falling around, but he was top fragger. He was got this. Lou's actually done some serious work here.
Well, I lived.
Lou's got the half.
Oh my God.
Oh my word. I will never doubt again.
Oh my God, it was really close.
Lou hits two just filthy
Welders.
shots.
Yeah, what are these?
That was tough there. I didn't know if it was because my feed's a little pixelated, but I'm not sure actually if Dream was on a mini-map moment there, but committed in the head peek. Whether or not that was actually a kill on the cards there, again, could have had a huge impact on this round considering how it ended up.
Yeah. So Zeren's Holy Mint. We haven't been given the full title. We'll work on that. What do you think Holy Mint is? Like, don't ignore me.
I was pretending I lagged out a little bit there because I don't know. It's got to be a sponsorship obligation, surely. The team's name is Zeren's.
It's not.
Well.
Okay. Well, thanks, observers. You're not helpful when you're just saying no.
It's not. It's not. What? I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know.
I quite like it.
Well, I mean, the jerseys are kind of clean though as well.
Oh no, the jerseys are sick. Genuinely.
Because we went to the website.
Why'd you call it the website?
For Zeren's, I mean, come on. No low-hanging fruit today.
Okay, for my bad.
And it was like it's like their merch is like.
It's pretty nice.
Got holy and stuff written all over it. I don't know if that has any relevance. Round 9, though. Take it away.
I've missed you. Oh, gosh.
We said no giggles today.
You're right. Sorry, I'm not allowed fun.
Elimination on the line. Let's go.
How dare you? Yep. Luckily for us, a patient round. Some might say Na'Vi-esque. Would you say that?
I wouldn't like to, but yes, I would.
Na'Vi in pieces. For now, 3-play stack patiently towards the A site for the defending side, but we are seeing the absolute stack up from Giant X trying to head over here.
Well.
Now, they do need to break the... Oh my God, this is uncomfy. They're going to have to funnel through maze, forced into the fight, and Nami is
winning
rewarded.
out.
Huge impact. Oh my God, Pink.
Wow.
Death from above again, still getting away with it. Keeping some decent numbers, but Plant's going to be in. We're in the post-plant now.
Yeah, Nikita with an op in hand. Dash will expire, so I'm going to find anything in there other than switch out to the rifle. Maybe make this doable. Ness, Eva, tagged up a little bit. Maybe we'll actually fall here.
It's getting messy, isn't it? Sarah, next one to try and deal with it. Ness on the swing. Nice for one, but there's still time for this. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, Sarah saving the day a little there.
I mean, it's the first time I'm going to make a real criticism, really, of the utility here, and this is kind of for me, very black and white. I feel like Lou hits the panic button here with this ultimate. Again, the placement of it, and nobody's picking up the slack on the other side.
Exactly.
This ultimate is going to force them out of position, and then Nami able to get 2 kills from the position that this ultimate forces them into.
See, that to me is the part that's a little bit disappointing, because that ult I think was quite nice.
Yeah,
as I said, it forced them straight into maze on that little left angle of it, and you thought, cool, they'll be at least set up for this.
I'd be really curious to ask the question. I mean, benefit of hindsight, but ask the question of what that set piece looks like and whether or not maybe something's, you know, throwing them off kilter.
Yeah, could be.
But for Nami to find 2 where she did, a bit of a head scratcher.
And we do have a cheeky little stack here. What do they have for info? Our drone's gone. So they've got the dart. Izzy's not on the plate either right now. Oh, wingman. But this feels a bit tricky to cross ahead here. I'm wondering if they've started to feel a bit too much pressure on this side, maybe reading into the presence of yellow, but Akita is fancying a fight, and they've gone for it and they've lost it this time. Giant X brawl out and they win out. Looking for the plant now to be coming in. Ness trying to escort.
Yeah,
and this
Ness
is where it gets
catching a glimpse.
uncomfortable, but well handled. Better pacing. A little bit more, I guess, less frazzled by it all. It feels like they were kind of brought into the chaos that Zerence wanted before. Lou. You're not winning a 1v4 here, Lou.
Nah.
Nah.
Surely not, right?
You're good, Lou. Don't know if you're this good. Nice try. NT. It's a solid NT. NT's in chat. You can't type in chat. But NT's.
NT emotes in chat.
I did ask you why you weren't co-streaming. I think I found out why.
Why?
NT emote in chat.
Yeah. I mean, if it's emote only mode, you have to get an NT emote.
Do you have one?
Yeah, I do actually.
Well, you know what? That's
I'm not going to plug. I'm not going to self-plug now, but, if you want it, you can go and subscribe to a certain channel. 5-5 the score.
Oh my god,
That's a nice hit from Akita, but
not what she wanted at the end there.
Fizzles out very quickly. No real value other than the damage onto Ness.
Yeah, but Lou...
Sarah's doubling down on this.
Oh, Ness going for an individual fight on that. Could have maybe joined up with Sarah, but Sarah clean enough on her own, calling in the cavalry to get back and give her a hand because there's problems here. Now, does that wall coming out from Smurfette, if anything, encourage a further glance from Dream? Now the spike is still in a predicament. Akita trying to hold this down. Sarah so sharp with
Sarah.
it. Super clean. Lovely from Smurfette. That was much better.
Find themselves a freebie to be here, and actually, Pinkley pulls the trigger a little early here, reveals the position, no chance of a cheeky kill. I was going to say to make this feasible, but would have still been a 1v3 to follow on. This is Zerence desperately trying to catch Giant X off guard. Again, Spike falls, so it's no surprise to see Zerence initially try and reinforce that position, but maybe overstaying a little bit. It's not really doable to lock down that area. Too many question marks really across the rest of the map, but it's Sarah to do the heavy lifting here.
No, that was some serious work from her. Smurfette prowling around again, one away from ult, so well, gonna have the ult next round, but there we are. For Thing, would love to stay alive. Again, money will be brought into question here, and this has been a good turn of events for Giant X because they were struggling in aspects in this. It felt like a very cold start for them again in this map, but they've course corrected far better now.
Oh, it definitely feels like a much better recovery than we saw on Ascent, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, you could argue on the back of a couple of individual performances, but regardless of how it's delivered,
you take it when you get it.
Yeah, it's still refreshing if you're rooting for Giant X here and Zerence. I mean, I don't want to say it's not a total blowout half by any stretch, but I think maybe a little. I mean, left wanting a little more from Zerence on this half. But like I said, coming to attack, you expect Zerence to slip back into what we saw them employ very well on Ascent. So even to come out here at potentially a 6-6 if they can, would be a big win for Zerence in my eyes.
It would be. It does feel as though this map has slipped a little away from them. I mean, still a competitive scoreline. We don't really know the full depth when it comes to some of these, teams and their capabilities here. And then you could argue, how do you implement the Neon such capability on the defending side? But for now, it's Akita to take down Smurfette. But it has been mostly the Sarah show in the last couple of rounds, maybe a little bit of Ness and Nami in there. But this double stack towards that Maze side.
You should run.
Now going to have to dismantle. as that lockdown's in effect.
And forced even further back here. We'll see, will be one player caught out. Plant will still come through. And Nami might, ooh, actually, I was going to say, going to be caught off guard here because of the footsteps, but Tui was caught sleeping here in the rotation.
How do you break this back line? Super difficult, especially with this ult in Nessa's hands. That kind of is the checkmate here. Oh, when Sarah with a quick one. Eva, gonna layer on the ult on top. This does feel like the checkmate. This feels like it's impossible to play back through. But Giant X, very impressive recovery here in my mind, Mike. They worked this one back.
I was just about to say, when we see the timeline come up, bear in mind this was a 5-0 lead.
Yes.
So nothing short of an amazing performance here from Giant X. And this last round just felt like there's just too many obstacles to overcome. For Zerence here, at least.
Yeah, we'll be back after this to see how this one closes out at 5-7.
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you.
5-7. The question marks around, does this same run of rounds applied to the second half now get brought into real effect, right? Do we get to see that Neon brought in aggressively? Do they try and invest it behind that lovely util coming out from maybe Ness or potentially Eva? There's a lot of options for it. And for Zerence, we get to see the test of their composition here. Their attacking side was rather impressive on map 1, Mike. Do we think it's going to continue now?
Yeah, I mean, I come back to the same comment, right? This is where you expect to see Zerence really invest into this composition, Tui. The beautiful opener here, traded out by Eva, but opportunities created here early on. Zerence not able to fully capitalize just yet, but creeping towards that A site.
Yeah, slow and steady. Sarah towards backside. Akita taking lovely pathing here. Good trade from Sarah, though, who's been a bit of a highlight for me. Some heavy lifting from her, but as it stands, we're looking at the numbers. That's 3 players in the post plant now. Lou still alive. That utility is critical. And Nami, that position is rough. This is really hard to work back through. Does sidestep Lou, so now it's game on. Now you've got the green flag. Get back towards the site, but look at the util, Mike.
And HP advantage here heavily in favor of Zerence. Nami and Eva down at 40 and 34 HP respectively, and the utility could be a factor here. Ooh, Dream unable to actually find that damage, and Eva's found a kill. What? Eva's found 2.
How has that happened? Great from Eva, but
it's a comfortable plant as well, Lauren.
Why were they fighting like this? I didn't mind maybe a slip forward there, but from Dream, but it didn't feel necessary. You have a plant to play to. They've just dropped the ball massively in my mind.
I mean, you could argue maybe, you know, one individual beat there to run the clock down a little bit.
Sure. Both?
That's a big fumble here from Zerence. Probably going to be something they're kicking themselves about because, like I said, that HP advantage all but decides a pistol round. Like, that is huge to be in a post-plant scenario with that health advantage.
Hang on. I genuinely thought they had the keys to the castle on that. But look, we saw on map 1, kind of, or even prior to map 1, them discussing this idea of, you know, trying to play to the right win cons, and Smurfette is farming. Nice attempt on the third, but should be overwhelmed. Bloody hell! She's gone away with daylight robbery. Akita's gone. And it feels like confidence is building for Giant X now. This is when you start worrying. This is when those underdog stories start becoming a little bit more realistic here. Giant X holding on to this one. Clean, clinical, aggressive. And Zerent's dropping those opportunities. Now, Bai coming in for them here, yes. But this bonus, they've got to get past it, or I think this map's done.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, obviously the string of rounds unanswered from the first, it continues into the second half here. Giant X knocking on the door of double digits. I said this is the sort of grit and determination you expect from a team like Giant X in an elimination game as well.
Spot on. They're such a caliber team, you know, history team, high caliber. They've got that pedigree. I expect resilience. Now, obviously, flipping the script, that's where a lot of our question marks and worries we place towards Zerents is, do they have that? We've already seen them discussing that they're aware that that's something they, you know, sometimes, you know, slip a little on. But for now, this has to be clean. It has to be concise. And that is a perfect flash into the dash. Akita's going to be happy with the work coming out from Pink there.
Almost,
taking over towards yellow control.
I was going to say, looking as if they want to peel away from this, but Akita does stay put, finds another kill. Giant X reading that as a lurk. A little bit of misdirection, potentially.
Oh, the time on this drone is nice, too.
Yeah.
Should be heard, or at least thought about, but read like a book here. This is a much nicer round. Very pretty in approach, right? It feels well crafted.
Well, also cautious, right? And knowing that there is still threat. A lesser purchase, sure, from Giant X, but Zerents want to make absolutely sure they hold on to these rifles. Minimize that repurchase. Now finding themselves in a 5v2.
Even the armors could be sat quite nicely for them here.
Yeah.
Very minimal amounts having to be bought back into. But let's see if maybe Ness and Eva can be disruptive in this. Gonna try and force their hand. Deal with our poor wingman and clean. Akita, gotta say, it's slowly becoming a very enjoyable watch for me here.
Yeah, absolutely. Akita on as good as a light shield buy. Don't even really need the repurchase, to be honest with you. It's a very, very clean round from Zerents. Obviously, we'll force the full repurchase on the side of Giant X, but it's that previous purchase in anticipation of that. Either one off the Hunter's Fury. I mean, touching distance elsewhere for Pink and Akita on the side of Zerents, but nothing going to be available off rip here. With Zerents again exploring towards mid. Saw this early on in the pistol round from Tui, but utility invested behind this now. And a 3-player stack from Giant X towards B main, at least initially, not finding a peak on the other side of it.
And who was that who was noted on that one? I'm not sure which player was seeing that. I don't think it got Akita. I don't think it got...
No, I believe it was Dream, right? Was it?
Yeah, I think it was just Dream, which could be still considered maybe just a lurk, maybe just, you know, forward positioning. But this is all 5. So really, eyes turn to what Eva can do here. A very tough, good English, tough predicament. For now, very explosive hit. Again, looking quite drilled here. Not as clean for Akita. It'll be actually Pink to confirm it. But job done, really. A re-exploration for Eva. A little bit too overzealous to go for that sort of thing. Plants in. 5, well, players standing, post-plant. And you're going to hear those steps. Tui definitely calling out for support now.
Yeah, this early on in the retake as well really makes it difficult for Giant X to find anything.
The barrel's certainly going to help.
Yeah.
They don't expect Tui right on duty, but they're making this competitive.
Yeah.
Okay,
Smurfette. Hang on a second, I won't be tuned out for Dream.
And Dream got flashed. Oh! Giant X, you had no right, but they still got in anyway. I don't know how they managed to navigate every single one of those players. You had 5 standing against you. They had everything sewn up. They heard the flank. They had the picks on the site. I'm near on calling that unforgivable for Zerents to drop that one, and credit, obviously, to Giant X to pull it off, but
it definitely feels that way. I mean, Smurfette as well, to throw out the stun, just full faith as well, and to hard clear up into Nest here. So diligent on the way back in. Stealing that one away from under Zerence's nose.
Yes. That's going to be one that's going to sting as well. The ones where you know you could have had it. We've had a couple of those now for Zerence. Having these opportunities and seeing it just slip away.
I don't want to speak too early, but these are the sort of things you attribute towards that fatigue that we alluded to with a best of 5 played before this. Now we're getting into potentially some scrappy rounds, but it's Pinkley to find a favourable 2-for-1.
Yeah, but
to
player
kick off round
advantage
17.
seems to mean nothing at this point, Mike. It feels like
well, yes, yeah, scratch that. Don't call it an advantage just yet.
Ooh. Oh, we got a bit close there. Ness near on catching the step back from Dream. And they're still very paranoid about the play maybe coming through Kitchen here. Obviously, they don't quite know where Pinkley's got to. Could have slipped back in the same timing. Could have stuck around. And it looks like eyeing up that B site. But for Giant X, look, 3 players. Doesn't matter. They're evening up already. Ness wanted that player. Hunting them out the whole time. Really wanted to ensure the middle was available. And now a bit of stall here could come in. But Ness caught just with util in hand. But Nami's position coming in from Snowman. Still viable, but traded out. Still a 1v2. Not impossible. Just improbable.
Would be for Zerence to find their 7th, bring it within 3. Either going to try and convert Giant X's 11th, but insurmountable it feels. The fuse comes through.
We're going to check though.
Hang on, surely we check.
No. Get me out, get me out, get me out, Mike. Mike!
That's...
Who's not checking it? Who's not checking that?
Yeah, that's...
It's a stun. Or disorient. I don't even know what's... I'm disoriented.
That's another round that you talk about the previous.
Get him a timeout.
Maybe stinging a little bit. Yeah, Zerence need to lock back in because it feels like they're just completely off pace here.
Just
not on the same page, sorry.
No.
In the second half. We haven't seen many mistakes tonight from Zerence, and I think we've just seen a couple back to back here.
Yeah, we've seen about 3, I'd say. And again, I think you're right with what you were saying as well, kind of coming back to that. We talk about fatigue. You know, in the...
Those are the sort of rounds that you attribute to fatigue. We talk about the previous round, the retake, or the post-plant completely falling apart. And then this post-plant looking even worse than the previous. This one is just an absolute blunder.
Yeah, it's not what I expect from them, especially after what we saw on map 1. Right, we can see how good they are, their synergy, everything. I don't expect that from anyone at this level. That's just bad communication. Something's gone wrong there. It's not a misplay. It's not really an outplay from Giant X. It is a straight up.
I mean, they have a crossfire from all the way, you know, on B main across. Yeah, from CT to B main.
You could let someone die for it if you really want to. Anyway,
we've got to see a course correction here from Zerence because now Giant X on the brink of forcing map 3, which is the concerning part of the veto, right? Considering that previous matchup between these two teams, split has to be lurking in the back of Zerence's minds.
And it's compounding the problems now, layering on top of each other. Can they pull it together? Or are Giant X's experience going to really kick in and take the wheel? Smurfette in no man's land, though. That gives Lou the opportunity. Maybe Plant could be on the cards.
Actually, pit available in the post-plant too.
Ness can clear through this pretty well, though. Yeah. That's going to be sent into motion. That's Pink in trouble. Nice swing from Nami, clearing through yellow. It becomes all too obvious where these players currently reside. We're going to need an outplay or an over-delivery here, and it doesn't look like it's coming. Sarah's on the case. Tui last one to try and put up a stand. Surrounded and dealt with. Giant X showing this pedigree now, showing their capability. And, you know, basically on fresh legs, it feels like. Not a phrase I often say because we don't normally have teams coming from best of 5s. You know what I mean? We don't see that here. But again, for Zerence, this fatigue, this exhaustion, it is at an all-time high.
Yeah, I feel like the cracks are starting to show. I mean, again, that right there in the replay, a weird commitment from Pinkley in a scenario that feels like they have some sort of, you know, safety blanket, right, with this pit.
Yeah.
You want the clock to run down. You don't want anybody committing to anything too early. You want to force the hand of Giant X into that pit. Sure, you could say you want to remove that tool early on and deny the information, but having bodies up is just way more valuable.
And even with all of this said, I do want to give credit for Giant X for when you're giving an opportunity to make the most of it, right? There's a lot of teams who would have let those slip away, not play to the win cons they've been given. Right now, Giant X are going, yeah, if you're going to let us do this, brilliant. Of course we'll take that. Why wouldn't we? For now, Lou's trying to sell them presence towards the A site. 3 of them still sticking around, but you got to break past the Killjoy utility, and you still have Smurfette around with an operator and ult if she feels she wants to invest it.
Spike drop.
See if anything really to okay, the flash will connect and ult pulled out from Smurfette, but Pinkley able to redeem herself seemingly. Lockdown's drawn out here.
Lockdown destroyed.
Oh, actually destroyed. No value found off the back of that, but yeah. Still a pit to play around here on A site. Giant X going to try and find something on the back of this rotation. Oh, it could be devastating timing.
Unfortunate, really, isn't it? I guess the salvos still go through, but it's certainly not what you'd have wanted. And Nami is still here. And Eva's just got 2E. This is looking like it is done for. And a real bitter end for Zerens here if it does continue on this pathing. Pink and Akita's still alive, and it's looking like a formality. Akita has been exceptional before, but a 1v4 is looking like a task too tall even for her now. Makes a good attempt, but it felt like this one really only had one outcome, Mike. That half switch, it felt like the pace, the atmosphere, everything completely shifted.
Yeah, I mean, what a response from Giant X. That is a decisive map win on Icebox, and I guess in terms of bigger picture, you're going to be loving it coming into map 3 to come away with that sort of a performance, that sort of basically a team diff, right?
Yes, straight up. Like, this felt, it was a complete outdo here, and yeah, we can call it fatigue, call it what you want. Again, right now, for Giant X, they made every one of those small opportunities really count.
Sure, let's... I don't want to harp too much on like the mistakes that we saw Zerens making. I think they're fair to call out, but grand scheme of things, coming into this, you would still expect Giant X to come out with the win here on Icebox. Maybe, you know, blank canvas, let's call it as it is from... I guess turning a new leaf in terms of these maps coming back into the map pool, but coming on to Split, that's where the concern for me comes back, because the previous matchup was so concerning. There was some real question marks around Zerens' inability to maintain control of that scoreline. I think at one point, reaching double digits when Giant X was still down on like 4 rounds or something. So it was, again, Lou alluding to it in the interview, felt like a fumble. They were kicking themselves about that Split performance. Now they have to do it in map 3 of an elimination game, Lauren.
Yeah, it could be a dream or it could be a nightmare at this point. They absolutely need to lock in or they will be going home. Simple as that. Giant X on the cusp of pulling this one right back through, and Split on the horizon certainly sits well with them. Let's find out if it will be that dream or if it will be that nightmare after the break, and we'll be back with the desk in just a moment, so stick around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change it, jet set through the islands.
Giant X manages to get this into a 1-1 result after securing their map pick on Icebox. Welcome back, everybody. We're in for a treat. Everything has to go to this last map. But first, let's take a look at what happened during that Icebox. Because, girls, I feel like at the beginning of it, it looked like Serens was going to close this in a 2-0 fashion after the day that they've had. But Meg, quickly after 5 rounds, Giant X decided that that was not happening.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a very dominant start for Zerens, and I think we were all expecting it to maybe look a little bit like we saw on Ascent. There were a few close rounds after then, 1v1s, and Giant X did end up winning them out, and that, I think, was the beginning of Zerens' downfall. You know, Pansy and Hypok mentioned maybe a bit of fatigue coming into play that affected their ability to kind of win out a few of those rounds, and I have to say, I wanted to kind of highlight the post plants that they played on that second half, because they were questionable at best. You know, a lot of utility still in hand, and not the best post plants I think that we've seen from them.
Yeah, and Billy, we were seeing it right there, 5-14 in favor of Zerens in those first kills, but they only managed to close out 6 rounds.
Literally just what I was about to pick up on, Bea. You have to be kicking yourself, right? You get those 14 first opening engagements, and yet you can't close out the round. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for them, and the way that Giant X were just able to string momentum, and yeah, just it was really nice. And going into that match, you know, I was really excited to see Zerens with the composition that they had created, right? Because they had so much utility to be able to delay those plants from Giant X coming in, which is what they were getting away with in those first sort of 5 rounds, right? We had the tail utility going down, we had the Gecko molly going down, they had the Viper mollies going down, everything to stop Giant X from getting those plants in place. But as soon as Giant X recognized that, they were just able to start peeking in front of it, right? They were just fighting before the utility was even able to go down to delay them from getting that plant. So as soon as they recognized that, they were able to kind of turn the map in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And they gained a lot of momentum. 2 of the players that we need to talk about on the side of Giant X, I believe, are Eva and Ness. Their performances on this map were spectacular. Eva joining in for this roster. Look at that ACS, at that damage, and the supportive utility coming in from Ness, Billy, was on another world.
It's so nice, because when we looked at the roster, the roster and the roles that they decided to play on this map, we've seen a couple of changes. You know, Ness was kind of leaning over towards that Sova previously on this map towards the later stages of last year, and has played Viper in the past as well on this map too. But you just need to look at this, right? We've got the same kind of idea coming out from Giant X. They're just deciding to switch the roles out a little bit. And when I look at Eva and her experience that she has coming into this team, you know, she was the one that was kind of gatekeeping Giant X out of that top 2 spot last year in split 1 and 2, so she's been a really nice addition onto this Giant X roster.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Eva. Like you mentioned, I feel like we really saw her experience come to light on the Sova role on Icebox. And I mean, I just wanted to talk about the absolute stick and a half coming through, and the fact that she had full utility there to play with. I think from the double initiator and Ness and Eva kind of bouncing off each other, I think Ness was able to kind of use her utility on Gecko quite aggressively to begin with, and then leave it open to Eva to react off that and respond with her utility if need be.
It brings me a lot of peace, right, that we're going to this 3rd map, because I didn't, as we're saying, this is a knockout round. And even if Giant X is to be eliminated today, I didn't want to see them just go down showing no force, but we definitely could see how this Icebox was preparing, how they were feeling comfortable. We know that the teams have not had most time in the world to prepare between between group stage and playoffs. But now we have to look at something that was there in the group stage and is definitely staying here in playoffs, and it's that split. Meg, tell me a little bit about the results from both of these teams and what we know about their performances so far.
Yeah, I mean, the results are definitely incredibly different between both of these teams on Split. And I mentioned at the very beginning, I'm not sure Zerets Holy Mint want to go to 3 maps here, as their performance on Split has not been great at all. You know, they played this 3 times in the group stages and they did not win a single one out. And then on the other hand, you have Giant X, who have played it only twice. However, they did win both. And I think the difference that I want to talk about here is maybe the fact that this is the only map that Zerets Holy Mint kind of aren't running that Taeho on. And with the performance we've just seen from Lu on Taeho, will they bring that out? And could that be their saving grace?
let's not forget as well, one of those times that Zernsman did lose this split was to Giant X. Granted, it did get to double digits, it was in a 10-13 fashion, but yeah, probably not too happy that this is the remaining map out of that map veto, and the fact that they have already played a best of 5 today, this is their final map in a best of 3, you have to start questioning when does fatigue come into play, you know? When do we start seeing how much resilience these players have? Because of course, this is the first time that they've ever made it to the main event, right? It's a debut for Zernsman. Whereas Giant X, we have seasoned professionals on this team and they are used to best of 5s, best of 3s, no matter what it is at this point.
You know, we've talked about some of the changes, maps in, maps out, some of the agents changes. Would we be down to even seeing some of the deadlock? Because again, the only team remaining in playoffs that has played the deadlock is G2 Gozen. And I feel like with the changes, it could be definitely a viable agent. And thinking about how Zerens run that ascent with so much surprise in the composition that looked so well, and it was so difficult for Giant X to respond to. Do we see it as a possibility, or would we be happy if only just blue moves onto that Tejo, Meg?
I wouldn't be mad, you know. I am partial to enjoying a bit of deadlock. I don't know if Split is maybe the map for it. I think it might be so far out of that comfort zone. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they ran a Vice, because we've seen them perform well on that. I would love to see it personally, but I don't expect them to pull it out for this particular map.
I would love to see them run a deadlock. You need to think about all of the choke points that you have on Split, right? In the way that, like we said in the pre-show, right? That you can set up so many micro plays with that GravNet now, with it being a refresh. In my mind, someone is dying on the map every 40 seconds with that buff. So yeah, no, I think that if they want to run a deadlock, I think a Split is a perfect map to be able to do that. You need to think of the crunch plays of all of these avenues that players are funneling in on their attack. I think that they could have some really nice defensive protocols set in place with that.
I also think it's important to mention that they do enjoy Zerents to play the Raze, and the Raze and Deadlock combos. You know, we've seen so many amazing plays, especially with that Gravnet and Nade. So, you know, it could happen. We could maybe see it happening.
Yeah, exactly. Because of course we need to remind people once again, the stakes for this match. Elimination is on the line for one of these two teams. The history is telling us that Giant X should have this in the bag. And actually, after the performance and the comeback that we have seen from them on Icebox, we could expect things to go this way. But I still think, and based on what we saw on that first map, that looked like ages ago, but actually it was just like a minute, Zerens has this ability to surprise. And they have already proven that they can do it against a team of the caliber of Giant X. What do we think also of the head-to-head of the duelists? I think that we're speaking a lot about the initiators and how they are enabling for all of this more favorites duels to be happening. But what do we think about the performances of their duelists, and what can we expect from them here? Because Akita's just going back on the Yoru, Billy.
Okay, I respect it. You know what? We loved Akita on the Yoru on Ascent. I'm very much excited to see it here in the Split, and we are actually going to see Lu jump onto that Tejo, which of course we're all happy to see given her performance on that agent so far.
Yeah, I do just want to quickly highlight maybe Sarah on that Cypher role, of course, them favoring having a Sentinel in their composition. I do really like seeing Sarah when she plays Sentinel, and I know that she's definitely a bit of a demon when it comes to playing a Sentinel, particularly on Split. So I do think that that could be sort of the winning play from Giant X.
Yeah, absolutely. But she's going to have to deal with the Tejo. She's going to have to deal with the Euro. It's not going to be an easy map for her. Remember, everybody, elimination is on the line. Only one team can survive and move on to the next phase of playoffs. So one more time, let's toss this over to Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you very much. And reiterating that fact that it is an elimination game does add the correct gravitas to this. But reviewing what we're seeing in this agent, select here, I actually quite like them almost reverting back to that Ascent comp.
I think it's not to beat a dead horse. The previous matchup or face off of these two teams, Split was the one that stood out for me in terms of where Zerent struggled the most, and it's strange to look at it back on the score, on the timeline, of the score. Because when you look at the nature of those rounds, it was like Zerents, even in the round wins, it felt like they were, kind of coasting through some of them. We didn't really see that composition utilized or executed in the way we would have expected to. Here, though, what we've seen so far tonight, I think this feels like probably the best shot at map 3 win here for Zerens. Giant X potentially again here going to be caught off guard with the composition, but that's yet to be determined.
No, and I like their switch up in going on to the Tejo as well. I like some of their looks here. I feel like it's almost a must-have these days. It's so strong, especially on this map. The amount of areas that you can clear off and take the space and kind of set someone like Smurfette up for is just almost a real necessity. Now, Zerens can be starting on the defending side with early looks over towards taking that A main control. But we watched the game back ourselves, watched it together. Giant X do have a real penchant for taking over towards mailroom, straight up middle. They like these splits towards B. They enjoy this sort of approach. And right now, it's no surprise. But I'm looking at the control from Akita. Nearly had it on Eva there. But Giant X coming out swinging, yes, at a player disadvantage. They have sight.
Yeah, favourable to Zerens in terms of numbers. Blue, again, we'll just confirm what they already know. Fault line back in play here. Can find anything off it. No, stream to find Smurfette. Yes, we'll find a constellation, potentially something else now, because able to reset here.
Yeah, a little bit of time in between. Nice damage on Pink too. They got to tighten up the screws here a little bit. We've been questioning Zerens with their focus. A couple of cracks showing. This one they can't let slip, and they don't. Pink is going to confirm it. They keep the player advantage on the retake, and they're going to get the defuse. But let's kind of look at what we saw there already. Very deep A main control being fought for by Zerens, giving them that, again, early information.
I want to come back to, I said I'm not going to be a dead horse, but my eyes immediately go towards Lou, because it's almost like, I mean, it felt like, the chocolate teapot effect, right? In some rounds, it felt completely useless in terms of the way Giant X were approaching it, and Lou was just forced out of some of those rounds on the fade. Yeah. Now, the focus shifts back onto her, so I'm looking for some of these early plays, the early explorations, especially now with Akita flexing onto the Yoru, making things definitely more interesting.
And this is a very light investment from Giant X. You shouldn't be seeing too much impact in this round unless something goes astray. Giant X coming in with a Ghost on Nami and a Frenzy on Eva. That's about all she wrote. So this shouldn't be a threat. We've seen
threats. We've seen threats where there weren't many tonight.
See, even this makes me a little worried. I'd like to see a get out of jail free card there for Akita, but there is TP in place, so she can stick around. Lou's got to be cautious. Only the Frenzy and a good trade there. Akita getting caught, and that is a big weapon to be lost.
Yeah, in the hands of Smurfette now.
That's lethal. And Lou trying to do wonders here. Again,
great
so
recovery.
Risky, but it works.
Yeah, well, I say recovery, still not out of the woods just yet. Pinkerly humbled, down to 35 HP. Chance here for Nami to convert this Bulldog, potentially. Not with Ness getting caught here.
No. No, it's gone from really quite possible to not feeling so likely. Close enough there.
I mean, how is Pinkerly still alive? Yeah,
I don't know. I do not know. They spread the wealth as best they could. They recovered the Bulldog, but that did feel like almost the hot potato being passed around. A little bit dangerous at this point. And again, Akita sticking around as long as she did. A little bit lethal on that. Could have certainly spiraled the round.
I'm just looking at, yeah, just not connecting with Nala. Pinkerly able to find the third, and starting a 4-0 here for Zerens. Yeah. Emphasis towards a site here. Well, not Giant X to try and brute force.
This is
looking like that might be the case.
Oh, and look at the crunch on this one. Now, fortunately for Giant X, the back line was fine. Lou with an ambitious play gets absolutely nowhere with it, but it was the right stack.
I mean,
the correct read.
You've got to try and pull something like that off in round 3 to make it work. Smurfette, though, will find her third.
Yeah, and for someone like Smurfette, want to see them having a confident start here, too. You want to see them find their footing early.
Did see Smurfette struggle on the Rays previously as well. I mean, I think actually coming out, I'm pretty sure dead even in terms of opening engagements, or at least first kill, first deaths, but
certainly not the normal caliber.
No. I was going to say, a chance here to find something. Dream absolutely will. Big Sarah out of that position.
No real chance. Oh my god, Dream. Dream, you could actually do something with
35 HP. from Eva. That's all Giant X take away from this round. 1 rifle and 35 HP. Ooh. So kept in check here early on. Yeah, especially with how this started. This was, what, a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Giant X?
Bloody hell. Dream. I wish I could see that from Dream's POV. Don't worry, observers. I don't blame you. But I don't know how Dream managed that one. That was absolutely crispy as anything. But
I mean, a couple of gaps here in terms of the purchase, but still going to be rifles across the board here for Giant X.
Oh, a mid-walk. And we actually saw them do this previous.
We did, yeah.
Nothing
Again,
new.
They got ahead of, I think it was an A-site execute, actually. Heard the steps go back through spawn, but history will not repeat itself this time for Zerans. Whether or not, actually, that's something they've got in their back pocket that they'll roll out every few rounds. Aggression here. Deep paranoia. Smoke will go up to secure, or at least close the door here on B main.
Well, look at that preemptive rotate too. They're expecting maybe a more active lurk, but
yeah, basically achieved the same thing. So similarity here in the protocols in terms of that early mid walk.
And I guess the fact that Lou's walked away, not too surprising here. Smurfette gets slowed on the approach. Looking to see if there's a connection in the end, but there's still a player on the site. They don't know about who's on the site. Smurfette's still going to find her target, but Dream's still alive. Keeping hope alive and trying to dip into the smoke. Doesn't get what you wanted. Lou now left waiting up above. Problems on the way, though. The split coming in through from ramp. Might be the eventual death or just waiting on the timing here. 2-3. Oh, big clear here. Lou still not seeing anything. Should be indicative that there's going to be players up towards heaven, but Ness doing incredibly well, holding the ground, and Lou looking like a formality in the end. Giant X digging in on this one.
This is tough as well, because Pinkley actually commits towards sitting in that smoke. I guess maybe just banking on Smurfette, investing the rocket towards sight. See here, just gives away a freebie. Also, maybe an element of wanting to still bail Dream out. At that point, you almost have to throw Dream to the slaughter, really.
Yeah, you leave Dream to their own devices, right?
She's not the one you can really save in the...
Cool.
Yeah, you can't save her in the retake. If Pinkley can get back out, obviously there's key utility to work back in there.
And, the ball begins.
Oh, God. Up, but 1-for-1.
Great stun. Oh my, wait. They're going for the ult, and this doesn't actually catch Pink. They still check. That's good. Again, these sort of protocol lists, it sounds so simple to say it, to compliment it almost, but we do see mistakes happen at these times. Ambitious Dream, like it. But yeah, we see mistakes happen at these points in games, like that. Paranoia, primed, ready, and delivered. Sarah had to come into effect there, because that got way too close.
It's getting a little frantic in parts here.
Funds to spare.
Things starting to come apart in terms of discipline, in terms of, pacing.
Yeah.
Not as polished as it was at the start of this best of 3. Only 1 round separating them on the decider here. Big round. Lots of ultimates in play here for Zerans. Actually, only 1 off Pinkley's and 2 away for Lou. Trade off of utility.
Look at it. It is just a battlefield at the beginning, and Giant X winning out on every single front. They are kicking it up a gear. Finally looking like they're playing like the more favoured side.
Yeah, and just come back to that same word, polish. The polish is starting to show. The resilience is starting to show now from the more seasoned of these 2 teams. 2v5 here, Sarah, potential to crush the dreams of Zerans even further. Readjust, finds the second. And a flawless round here, Lauren. Early timeout potentially on the cards here for Zerans, because Giant X, I think, have found their footing now. The way they're playing, they're way more confident.
But I also just want to see them address this kind of mid-approach that we've been seeing Giant X lean on. How they want to deal with it, because we've seen constant pressure towards vents. You can't really actively play vents, it feels like, these days, right? Especially with the Teo utility, it's just so oppressive. But you can't then just completely give up middle and everything it entails, because you're just then at the complete whim of Giant X. So I want to see what their adjustment is. The issue then becomes, though, is, again, I hate saying the fatigue and all of this stuff, but if anything, in my mind now, it's really credit towards Giant X to pick this up. Yep, they had a rough start, right? Pistol round doesn't go their way. It's time to think, oh god, are we back to that first map? But no, they have kind of just stayed par for the course. They haven't over-excelled in my mind. We haven't seen anything brand new from them. Yeah, the Teo coming in is quite nice. It's serving its purpose. It's being played quite nicely here. It's not any new tech in my mind, but they're doing what they need to.
Yeah, bear in mind as well, previously, I think Xerath's found 8 rounds on defense. So 4 was all Giant X got.
Yeah.
Now in a position to really actually turn that around.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
The focus shifts back towards Xerath to make this composition work on the side that they previously excelled on.
It looks like they're going for another bit of a biff. Stinger's out, Sheriff's out. You may as well give it a crack. And they do win out B main control here. You've probably got the stun prepared from Pink in case anyone does try and challenge, but it does look like once again they were going to avert their gaze back towards middle. Just hanging out. 2 drones chilling in middle. Not 10 feet apart, but this is just a default round from Giant X here. It may be caused by that, early attention towards B, but
bit of paranoia, sure, but Giant X still in control with this default. Spread very thin, but all bases covered here. You see the ping towards heaven.
Portal closed.
I guess indicating where the end goal may be. Still no commitment just yet. Now going to look for Sarah to get a little active towards A site. Unable to pin anyone down, and actually that's 2 players committed. Committed towards A site, and a chance to be a thorn in the side of Giant X if they're unchecked.
Dream's got a stinger. We've got the stall from Lou. This is getting a bit worrying. Lou goes down, leaving just Dream alive. This now becomes readable. It becomes predictable, but it still becomes a problem. Dream does well with one, but every time I'm saying it should start going the other way, it starts becoming a problem. Spike needs to be planted. You got 10 seconds here. Ness holds her nerve, takes down the target. Akita falls. No trade in sight. Giant X again. Yes, it gets dicey. Yeah, it gets a little bit too close to my liking, but they make it out with 3 alive and the round in the pocket.
10 seconds left.
Dream unable to really reset back into the smoke there. Again, even if they just go even on A site, it still heavily favors Giant X in terms of the equipment and head count. Getting a little concerning now. Xerath will be, they are up against the ropes.
Well, this should be the round that they crafted, right? Which obviously then does give the option for Giant X to flip, the switch a bit, bring out something new. Looks like, again, willing to brawl out, wanting to fight for that space on towards B main. But again, this complete evacuation of middle is leaving me with a question mark. So we know that Giant X will absolutely explore. A little gap on that will be the downfall of Sarah. So finally, an extremity is 1 out for Xerath.
Army in a position now to respond. Actually, it's Xerath to find another 2 kills. Smurfette and Eva now left to try and recover this for Giant X, if at all possible. Smurfette actually does still win out there.
But 33 HP, Mike, it is low.
All but eliminated from this round with the damage already done.
Eva held back by smoke. Really tricky. And you can see the timing here. Lou, again, going walkabouts. Hearing nothing in middle. Allowing them to stay in the stack. Sitting super deep here, Xerath. They can't allow them to get too close. There we are. Spike's gone down. That's full intent shown. And Smurfette, now quite readable. Dream's going to catch. So maybe the solution in their mind of this middle approach that Giant X have been leaning towards is, well, we'll just take the fight towards A main and B main at the same time. If you're going to take mid, we'll take the sides of the map.
So it's really just comes down to a couple of key engagements here that Xerath's finally able to win out on. That was ultimately would have felt very, very uncomfortable if Zeren's lost out there because there wasn't a lot left in the bank. Obviously, Ultimate's still available, so not over-committing, over-investing, I should say. There's still plenty of tools available.
Now, I want to see how this looks because, again, we've got that attention towards B main. We don't have the same sort of look towards A main, but Lou's doing the usual, test of what's going on here. And it does feel like it could be that A split in the end, but this very passive hold towards mid, attention on the choke points. Lou puts herself in a really tough situation, wins out at least towards one. And looking at the way those kills went down is actually rather funny, but the burst towards Heaven now is going to be incredibly hard to hold. This is the red carpet rolled out for Giant X.
Here. Information here for Akita, but cannot pin anybody down ahead of this site here. But almost herded into sight here. The Rolling Thunder will find massive value. Can they get anything on the back of it? Dream will find Nami at least.
That's massive. That was the player who was disconnected from the main pack that are playing on the site. Now Giant X have to try and play out with the backs to the wall, but it's not going to happen. Lovely spacing and trading. Good work there. Great investment of the util and the ultimates, especially complementing that retake. That was nice to see. A little bit of life still in Zerence here.
Not run out of steam just yet. Bring it within one round here. Let's go into round 9 and like I said, I mean, there's a world there where Lou is rewarded even more for that pink.
Yeah.
Like, they're lined up. Unfortunately, but still, Zerence able to close it out. They come away. Tui and Lou still with their ultimates. It'll be a timeout here from yeah. Want to maybe consider their approach. And everyone but Smurfette with something to throw into this round. In terms of the ultimates, at least, sorry.
Yeah, and even with that in mind, you don't want to let the door open for Zerence here. And their adjustment, in my mind, feels, I don't want to say predictable, but it is readable, right? That there's this now complete absence of presence toward middle. How do Giant X want to navigate that here? Because in reality, they actually had quite a nice take towards A. Aside from, you could argue, maybe Lou getting hers, right? Everything else kind of worked out. So do they continue on that trajectory? Do they continue on that pathing, trying to pressure through, use those pivot points through either vent or straight up towards Heaven? I'm unsure. Because I'd quite like to see what they do if they really commit to the challenge towards B main. Actually see how willing someone like Tui is to actually fight for it to stick around. How willing Akita is to really dig their heels in on this. But actually, a switch up from Zerence, it looks like, who's going for the fight in middle.
Previously, a little bit of breathing space here. Wild swing from Smurfette. Akita will punish, but Sarah. Ness will find the response. Nami to triple down on that. Now, a 4v2 in the blink of an eye.
And they know where they are. Tui and Akita. Known in their previous positions. Even a little bit of util to make sure they're aware. Ness, ISIL angle, gets that lovely advantage off the barrel. Couldn't quite get the second, but Eva's there on trade. Giant X, again, I don't mind if you're going to maybe support with a bit of utility here. Akita going for that walk down middle. But two of your other players can't TP out of there. You're stuck, stunned up, and left to try and fight it out again. I feel like that was a risk and it didn't quite land.
Yeah, maybe. I think there is a world where that does pay off, but I think Giant X is so quick with the response that Zerence are almost just caught off guard. They may be looking for, one or two people on the other end of that, but it's so reinforced from Giant X. Maybe not expecting the second or third layer to that. It pays off for them, but Giant X almost like toying with the idea of continuing with that pace in terms of the response there. But holding back for the time being. A little more calculated in approach. Maybe looking for something for Ness to direct the Rolling Thunder a little more precisely. A really bizarre exchange here.
Yeah, because in all reality, you can't actually actively hold this B site. If they use all the util from Ness, from Nami, from Eva, you can't hold B. But there's been a pocket found by 2E and is rewarded. TP does not get away. Ult gonna slow it down a little, but now they're gonna go. We've got the counter ult coming in. It's a battlefield out here, and Akita's gonna find a place of safety. Good trades, but brought back by Ness. The mid lurk comes in, and once again, Giant X in control. It's Dream trying to catch up on all the slack here, trying to make it up from that A site. A tricky
I'll try
one
and find
too.
something off this plant, to be honest. If they're able to reset. Doesn't feel comfortable now, and Sarah to close things out. I think just coming back, we were talking earlier on in the series about pedigree, about experience and things like that. Giant X's resilience in some of these rounds to clear up after what feels very chaotic early on. I think it's the difference maker right now.
I'm with you. I'm in complete agreement. The amount of just trades coming back and forth, even if it's,
the fundamentals are just looking better for Giant X.
Yes, they are. And it feels like the fundamentals always get tested in series like this when it gets late in the day, when you're getting tired. These are the things that keep you in the game. And these are the things that are slipping right for Zeren. So, Smurfette up for the fight, up for the challenge. Akita asked twice, but makes the most of it on the second time around. But Smurfette so hungry for this kill. Actually gets away with keeping her life and making it up towards ramp, but Nami...
To say another step there, and I think Nami's barrel would have been spotted, but bit of a question mark now of maybe a rotation come back through. Akita spotted on the other side of the map now. Giant X may be feeling like they have a chance, but Akita omnipresent almost. Ultimate will come through.
Big info. That's 3 seen.
That's not ready.
Stun now ready. You're going to see who gets the util landed best, and it's actually going to be Lou with the Sheriff coming in. Akita couldn't quite land it, and Sarah pushes forward. We compliment their capabilities, but right now they are dwindling in numbers. But Sarah fighting forward. 3 kills. Gonna need an ace. Look at the weapons remaining.
Get some info off this, though.
There it goes. Pinhead is out and about. Paranoia is good, though. Sarah has to dip away from this. Gets the info, good position. It's so on
oh
the
my god!
Sarah!
Oh my word!
You just felt it becoming more and more likely. Crikey.
I was gonna say as well, this is one of the ones that you're hoping Zerens can close out. So many positives to ride in this round, and it's just Sarah putting Giant X on her back in round 12.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. What a way to close out that first half here. We said it before, we'll say it again. The pedigree is primed for Giant X. They are in the lead, and this is elimination on the line. Four to 8 coming back into this one. Zerens with moments of brilliance here, Mike, but I think it might be fading.
Snatched away by Giant X time and time again. And these are we've talked about a few rounds where it stings. You come away kicking yourself. A few of the mistakes noted on
map 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that trend has continued here.
And this becomes the game of how bad do you really want it? Because Giant X, Sarah, absolutely locked in on this one, not letting it slip, just shining when they need her most. And this, as said, is the difference. We see the potential in Zerans. We've been enjoying watching them. Lovely on the new compositions. But there's a reason the Giant X are the favored side, and we've seen round by round it proving that point. But Dream and Pink can work together here. That spike is an issue, though, and so's that smoke.
Also tagged up as well. Dream down to 30 HP, Pink Elite 62. Fault line back available here. Going to try and make something work off it. But unchecked in the corner here is Smurfette, who will find 3. And Giant X is 9th here. Brutal start to the second half as well, because on the brink of double digits. Sarah just seems to have been born again.
Yeah, like again, like I kind of expected from like your Smurfette, or we've seen a couple of rounds from other players, but honestly, Sarah's just like, we're not losing, we are not eliminated.
Icebox as well, a few individual rounds from her there. I mean, yeah, closing out the first half with an ace, and then was it 2 on that round?
Yeah,
almost doubling her kills in 2 rounds.
Ooh. Now Smurfette does enjoy the outlaw here. Trying to build towards the ult. But long way off. The real danger players. Akita, at least has a share of frenzy on Dream. Beyond that, it looks very good for Giant X in this.
I mean, but also, I mean, if you're Giant X, you can throw a couple of bodies on the line here.
Yeah.
With just Sarah and Nest down on pistols.
It's a really light investment. I mean, we've got the heavy shields on 3, but still,
yeah, I mean, almost
maybe
a strange,
like a little more.
A strange investment for Nami, really. If you're going to run the lucky into this.
This round feels bizarre. Akita has gone down. That was the sheriff. I think it will be potentially picked up. Yeah, Luz managed to catch that one. Dream's gone walkabout.
A ton of space here. Unnoted, and actually, yeah, look where Sarah's drifting.
Surely that step's heard. Yep. Rotate, guys. I think they found out where I'm at, where there was a gap.
Oh, she's looking so crispy now. So crispy.
Sarah's locked in.
Oh, that's what you want. A map 3 performance like this from Sarah. Just insanity. 16 is 6 now. Leading the charge for Giant X. Again, big, just confidence boosters as well. You can tell the energy's here for Giant X in the final map.
Oh yeah. And how many? We've got 2 regen shields, so no real light shields to worry about, at least with that outlaw in place. So that's one bonus here, but beyond that, there are Vandals out, right? Giant X able to afford a little bit more to bolster the numbers into the bonus.
Yeah, sure.
Some of the util gone, but again, this is a long road now.
Out of charges.
Darren's. I'm
they can't really
impressed,
miss a beat now.
But you can't. Exactly. This is back to the wall, Val. Double digits against you. Elimination on the line. You've had a long day. You don't want it to feel sour at the end. And Lou having to back away from that.
Just one on the other side of this. Form of Nami, but... I was going to say Akita needs to find it. Luckily, the train comes through.
Still don't love the Bucky there, but you know what? And look, we've shipped off Sliggy to like China at the moment, so he can't even back it up. It's great. Now, as it stands, Sarah always going to get hers, but you're looking at the HP now. Pink, 13. Lou, down low. They are going to be worried about this one.
Still here.
Oh my word.
30 seconds left.
Oh dear, it's both as well.
Down B.
Dream may have caught some timing, but you've got 20 seconds and the spike's a mile away. This one's just trying to keep hold of the Vandal. You said it. You're seeing Giant X now going from strength to strength. A must-win round there for Zerans, but it just feels like they're running out of steam round by round.
It's slipping through their fingers. I think there was a real chance for them to convert this series. Also, and it comes down to a first half performance. A stark contrast from Ascent, which seems like a lifetime ago. I'm sure it does for Zerents as well,
Yeah.
with a long day of Valorant for them.
Yep. Oh, it's looking like a bleak ending. I'm worried. I'd love to see them find a bit of a spark here, but again, we're seeing that strength growing for Giant X. And what you were saying about even just the mood looking right, Sarah with confidence builders here, Smurfette hitting like back-to-back outlaw shots. You're seeing every single player on that side having a little time in the sun, feeling energized, feeling up for it. And
whereas on the other side, the other side, we're not really seeing many rounds that are just, you know, confidence builders that are going to, you know, put them back in the driving seat. It feels like we're scraping the barrel, honestly. And that's not to, you know, speak harshly on Zerents' performance here on Split, but Giant X are the ones to really pull ahead.
Yeah, spot on. And bigger picture, I'd love to have seen what a fresh-faced Zerents could have done, if I'm honest. You know, it's the way it goes, esports and all, but I'd love to have seen what they could have done, because I think this composition really suited them. We saw them on Ascent. It looked great. Give them some time. Let's look at that veto further on. How does it suit them in the future? Who knows? But for now, it's time to really face the music. And Lou, actually lucky to be alive here. Not fully punished. How long did Giant X stick around in this position? Well, now they certainly will.
Yeah, at least retaking the space, but no secret about it on the way in.
Ooh, Smurfette's still in the space as well.
Zerents, we've got to close this gap, and Smurfette going to be the first one on the chopping block. Zerents actually thriving in the space now.
Yeah, incredible work. Oh, Ness having her moment. And yeah, Dream gonna fall at the end. It's 12. And it feels like we're kind of limping to the finish line here almost for Zerents. Yeah. But for Giant X, again, it's eyes on the prize, right? You're looking at what's coming up next. You're looking at getting through this one, because again, this is elimination. As much as this does feel like a bit of a bitter end to things, for Giant X, this is how it had to be. You want a clean victory here. You want to show that dominance. We question them playing to their own strengths, showing that they were the favored side. We certainly didn't see that in map 1. And they've shown weakness on that now.
Hey, I mean, credit where,
you know?
credit where credit's due. Zerents have come out here to be the underdogs of the series and pull out a composition that looked fantastic for them initially. I do think this is just the story of the day running a little long for them. And Giant X being the more resilient team. Which is strange to say in a best of 3, right? But that's the reality.
Yeah, for now, Sarah, lovely position here. If doesn't go, checked. And the patience will always pay. Couldn't quite convert on the second. But Giant X with just a grip on the round. Nami now lighting up. Lou, the last one standing. A valiant attempt to be made, but probably the brutal outcome likely. 13-4 at the end. And as said, it feels almost sad to see it close out in such a fashion after what was an exceptionally impressive start to things for Zerents as the underdog here. But again, credit in my mind goes to Giant X. They showed that capability. If anything, they've gone further into this. I like the addition of the Teho coming in for them. I think it suits them well here. I'm happy enough with their performance going forward.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think as well, just to come back to what we said, coming into this decider map in particular, this was going to be the question mark. The fact that it remained in the veto and it actually became the decider here this is where you're going to, I don't want to say expect Zerents to struggle, but we needed to ultimately see the biggest turnaround from Zerents.
Yeah, it's the clearest tester, isn't it? Because it was a 13-10 scoreline last time they faced. Relatively recently, but of course the changes in the meta coming in between then and now. I like the smaller adaptation here from Giant X. It still looks good in their wheelhouse. I think for the rest of the teams looking at this, you don't want to be going towards Split. It's just something that sits very nicely with them. But I will say, bigger picture here, Ascent will need to put a question mark by it. It's something they've got to be building up here. If they're not going to be vetoing it, if they're not taking it away from their vetoes, you've got to give it a little bit of a glance back on that one. Icebox, fair enough. But the biggest thing for me is I wish we'd seen Zerents at their full strength here today. Giant X, credit where it's due. They closed out, which is kind of what you asked for of a favored side. That's what you do. That's what you're paid to do. But I'd have loved to have seen fresh Zerents coming into this and how much they could have challenged a bit further. I don't think they'd have won, but I'd love to have seen what the challenge could have been like.
For sure, and I just want to take another moment to just credit Sarah here on the deciding map to be I mean, the driving force in a lot of these scenarios for Giant X, not just kind of numerically, but also in terms of the energy that will bring to a team that, you know, don't ever want to see themselves in an elimination game going to a decider map. So massive shout out to Sarah for her performance today.
Yeah, absolute backbone. That ace was kind of obviously the icing on the cake, but she was looking
the nail in
fantastic
the coffin,
throughout.
almost, it felt like for Zeren's.
Yeah, pretty much bang on. Now, Michael, that's it for us today. That's all we've got time for. Will you ever be back? Will you be?
No, that's it. I'll see you guys April 2026 now.
Cool. We'll leave it there. Analyst desk. It's been sweet, I guess, to work with Mike.
Short and sweet.
Don't you dare, Michael. You are coming back. It is happening. I do not care what you think or whatever you have to do. You're coming back. But anyway, Giant X manages to close this one out. They will still make it further into this playoff bracket. Unfortunately, and as we were saying, Zeren's, their journey ends here. Yes, they had a very good run. They proved a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I think, Billy, that at some point that tiredness, that exhaustion has to come into play because they went through an extremely long day.
Yes, it is very long for them. And do you know what? They can be proud of the fact that they made it to the main event, right? They went through their groups in the main event. They managed to make it to playoffs in the main event. So I think that they can come away from the experience feeling pretty happy and pretty proud of that and come back stronger for stage 2. I think when we look at this graphic here, again, those first kills kind of dwindled a little bit from the first map, but we did see them come out in lots of rounds. They weren't able to close out after getting those first kills. And I think that does come down to tiredness. It comes down to fatigue. But I think that going through these kind of best of 3 series where they're pushed to that third map is going to help them build resilience in the long run.
And I have to say, I don't think this is all on Zerence's tiredness. I have to say I was right. And Sarah was an incredible player and definitely showed why the Cypher is potentially should be looked at as more of a favored pick on Split because, I mean, her performance speaks for itself. But yeah, there was obviously the ace clutch round and yeah, I was right. Yeah,
you were right.
Thank you.
We were wrong. What can we say, Meg? That's why we got you on the broadcast, so somebody on this desk can be right. We will have an interview hopefully ready soon, but before that, and as I'm saying, we're reiterating the tremendous effort that Zeren's has made, but I want to echo what you were saying about Giant X also proved some things today after the changes that they made for this year, and especially after the first map that we saw. We could have seen a much different face, but especially on this last map, after gaining all that momentum from Icebox, we see a performance that gives us a lot of hope for what is left in playoffs, Meg.
Yeah, I have to say, like, Giant X, absolute props to them because I think, you know, Ascent was definitely a bit of a shocker. I don't know if they were prepared physically or mentally to go into that against Zerence and the comp that they put forward. But from then on, we saw the experience. We saw how incredibly prepared they are to adapt to what Zerence were putting out there. And although, yes, Zerence meant they did make a few mistakes, and, you know, I am going to put that down to tiredness. I do think at the end of the day, Giant X's skill set to kind of change that pace, to adapt and change the way that they're using their utility or taking sites to counter these comps that Zerence Mint were putting forward. It just speaks to their experience and how amazing they play as a team.
I think as well, you have to look at the expectations that Giant X have set for themselves this year, right? They had such a great run last year, they made it to GCC, yet they still decide to make those roster changes. So I think coming into this, if they had went out in this very first elimination round of playoffs, that would have been not good enough for Giant X, right? And I do love an underdog story, I absolutely do. It would have been so amazing to see Zerence come away with it, but I just think, yeah, for Giant X, you would expect them to be playing at this top performance, and I still think that they have a few things that they clearly need to brush up on as they progress throughout the bracket, which Zerence Mint were able to kind of pick out today, right? And they were able to abuse that. So yeah, I think Giant X, they really need to go back, review their homework, and come into the next few days looking stronger.
Thinking about the next few days, as you're mentioning, Billy, what do we feel about the fact that the 2 new maps have been played for Giant X today, especially thinking about their opponents in G2 Gosen that have probably picked up on the fact that they have not changed the compositions and that they can prepare for something that they've seen already in the past?
I think that Giant X are actually kind of lucky in the way that G2 Ghosts have actually already played Icebox. They played that in the VCL Northeast qualifiers the other day, so they can go back and review that, and they can expect for whatever G2 Ghosts were playing on that Icebox map. But Ascent, like you say, it's a big question mark for Giant X. Is that something that they're going to have to consider being an insta-ban going further into this conversation, into this tournament, sorry? So yeah, I think that they'll go away, they'll review it, but yeah, you really do have to question, should they have shown these 2 new maps into the pool on the very first day? I'm not entirely sure that was a good move from them.
And I do think, like you said, Billy, they're going to have to maybe consider that Ascent being their ban, because, you know, it's a very close sort of format. You know, of course, they're going to be playing G2 tomorrow. There really isn't the time to kind of come in and completely change up what they're doing. Maybe they could make those small tweaks and leave it there and just hope that G2 aren't willing to pick it. But I do think, you know, Giant X, they have a good enough map pool to maybe offer something else up other than their performance that we saw today on Ascent.
Yeah, and we, of course, so some changes in the compositions for Serens, but maybe do you think it's going to play against them for Giant X, the not changing anything, the remaining very calm, they're taking a little bit of a step back and looking from a different perspective into the meta ones that comes from the past, also knowing that the competition is only going to get tougher from now on. Yes, they managed to survive through this knockout round, but tomorrow they have a very difficult opponent. Yes, this year they have already won against G2, but now the resilience goes on a different march, on a different level, Meg.
Yeah, I was just double checking back through my notes because I do think they're playing it a bit safe. If I'm correct in saying they've only changed their comp in Split 1, and that was introducing the Teo and Vice on Bind, which obviously isn't even part of the map pool anymore. So I do really think that they are going to have to consider, yes, it's a short sort of space of time to adapt and maybe change up those compositions, but I do really think that they can't play this safe. They do have to kind of pull something out of the bag and bring something unexpected to the table, especially going up against a team like G2.
And I think it's worrying as well that when you see the only change that they've had is on that bind. Of course, we had Masters Bangkok going on around about that time too, right? So I don't want them to just take inspiration from other leagues, especially when they're going up against a team such as G2 Gozen, who have known to kind of carve out the meta within Game Changers, right? They're such an innovative team that are not afraid to take risks, and that could really go against Giant X in that future series.
Okay, lovely hearing from you two girls, but I would love to hear from some of the players from Giant X. I believe we're going to have Nami joining me soon for a quick chat, especially to talk about what happened today and also moving in forward if she is ready. Question mark? Are we ready? Oh, yeah. Yes. Hey, Nami, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
First of all, how are you feeling today after, you know, it's been a long, has it been a tiring match?
Yeah, it was a long match, but I'm not tired, so I'm feeling like pretty good, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I mean, you definitely should. Nami, you joining a team like Giant X, also going more deep into the IGL. And I want to ask, first of all, was this like an idea that you have, like becoming the IGL? I know that you have some previous experience just for a bit, but is this something that came from you, or you just, there was a necessity there and you just decided to take on that role because, you know, you thought you could do it? How much was it out of necessity, and how much was you being like, oh, this is what I want to be?
Yeah, so basically, when I started to play, I mean, with Giant X, I was just open, you know, to try as IGL, just to try and see how it's going, right? And like, the girls was feeling good with me as IGL, you know? So we just keep it like this and we didn't change anything after.
Do you find it difficult for yourself? Is it like a natural thing? Do you think that it takes a toll on you or your performance?
I think they still need to work on it, of course. It's not perfect for now, and yeah, like sometimes, you know, it's something new for me, so I have like sometimes this like bad pressure, you know, and trying to be, I have to be good on my IGL, when sometimes I just have to like just, I mean, like just having my like teammate believe in me, it should help me, like that's really helping me, you know, to feel better and comfortable on it. So it's fine for now.
Oh, so since you're saying that, could you? I'm going to give you the opportunity to glaze up someone on your team. Who is the person that makes you feel the most secure, the most like validated in your role? Like if you have to highlight someone that is always like hyping you up from your team currently, who would it be?
To be honest, it's kind of like everyone, you know, but I would maybe say more Ness, you know, like she's every time, oh, nice, Nami, you know, she's every time like hyping me like when I can. And all the girls, when I'm saying something, they're saying, oh, good cause and everything. Even my coach, like, is helping me very much, and that's making me more comfortable, you know, and confident on the game.
Okay, lovely. So let's, I'm going to ask you a couple of things about today, because obviously the first question is going to be about that ascent.
Yeah.
We saw the composition that Zerens was putting out. You girls just went back to something that, you know, very, very classic that we've seen on Ascent so much. So what happened there? What was so much of a surprise for you? Or was it that you could not adapt to?
Yeah, first of all, like the comp was a very big pressure for us, you know, it was a surprise. And yeah, like losing the 2 pieces around like make us like in a, you know, hard position, and we couldn't like come back from this. But you know, it's the first time we're playing with this comp. We're like a new team and we're learning, and we're not playing like Ascent for a long time. You know, if this map just came back like 2 weeks ago, so we have still to work on it. Like we learn from it and we just come back. We will come back better, you know.
Yeah, but that same argument about you not playing the map for a while could have been made for Icebox, but we saw a completely different phase. Was your idea from the beginning to go into this Icebox for today? Do you think that it could be a staple for you girls?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we just like play more simple that we were thinking on Ascent. You know, I think Ascent we were just like thinking too much and cost us like some important round, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow, now that you've won and survived this knockout round, thank God, you are going to be playing up against G2. Now, currently, and this year in Game Changers, you have been the only team that has managed to get a win against G2 Gozen. Can you tell me a little bit about that match, if you remember it?
I don't really remember it. I think the only map I remember it was on Pearl, you know? And like, to be honest, the game against G2 that we won, like, we're literally playing as a team and how we should play, you know? We got some hard time, of course, during like the competition, but we're a new team and we're learning every time. And I think like the best like thing that we show, it was against G2 actually. So I'm just confident for tomorrow, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You should be. I really hope that we get to see, you know, at least Icebox tomorrow, because I'm actually an Icebox fan. I know that there is a lot of haters out there, but Nami, really, your IGLing is looking amazing. Please keep playing the way you are. Congratulations on today. You say that you're not tired, but I'm gonna tell you to go and rest, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Absolutely brilliant. That is the future of IGLs here in Game Changers EMEA. Girls, any last thoughts? Any other comments that we want to make about this match before we close the day? Billy, I'll start with you.
Honestly, just can't wait to get into more banger matchups tomorrow, and thankfully we're not sending anyone home, so we get to see more and more of the teams that we've got currently left.
Yeah, I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed today, and if the games tomorrow are anything like today, we have even more great things to come. And will you have me back tomorrow, please? Because I want to be here to break it down.
I will make it happen,
please.
Meg. Honestly, you do not know the power that I withhold in this company, and I will make sure that you come back here tomorrow.
Thank you, and Hypok as well? Question mark.
And Hypok, I'll have to check in with him, because that last thing that he said has me a little worried, but trust me, I will try my best, especially if you request it.
Okay.
But without further ado, let's show how the bracket is looking. I think that we have it ready and how things are standing right now. Tomorrow, we will start off with KC versus SK Nebula, and followed up, our second match of the day will be that G2 Gozen versus Giant X. Initial thoughts, remember that is when we're going to start having that lower bracket. So as we were saying, nobody will be sent home, just to a different part of the bracket. Initial predictions, something quick. Give me something, Meg. Ooh. I will try my best to have you here tomorrow. But if you win, just give me a winner.
Okay. I'm gonna say SK Nebula. I think they're warmed up and ready to go in and fight their fight against Carmine Corp. And if they play Jolina into the sites today the same way they did, great. And then with G2 Giant X, I can't not say G2 Gozen. I'm sorry, I am a simp. I do love them very much. And I just think that, you know, they are legends for a reason. And I think they've had all of today to watch everything that Giant X have done. So if they go into that playing the same way they did today, maybe they're going to struggle.
You know what, I'm on board with the G2 pick, but I'm gonna have to slow you down on the SK and KC. I loved SK today, do not get me wrong, but I think KC might be the ones to take that given how their group's performance went. But nonetheless, I'm excited for an underdog story potentially. Surprise me, SK, surprise me.
Honestly, with the level that we have seen today and the level that we know the other two teams wait and have, I think that tomorrow we're in for a treat no matter what. I am down for the upsets from the crazy compositions. Give me more Icebox. I just want to see it all. But that was all from us today, everybody. This is the matches that are going to happen tomorrow. As I was saying, Carmen Core versus SK Nebula, and then G2 Gozen versus Giant X. Do not forget to tune in a little bit earlier than 5 to just catch up with us. We will tell you all the stories, everything that you need to know before the matches. Thank you very much to both of you, Meg and Billy, for giving me a good day hosting. And without further ado, let's just say good night to everybody. Good night.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From calls your name. Test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.